wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ̀ lójú táyé, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nǹkankan. Bọ́kọ̀ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ̀ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
sí wọn bí sánmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná. Orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí ìyá àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Torí oníkọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tó nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun bẹ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró akéèké. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wa fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè. Mo máa sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
Country people, Make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
All right. So now this next song that I'm about to play now. This one is for Chioma. So Chioma, I hope you're listening. This one is from is from somebody you know, somebody that is always is always jousting with you on the platform. So he's about to release his album now, and he's asked me to play you a snippet of it. So somebody that jousts with you regularly on the platform is releasing his album the 31st of March, and he sent me a snippet. So that's from Kenny Mighty, a regular contributor on this platform and a well-known artist as well. He'll be releasing his album on the 31st of March, and he sent in a snippet so that everybody's aware. So he wants people to come and celebrate him on the 31st of March. So that's a little snippet of his album to be released shortly. So that's our very own Kenny Mighty right there. So doing mighty things. So that's what we want to see actually. Anybody doing great things, please submit it to the platform so we can celebrate you.
Ọmọ ìjọ sàn kó fún mi.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe é gbé ṣeré. ọmọ ẹ̀kún ni bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe é gbé ṣeré. irú yàrá ń bá ní. máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́. máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí yàrá. máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan. máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí yàrá. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? ẹ sá máa tò mí. ẹ sá máa tò mí. ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù. ẹ dé kú tọ́nu. a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀. a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé. tọpa ń kó kiri. ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù. ẹ dé kú tọ́nu. a máa yà sí mi sẹ́bọ̀. a máa làwọ̀ yóò bá dé. tọpa ń kó kiri. àlè wọ́n wò ìwọ̀n wọ́n wò. tọpa ń kó kiri. ìkó wọ́n wò ìkó wọ́n wò. tọpa ń kó kiri. ìwọ̀n wọ́n lẹ̀ ìwọ̀n wọ́n lẹ̀. tọpa ń kó kiri. ìkó wọ́n wò ìkó wọ́n wò. tọpa ń kó kiri.
àní tọpá kó wọn kiri kó wọn ní kó wọn ó máa kó wọn lọ ṣẹṣẹṣẹ àní dada ṣìnàbù ní kọrin ní lùmìtì óyè.
Sọ́lọ́jà yíyọ ẹ̀rọ sọ́lọ́jà.
àní mo ti dúró kéré ọ̀rọ̀ kéré sọ́lọ́jà o lè ṣe àbọ̀là kàràbánú ń fásitì lórí.
Sọ́lọ́jà yíyọ ẹ̀rọ sọ́lọ́jà. Ìtànkè alùgbé bàbá ń fọ òun òde. Ìdàbà ń ṣeré gbogbo ìlú kan ń bì títì. Eléètì mọ̀ bàbá ológun ló sì yé eléèrí ògún mọ̀. Òrìṣà lúwà là ń ṣe bí ń dọ́gba fáráyé. Oní ò bá dọ́gba fún ìyé ìbọ̀hún òrò. Ó lè ṣe palẹ̀mọ́ fún lọ ìyẹn ò kan wá ó bẹ̀rù sọ́lọ́jà.
àníkẹ́ lọ sọ́lọ́jà lè ṣe àbọ̀là kàràbánú ń fásitì lóyìnbó wí o àníkẹ́ máa lọ sọ́lọ́jà ìyẹn ò kẹ́ mi o. ṣíṣìṣì kó máa lọ.
Sọ́lọ́jà yíyọ.
And there it is right there. Elo Soloja. Go to the market square and announce it. That's what that song says for the non-Yoruba speakers. Even that is a different inflection of Yoruba, by the way. That lady singing there, she's from Cotonou, which is Benin Republic. That's still the expansiveness of the wider Yoruba family, but not the Yoruba as we know it, indigenous to Nigeria. So a different tonality, but nevertheless the same language. The message is clear. If it doesn't satisfy you, go to the market square and make a hue and cry about it. So that's what she's saying. You know, there's an English phrase that captures that as well. If you're not satisfied, go to the market square and announce it. They say, shove it up your, that's what that says, but in a more polite way, shove it up your, what. Roll it up into a nice cylindrical shape and place it where the sun don't shine. If it doesn't satisfy you, Elo Soloja, go to the market square and announce it. Go to the market square and announce it. Certainly go to the market square and announce this. We're still in that final push to get the release of a jealous speaks from the evil clutches of the Tinubu evil government. Let's put it that way. The satanic government, as some low-brained people like to call it, satanic government. Imagine some of these people. So the satanic government, as some low IQ spaces will call it, but the evil rate of the evil empire, Star Trek, or is it Star Wars? So whatever it is, we want this guy released. This hashtag is gaining some currency. I've seen some big name. I've seen some big name Twitter people hashtagging this hashtag. So it looks as though our reach is deeper than we even previously imagined. So let it go deeper still. Any and everywhere you go to, hashtag this phrase, hashtag free a jealous space. So let it resonate till it reaches the ears of somebody that can effect the release of this man. Hashtag free a jealous space. So hashtag free a jealous space. So hashtag free a jealous space. from that hashtag, let me point you in the direction of this as well. This was actually meant to happen yesterday, but it couldn't happen for reasons of one man getting a 24-hour bug. There's a 24-hour bug going around the UK, and my boy brought it home as a present from school, so I picked that up. So we couldn't have Dopsy's session, but it's not been cancelled. It's been fast forwarded to it's been moved forward rather to next week Sunday. So this Sunday coming. So it's still the same narrative. UK to African men, leave your backward ways back home or get deported. So that's what that says. What Dopsy means, she'll come and explain to you. All systems go on Sunday. So all systems go on Sunday. Certainly all systems go today as well. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? We go again. We don't play Orlando now. You are late to the class. Let's give Pulata a blast so I can put on. I thought Orlando was my own personal kept secret. I didn't actually know that people of the ivory tower like Pulata, the Eficos, I didn't know they delved into this sort of market as well. And there it is right there, Yawo Lele by Orlando War. So the mighty man himself, now dearly departed, but left certainly enough for us to continue to celebrate him. I don't think that music would ever, in 150 years from now, somebody will still be jiving to that vibe. It's just so punchy, so raspy, and the guitar and the fluidity and the lucidity and the eleganceness, all of the accoutrements all there. So there it is, Lele and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? We go again as we always go. We missed yesterday for reasons that I've already explained, but certainly we go today and we continue to go until eternity. We're certainly pushing it all the way through to the next election, and maybe then beyond, because the next election, 2027, is going to be one of the most epic events. In fact, it's going to be singularly the most epic event that has ever happened in the history of Nigeria. There will be tears before bedtime. Grown-up, people will cry on the screens, by the way. Not on our, grown-up politicians will cry on the screen. Because Buhari broke that duck and it worked for him, and we've seen a few tears still. A lot of grown-up politicians will cry on the screen in that 2027 space. There will be tears before bedtime. There will be blood on the carpet. It's going to be brutal. What did I say? It's going to be brutal. Only one person will emerge as the winner, of course. We all know who it is. But the carcass, that will be left there'll be body bags. There'll be, literally and metaphorically, body bags. So we're fast tracking towards that. That is the only real excitement going. But in the build up to that, of course, we keep on ticking over with whatever it is that the news cycle brings. So what does the news cycle bring today? Of course, there's been only one real event today. That event took place in America. The inauguration of Donald Trump. Now we now have a new man sitting in the what is it, Capitol Hill or whatever it is they call it in America, in the White House. We have a new man now sitting in the White House. But what does that portend for the rest of the world? So that comes up in conversation. Unfortunately, I may not be able to play you clips of Donald Trump's inauguration because they've been copyright striking everybody. I just don't know why they're doing it, because it's something that everybody wants to share and discuss, but they've been copyright striking right, left, and center. So I might not be able to play you clips of his inauguration, but hopefully, almost certainly, a lot of you, if not all of you, would have seen it and formed opinions, which are you are welcome to come discuss here. So certainly we'll be discussing that. Kemi Badenoch, she's slamming Nigeria again. So we'll be discussing that. The Obidients are starting to turn somewhat and starting to cannibalize themselves. We'll be discussing that. And Madueke, she's wanting to shed now this moniker of the most corrupt, because every corruption thing that happens, they try to pack it around their neck. So she's trying to unbuckle and unburden some of those corruption charges. And she's naming names and pointing fingers. So we'll be discussing that as well. We'll also be discussing this coastal, Lagos-Calabar coastal road that seems to be sweeping up the life ambitions of so many people. So many people are falling casualty to that road. So we'll be asking the question then, is that road worth the damage and hemorrhage that we're seeing? Actually, let me start it off with that, Let me play you a couple of clips to that space, because it's quite harrowing stuff. As ambitious as that road is, and as much as a lot of people back it, including myself, do we back it at this price though? Do we back this road at the price that is costing? And I'm not even talking dollar terms. I'm talking about the destruction of our human ambitions and people's hard-earned wealth.
My name is Femi Fasil. I'm one of the stakeholders affected by the realignment of the coastal road, the Lagos-Calabar coastal road in Okwaja. A brief history. In 2003, I purchased my land there. I was happy to find out in 2006 that there had been an approved coastal road far from where we bought land, so we were happy. We started to solicit people in the diaspora to invest with us, and thank God we found some people. They invested. Fast forward to 2004, earlier this year, I made a brief stop at the land. This was in April, only to discover that they said the federal government had marked the property for demolition because they had shifted the 2006 approved coastal road to where we are. We now began to inquire, and lo and behold, we're finding out that it's true. We've faced some protests. We've asked the minister, Umahi, to shift the coastal road back to the original alignment. And we keep hearing this thing that there are cables there, that's why they shifted it. That's a lie. There are no cables there. And I have a question. When the original coastal road alignment was approved in 2006, why did you approve it knowing there was empty cables there? It does not make any sense. There are no cables there. I've also recently heard Minister Umahi mentioning there's only one Igbo lady that's agitating. No, there are a lot of us. My name is Olufemi. I'm Yoruba. This is not a matter of Igbo agitating in Lagos. And I also heard him saying something that the woman is not even from Lagos. This is Nigeria now. From what I understand, anybody can invest anywhere in Nigeria. So it's not a matter of an Igbo lady fighting you, Minister.
I want to, please, I've answered you. Any other thing? Please. Listen to me. Please. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to listen to me. Listen to me. I want to warn you publicly. You have been doing a lot to stop the project. Listen to me. If I get further disturbances there will be consequences for it. Security, move her out. Madam, give yourself respect.
There are a lot of us that did our due diligence. We bought land with our money, and we made sure we were not encroaching on the approved coastal road. So now if some people went and blatantly either paid to build illegally on the coastal road, let the government go there and destroy those homes and put the road where it's supposed to be. Why should the people that actually bought land legitimately thinking it was safe, they did their due, why should we pay while those that illegally built are left scot-free? Also, Lagos State has been destroying properties. They destroy the Maryland. They destroy. So what is this thing that we don't want to destroy homes? We don't want to. Lagos State is doing it all over the place. So please take the coastal road back to where it belongs. It's approved already. Due diligence was done. The government did the environmental impact study and everything. So why suddenly now? Why suddenly? And may I tell you, I bought the land in 2003. This is 2024. You now showed up now with no notice, just came and marked the property for demolition. What country is this? Who does that? Who does that? What is the Nigerian government? What are you setting? What examples are you setting? This is why land grabbers are parading scot-free in Lagos, because the government this is land grabbing by the government. That's what you are doing. Yes, we understand eminent domain, but it has to be done properly. People illegally built on the approved coastal road, go there and destroy their homes or shift it by the water. Go and fill the water. If you go to, I don't understand this government. If you go to that Okwaja, you will see that water has eroded houses and buildings. Why don't you go back there and reclaim that? That's a result of the thing that's been done in Atlantic Co-project. The Sandfield there, the Sandfield in Lake Ibeju. Of course, all the towns in between are bearing the brunt of coastal erosion right now. Go back and reclaim that land and put the coastal road there if you don't want to destroy homes that are illegally built on the coastal road. But don't let those of us that bought our properties with them money, don't let us be paying. We did the right thing. Don't let us pay for the mistakes or the illegality of those that illegally built on the coastal road. Mr. Minister, take the road back to where it belongs. Take the road back to where it belongs. This is not a matter of an Igbo lady fighting against you. No, I'm Yoruba. I'm affected. And we have had demonstrations. A lot of people are affected that are Yorubas. So please, take the road back to where it belongs. We have investors in the diaspora. Some of my investors are still going to make a video tape. I'm telling them now.
All right. So there it is. A lot of lives have been destroyed. A lot of fortunes have been eroded. A lot of dreams being squashed by this coastal road. So that guy said he had a lot of international investors. Here is an example. It's just a harrowing space. What price that coastal road? What price are we willing to pay for it? Are we willing to pay this price?
My name is Dr. Kimberly Ellen Stark. I am from Chicago, Illinois, from the United States of America. And I'm here today on the grounds of that everything that I've worked so hard for, even from America to Nigeria. And as I love this country and I fell in love with this country, I chose to invest here. And as I saw today, before there were gates, as you can see behind us. Now, as I come here today, I can see most of my dream and so many of our investments crumbled and shattered. I bought more than 6 plots, and I intend to buy more. But how can I trust the fact that the more I invest is not protected because of what's going on here? And what we are appealing today, and me as an American from Chicago, Illinois, I'm speaking directly in the camera. As I'm here appealing to the Honorable, the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to please come to our assistance, come to my assistance, because I can't make a reputation back in America as I have for this country. I speak so highly and so freely about Nigeria, and to come in back and invest into this wonderful country. But look at our investment now, over 700 billion down the drain. Please, Mr. President, I ask you for your mercy to come at our assistance in the Nigerian diasporas and all these investors who stand with me today to come and assist us and help us come to a conclusion with this matter. Thank you. Once again, my name is Dr. Kimberly Stark. I am from the United States of America, Chicago, Illinois, and especially to honor our President Tinubu, who also used to reside in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So we have to ask what price we're willing to pay for this coastal road. So that coastal road is something that must happen, but these variations that they're having to it is not is something that is these variations that they're having to these coastal roads, they are actually varying it to protect some people's properties, the properties of the highs and the mighties. But then, of course, when the highs and mighties are protected, somebody gets to get crushed. And it is people like that lady, and especially that Yoruba gentleman, that gets crushed. So what price are we willing to pay for that coastal road? So that's really where the question is. And by the way, let me highlight something. That's Arokidegba right there. Let me highlight something. So Arokidegba is now one of the, it's been a while since anybody actually did this. He's clicked on the membership something to become a member of the platform. I don't quite know why people don't do that. So people should do that really, because that's a way of showing support to the platform, isn't it? People don't super chat, nobody signs up as a member. I was even surprised when Arokidegba's name flashed up as a new member. I'd even forgotten that was an option. You see that join thing that's at the bottom of the something, click on it and become a member. It just it's just a nominal monthly stipend, no more than I don't think 10-15 pounds thereabout. So it's no skin off anybody's nose. But as Arokidegba has done there, you can see the dollar sign around his name there. That is to tell you that it's a member. So people should click on that, join something, and become members. It's the minimum you could do. So well done, Arokidegba, right there. But no, this so this coastal road thing, I am for it 100%. I think it's one of the most and well done, Aldi, right there. So there it is. Maybe I should have mentioned this. Then people would have been doing it more. This coastal road right there is one of the most important things that is been that's yet to happen in Nigeria. Pretty much from independence till date. It's going to be a world monument sort of an achievement if they do it the right way. So I'm 100% on board with that coastal road, but I'm not even the scintilla of anything on board with these harrowing stories that we're hearing. People's lives just being destroyed. Do you know that the estimation of the losses? You see, a lot of these people, by the way, they didn't buy land from Omonile. You had that gentleman that spoke before the lady. They did their due diligence. They were aware of the coastal road. They made sure to check and double check that where they were buying land does not in any way infringe on the coastal road. And they bought that land then in anticipation that coastal road then will quadruple their investment, which is what a smart investor should do. And then very, very suddenly, that guy had bought his own land since 2003 or thereabout, he said, and then all of a sudden, then some guy just wakes up, some guy from, is it Akwa Ibom or where's Dave Umahi from? He just wakes up in the dead of night and says that he's changing the direction of the road, and then he's sweeping through all the land that these people have bought legitimately, done due diligence to, gotten the sign off from the state government and all of that, and they say, oh, it's eminent domain. Eminent, shove the eminent what's it up your behind. What nonsense. I mean, I cannot abide it, I cannot support this sort of thing. I mean, look at although it was crocodile tears that lady was crying, but nevertheless, I cannot abide, 250 million, the estimated loss. They will get compensated, of course, but they'll be compensated only to the tune of their loss. But their projected earnings, those lands, as soon as that coastal road becomes built, those lands, those properties, then they 100x in value. So who compensates for that? Who compensates for the projected? It's unconscionable nonsense, and it's unconscionable, especially because they varied it in order then to sweep up these people's land. They say, oh, do your due diligence, make sure you go through due process, make sure you get government sign off. So they said all that, these people did all this, and still it ended in tears. So I could bring you 1,000,001 stories. It's all over the place. All of these people's investment just been destroyed. All of the back of Dave Umahi varying some ridiculous road. No, I cannot. I'm not on board with that. Not even the beginnings of. So there's that. So we discussed that. Let's quickly rattle through what we have in terms of our readouts. So Kemi Badenoch again, slamming Nigeria in order to climb up the greasy post in the United Kingdom. I don't want Britain to be like Nigeria, where government destroys lives. This is Kemi Badenoch. But there's been a response from a Nigerian, by the way. I'll read you Kemi Badenoch's commentaries, and then I'll read you the response from the Nigerian government, and then I'll also play you a clip of a Nigerian gentleman that has now taken matters into his own hands. So, but if you are going to wait for anything, wait for the next 3 sequences, because it lands somewhere. So let's kick it off with Badenoch slamming her erstwhile country again. I don't want Britain to be like Nigeria, where government destroys lives. Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch, leader of the United Kingdom's Conservative Party, has expressed concerns about the potential impact of ineffective governance in the United Kingdom, drawing a comparison to Nigeria. Badenoch made the remarks during her first speech of the year on Thursday at an event hosted by Oando, a British think tank focused on economic and social research. You see, this slamming Nigeria and all of that is going to backlash against her, because I don't think the United Kingdom especially draws parallels between itself and a country like, they don't even see Nigeria as it's still a slave colony. So I don't think they have any regard for parallels, or they'll take it as a little vignette. But if it's a main dish, it's going to backlash it. You don't want Britain to become like Nigeria. What possibility is there of Britain ever becoming like Nigeria? So there's no parallels to it. I think she's playing a very high wire sort of politics. That's what she's playing. Kemi Badenoch, leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, has expressed concern about the potential impact of ineffective governance in the United Kingdom, drawing a comparison to Nigeria. Badenoch made the remarks during her first speech of the year on Thursday at an event hosted by Onward, a British think tank focused on economic and social research. Speaking on the importance of building trust and positioning the Conservative Party as the solution to Britain's challenges, Badenoch warned of the risks of Britain's system faltering, likening it to Nigeria's governance issues. I don't think Badenoch should be highlighting her Nigerianness as much as she is, because they will start to look at her, especially as a Nigerian, and they want to then ask themselves, do they want to be governed by a Nigerian? I think she should ratchet up her Britishness more and play down her Nigerianness less. That's really the politics that she should play, because of course they will haven't been even Rishi Sunak. It was never anything Indian. It was as British as Rishi Sunak is actually an upper class English man in all ways, apart from his historic background and the color of his skin. This guy comes from, Rishi Sunak, the erstwhile British Prime Minister, the one before the Sir Starmer. Do you know that he was the richest, he is still the richest British Prime Minister that has ever occupied that office? He comes from a backdrop of, I think he married into the Mittal family. His family and he himself personally is worth the better part of $500 million. He was a shark in the city. So he came from great wealth, and he made great wealth himself, and he never really pronounced his Indianness. He never, even to draw parallel between the United Kingdom and India is still more palatable than drawing parallels between the United Kingdom and Nigeria. So Badenoch is playing some high-tense wire sort of politics, which will backlash against her. Because I don't think the British especially want comparisons with some non-sequitur, shithole space like Nigeria. But there it is. She knows what she's doing, and we know how it's going to pan out for her. And it's a shame, really. Who wouldn't want a Nigerian to become the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? It breaks and shatters a glass ceiling permanently. It will be the biggest achievement that a black person has ever achieved in the history of humankind if that lady becomes the British Prime Minister. So who doesn't want that? But the way she's playing the politics is like self-harm, self-mutilation. Kemi Badenoch, leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, has expressed concerns about the potential impact of ineffective governance in the United Kingdom, drawing a comparison to Nigeria. Badenoch made the remarks during her first speech of the year on Thursday at an event hosted by Onward, a British think tank focused on economic and social research. Speaking on the importance of building trust and positioning the Conservative Party as the solution to Britain's challenges, Badenoch warned of the risks of Britain's system faltering, likening it to Nigeria's governance issues. And why does it matter so much to me? It is because I know what it is like to have something and then to lose it, Badenoch told the audience. So hold on to that phrase, because you see that phrase that she uses there is going to be responded to by a Nigerian living in the UK. So there's a clip that responds to this particular phrase. So hold on, lock that at the back recesses of your mind, that phrase, this one here. It says, and why does it matter to me so much? It is because I know what it is like to have something and then lose it. Badenoch told the audience, I don't want Britain to lose what it has. I grew up in a poor country and watched my relatively wealthy family become poorer and poorer. Despite working harder and harder, I grew up in a poor country and watched my relatively wealthy family become poorer and poorer, despite working harder and harder as their money disappeared with inflation. I came back to the United Kingdom at 16 with my father's last £100 in the hope of a better life. So I have lived with the consequences of terrible government that destroys lives, and I never, ever want it to happen here. Badenoch's remark has reignited criticism of Nigeria, her country of origin, where her previous comments have often sparked controversy. Vice President Kashim Shettima recently rebuked Badenoch, accusing her of constantly denigrating Nigeria. Before her election as the Conservative leader, Badenoch had referred to Nigeria as a socialist country plagued by corrupt politicians and insecurity. Nigeria is many things, a socialist country, not one of them. In a separate interview, she accused Nigeria's police. So the second one I want you to hold on to is this one. Actually, I'll play you the clip after this. In a separate interview, she accused the Nigerian police officers of robbing her and stealing her brother's shoes. She has also recounted personal struggles during her time in Nigeria, including walking long distances to fetch water, despite coming from a relatively affluent family. So I come from a reasonably affluent family, a decent enough background, and I've never fetched water in my life, so I'm not quite sure. I think she comes pretty much from a similar backdrop to me. In fact, in all ways, really, she comes from almost the exact same backdrop to me, and I've never fetched water in my life. So I'm not quite sure where she's getting all these narratives from, but that is big enough for you, of course. She will throw any and everything under the bus in order then for her to acclimatize to the British ways. Where is the... Yes, let me give you Femi Badenoch's response, and then I will give you also the response of a Nigerian card, CAD, a card. That is a rascally fellow in the UK. But let me give you Femi Badenoch's response first. I don't want Britain to be poor like Nigeria. My wealthy family became poorer there because of terrible government. Kemi Badenoch. So that's from the kind of highlighting the comments that especially offend him. I would rather live in poor Nigeria than in rich Britain, where men marry men, women marry women, homosexuality and bisexuality is encouraged, pedo is celebrated, transgenders are empowered. I think all of that goes under the Trump administration, doesn't it? Bestiality is tolerated. And by the way, when it says bestiality is tolerated, there is some semblance of truth to that. There's the United Kingdom is composed of different nations. I think about 4. There's England, there's Scotland, there's Ireland, there's Wales. So the Welsh, they have a particular habit that a lot of they have a lot of ships there. That's SHEEP. They have a lot of ships in Wales, and they don't have a lot of women. So that bestiality has there's a colloquialism around that about they call them sheep shaggers, not to put too fine a word on it. I would rather live in a poor Nigeria than in a rich Britain, where men marry men, women marry women, homosexuality and bisexuality is encouraged, pedo is celebrated, transgenders are empowered, bestiality is tolerated, gender is eroded, perverts, deviants, and child etc. hold sway. Children are, it goes on and on, in its usual language. I would rather live in a poor Nigeria than a rich Britain, where Christians are derided, Muslims are hated, churches are empty, mosques are, so it goes on. I think it's a Tom Bean sort of a session. So that's Fanika responding to her right there. So that's when Daniel Bwala also responds to her, but I'm not going to give you Daniel Bwala's response because it's of a similar ilk to what we're getting from Fanika right there. But I will give you the response of this chap though. I'll give you the response of this chap. Nigerian man in the United Kingdom returns items Kemi Badenoch claimed were stolen from her in Nigeria. So here is the guy. All these my shoes were stolen and everything. So this guy now takes it upon himself to return all these alleged items in order that there may be peace. So I think there's actually a clip of it. I think this was a clever little ditty by this guy. So yes, let's watch this.
My experience with the police in Nigeria was very negative, and coming to the UK, my first experience with the police was very positive. The police in Nigeria rob us.
Is it played?
So when people say, my experience with the police in Nigeria was very negative, and coming to the UK, my first experience with the police was very positive. The police in Nigeria rob us. So when people say, I have this bad experience with the police because I'm black and they're white, I was like, what the hell? I remember the police stole my brother's shoes and his watch. His shoes? Yeah, they took his shoes and his watch. It's a very poor country, so people do all sorts of things, and
yeah, this is the shoe. Thank you so much. All right, sir. What's your name?
So there is the guy right there. Who has gone and bought and returned the shoes. So maybe we can have some peace now. So I thought that was quite clever by that guy actually. I wish I thought of that. I would have done it myself. Nigerian man in the United Kingdom has taken it upon himself to replace items Kemi Badenoch claimed were stolen from her in Nigeria and personally delivered them to her home. Recall that the prominent United Kingdom politician and member of the Conservative Party had accused the Nigerian police of stealing her brother's shoes and watch. Kemi Badenoch has really been vocal in criticizing Nigeria and all the country represents. In a video making the rounds, on the internet, the UK-based Nigerian man went to a shoe store and bought the said shoes and wristwatch and went on to Kemi Badenoch's residential home to deliver the items. So watch the video below. So we've just watched the video now. And Nigerian man in the UK returns items. So now that the items have been returned, now maybe we can have peace in the land. So well done to that chappie right there. So that was quite clever, I thought. Let's go on to this. Police debunks report of high crime rates in Lagos. So the attempts to demarket Lagos is very much afoot, and that is coming out of that road Viva cost. You know, still that real grind, that real bite of losing an election. Now they want to demarket the state and the country. Police debunk report of high crime rates in Lagos. So the police command in Lagos State has debunked a publication alleging high crime rates in the state. The command's spokesperson, CSP Benjamin Hundeyin, refuted the report in a statement on Monday in Lagos. He said the publication in the Guardian newspaper, you have to say that it's quite concerning that a newspaper of the esteem of Guardian will carry such a story, especially if it's not verified. He said the publication in the Guardian newspaper on Monday with the headline concerns as Lagos State grapples with high crime rates despite closed circuit television cameras was false. It has come to the attention of the command, a publication alleging high crime rates in Lagos. In debunking this preposterous claim, it is worthy to first mention that this story was written as far back as July 2024, but for some inexplicable reason, the newspaper chose to release the story on January the 20th, a clear 6 months after, without any effort to update it to reflect current reality. So I didn't refute it that it was not true as at the time or it's not true as of now. Most importantly, empirical statistics have shown that the thrust of the story is baseless and unfounded, he said. According to him, a few months back, Lagos State unanimously adjudged the safest state in Lagos State was, that should say. According to him, a few months back, Lagos State was, that should say, unanimously adjudged the safest state in the country. This development made the state a one-stop destination for all Nigerians and visitors, especially during the Yuletide. It is on record that over 500,000 people entered Lagos State in December alone, and 90% of them remained in the state within the same period, and near zero crime was recorded. You know, I was actually wondering about the policing of that dirty December. I was expecting incidents of RAPE, and I think they managed to cage the area boys for that period, or the area boys caged themselves. Hundeyin said that the CCTV cameras installed by the state government had aided in the arrest of many criminal suspects. So the command can confirm that the CCTV cameras installed had indeed aided in the monitoring and arrest of many criminally minded elements even before they could carry out their nefarious activities. That some of these achievements do not make it to the news does not mean that they are not happening, he said. According to him, the Lagos State Commissioner, CP Olanrewaju Ishola, condemns the ill-thought-out decision of the media house to publish an outdated story capable of causing needless panic within the state. He said that CP Ishola further called on readers to ignore the publication and go about their lawful duties without any fear of harassment or intimidation. The image maker said the CP assured residents and visitors to the state of adequate security. CP Ishola assures that adequate human material and operational resources have been strategically deployed across the length and breadth of the state to ensure optimum safety and security of all and sundry, he said. So there it is. Operation The Market is never going to stop, you know. It will only really stop round about towards Christmas time in 2027. After the defeat is now absolute, and after they have Nawapa, as Tinubu said they will do. That's just what that needs to happen. So we're back to the Farotimi space again, and the troops, the empire always rallies around its own kind, and the empire rallies around. You see this fight that Dele Farotimi has taken on is not one that he can win. Ganifa Wehimi's daughter blast Farotimi for allegedly defaming Afe Babalola. So now, he now has to take on the Fawe. Is he going to now rubbish the Ganifa Wehimi family name as well as every other family name that is rubbishing, because it's being backed by some raw meat eaters from wherever it is they come from. Ganifa Wehimi's daughter blast Farotimi for allegedly defaming Afe Babalola. Bashirat Fawemi Biobaku, first daughter of the late social critic and rights activist. And if there was ever a rights activist, you know, a lot of the law books that are being, especially a lot of the citations of judgments, a lot of those books are actually published by Ganifa Emi, is a publishing firm. So this guy is not only a senior lawyer, he's also an academician. And he only graduated with a pass, by the way, but still a luminary nevertheless. Bashirat Fawemi Biobaku, first daughter of the late social critic and rights activist Chief Gani Fawemi, has taken a swipe at human rights activists. What human rights has this guy activated that they keep on? I don't know quite what human rights credentials Farotimi has, that they continue to describe him as a human rights activist. It's an obedient supporter and an erstwhile lawyer. So I'm not quite sure what is a CV in human rights activism that he gets that appellation. Pardon me. We would like to see the super chats rolling in just as much as they can. This year is a super chat. Likes and subscribers is a numbers game this year. We're going for it all out, you know, all guns blazing. Bashirat Fawemi Biobaku, first daughter of the late social critic and right activist Chief Femi Gani Fawemi, has taken a swipe at human rights activist Dele Farotimi over what she described as baseless accusations against the founder of Afe Babalola University Ado-Ekiti, Are Afe Babalola. She stated this at the 21st anniversary of Chief Gani Fawemi's annual lecture held in Lagos Airport Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos State. Recall that Dele Farotimi accused the legal luminary in his book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System of using his influence to corrupt the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Fawemi Biobaku noted that his allegations did not only defame the elder statesman, but also the sanctity of the Supreme Court and the integrity of the judiciary. She urged Nigerians who are advocates of justice to resist the temptation to allow false narratives to overshadow the monumental contributions of the likes of Are Afe Babalola. Her words: I seek the permission of this noble gathering to call to mind what the former emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, aptly said, and this is the quotation: throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who should have acted, the indifference of those who should have known better, and the silence of the voice of justice when it mattered the most that has made it possible for evil to triumph. A recent publication, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System, by one Mr. Dele Farotimi, exemplifies this troubling trend. The author maligns not only Are Afe Babalola, but also the sanctity of the Supreme Court and the integrity of the judiciary at large. The author hinged his outburst on the case of Major Muritala Gbadamoshi Eletu versus HRH Oba Tijani Akinloye. While a constructive criticism aimed at reform is welcome, it is crucial to distinguish between genuine calls for improvement and baseless accusations that erode public trust. As we honor the ideals of Fawehimiism and the legacy of Chief Gani Fawehimi, let us reaffirm our commitment to defending the judiciary and its stalwarts. Are Afe Babalola's story demonstrates that greatness is achieved through unwavering dedication, integrity, and service to humanity. We must resist the temptation to allow false narratives to overshadow the monumental contributions of individuals like Are Afe Babalola. Instead, let us celebrate their achievements and draw inspiration from their lives to build a future where justice and truth prevail. In conclusion, I urge us all to carry forward principles of justice, fairness, and service that Are Afe Babalola and Gani Fawehimi epitomize. May we continue to honor their legacies by upholding the values they so fiercely defended. So that is the empire rallying around its own kind. It's a battle that this latter-day Rastafarian can never win. The latter-day Rastafarian, Ozokiombe Dezani, did not acquire $52.8 million assets. She was linked to sell a narrative. So this is any and everything hinging. If a rascally boy picks his mother's pocket, his mother's purse, I know that Dezani will get the blame. So here she is clapping, but I think she actually mentioned somebody. That's what brought it to the fore. Mike Ozokome, counsel to Dezani Alison Madueke, a former minister of petroleum resources, says his client did not acquire the $52.88 million Galactica assets. Ozokome said Alison Madueke's name was attached to the assets to sell the storyline and tarnish the image of the former minister using a bouquet of consistent, persistent, and unrelenting cocktail of falsehoods and misinformation. In March 2023, the United States Department of Justice announced the final resolution of 2 civil cases on the forfeiture of the luxury assets laundered in and through the country in a case involving Alison Madueke and her associates. Alison Madueke's associates named in the forfeiture case are Kola Aluko, a Nigerian businessman, and Jide Omokore, chairman of Atlantic Energy Drilling Concept Nigeria Limited. The U.S. government said Alison Madueke and her associates purchased luxury real estate in California and New York, as well as the Galactica Star, a 65-meter super yacht, using proceeds of those illicitly awarded contracts. Alison Madueke was Minister of Petroleum Resources 2010 to 15. She has been facing litigation over alleged corruption perpetrated during her stint as minister. On January the 10th, the Nigerian and United States government signed an asset return agreement on $52.88 million recovered from the Galactica assets. Lateef Fagbemi, Attorney General of the Federation, had said the $50 million of the repatriated funds will be utilized through the World Bank to partly fund the rural electrification project. So that is to tell you that it's going to be rerouted. That's when they tell you it will be rerouted to some funky cool Medina. That's to tell you it will be rerouted. He added that the remaining part of the fund, so what's remaining, if you are already spending the 50 million out of 52 million, so what's remaining there? He added that the remaining part of the funds will be disbursed as a grant to International Institute of Justice to support the rule of law and counter-terrorism projects. So that's to be stolen as well. So all this ambiguous, nondescript, whatever it is, meaningless nonsense. Let's just say, is there more to come? Let's have a look. Right. In the statement, Ozekome, a senior advocate of Nigeria, said Galactica yacht was acquired by Aluko, who he said had been in the oil and gas business before Alice Madueke became minister. The lawyer said the former minister was only involved in the final stage of the contract linked to the assets. The yacht, Galactica, was neither owned nor ever used by our client, Adezani. Has in fact never set her eyes on the yacht. Ozekome said, Kola Aluko is an experienced businessman who had been in business well before Dezani became the minister, whatever it is. The only tenuous basis for deliberately linking Dezani to the said yacht is the false narrative that the strategic alliance agreement which were entered into between Kola Aluko and Jide Omokore's Atlantic Energy Company and NNPC were allegedly corruptly awarded to the said companies by Dezani. So there is Dezani trying to unbuckle herself from the plethora of corruption allegations. I don't know. There's been so much mudslung at that lady that it's almost inevitable that she'll be done for something. Let's go on from that to this. O&O wins Angolan bid round for Kwanzaa Basin Block KON13. So at least now they cannot accuse him now. What's the Tinubu influence in this? So as Oando now reaches beyond the shores of Nigeria, I'm sure they'll still find some Tinubu angle to it. The Angolan Upstream Petroleum Regulatory National Agency for Petroleum, Gas and Biofuel, they like their acronyms in Africa, don't they, has announced the result of the limited public tender for Block KON13 located in Kwanzaa Offshore Basin. In a statement, the AMPG reports that Oando Energy is the designated operator of the block with 45%. The tender was made public on May the 24th, 2024, and the bidding was held on September the 3rd of the same year. The regulator said that 10% of participating interest is still available for award for non-operator status, and that the award process for that minority stake will be carried out through a restricted competition to companies that applied and did not win, the operator said. O&O, a Nigerian E&P independent, has been keen on gaining access into Angolan hydrocarbon property for over a decade. In 2014, Bola Tinubu was not president even Buhari was not president in 2014. No. In 2014, Wale Tinubu, CEO of O&O PLC, disclosed in a media chart that the company has signed a joint venture with Angola and Mozambique. But as the company has struggled financially over most of those last 10 years, it wasn't clear that it's still kept in view of its Pan-African ambitions. But O&O, which only so the money came in when Tinubu came into government. Now they're sweeping up the rest of Africa, the whole of Africa. But O&O, which only in September 2024 took over operatorship of 4 oil mining leases in onshore central Niger Delta Basin, Nigeria, from Italian ENI, now has a lot more on its plate with the Angolan entry. So there's the O&O space expanding into Africa. So we like to see that anyway. Go beyond the shores, go forth and multiply, as the saying goes. Go forth and multiply. So I want to show you this one now. Let me just give you this one as a headline. Increase in pump price not from us. This is Dangote. So there was the story circulating then that Dangote had put up the price of petroleum. So they yet again had to make a public statement. We wish to clarify that the recent adjustment in our ex-depot price of premium motor spirit petrol is directly related to the significant increase in global crude prices. As crude remains the primary input in the production of PMS, any fluctuation in its international price inevitably impacts the cost of the finished product. At Dangote Petroleum Refinery, we recognize the crucial importance of affordable fuel for all Nigerians, and we remain committed to offering the best value with guaranteed quality to our customers. While we have made a 5% adjustment to our ex-depot price from 899 to 950 per liter, it is important to note that this increase is considerably lower than the 15% rise in global crude price, which has seen Brent crude rise from $70 to $82 in a matter of days. So there it is right there. So it's the vagaries of the market. I think Nigerians they need to grow up in that country and understand then that we are neither an island nor are we isolated from the rest of the world. So it's the vagaries of the market that necessitates in most instances and necessitates in this instance as well. The vagaries of the market. The vagaries of the market. Let me show you this clip. Imagine if this was in Nigeria. Let me show you this clip, and I want you to set your imagination that this was in Nigeria and the person being ferried around is your president. I want you to count as many vehicles as you can in this little vignette that we're about to see now. I stopped counting at 500 vehicles. So I stopped counting at 500 vehicles. It was vehicles. So that's the American president, of course. It was an endless convoy of SUVs. Each of those vehicles, each of what you're seeing on your screen right there, the better part of $1 million. So keep counting. Every vehicle there, pick $1 million, $2 million, and it goes on endlessly. So you say, yes, it's the president of America, etc., etc. So extrapolate that and condense it into your Nigerian space. What Tinubu convoys, not even forget Tinubu, what the Nigerian president convoys is about 5% of this. So you see just this one vehicle that you're seeing on your screen right there is just this one singular vehicle that Tinubu bought, and they want to set the country aflame. Donald Trump is rocking in about 500 of them just to go for lunch in Mar-a-Lago. So there it is right there. So those are the realities of life. And by the way, you see his son and wife up on the presidential jet soon. But then of course double standards. So there's that. Let me rattle you through some clips that we have. Let's kick it off with it. I did say to you that it looks as though the Obidients are now getting fed up with the Bulabalus and the Bulabas. Actually, before I play you that, let me play you. Let me actually play you the Obi-Wan first. It looks as though the Obidients are getting fed up with the Bulabalus and the Bulabas or that they are coming up with.
And welcome. My name is Magnus Oraka, and this is Woto TV. Are you aware now that a group of Tinubu supporters online are now making their presence felt? Are you aware? And for some reason, dissenting voices are being picked, or if not picked, there is a certain degree of fear that is being sown on people who will not support Tinubu. You know, it's amazing that the direct victims of today's failures in our polity are the very ones showing the greatest degree of complacency. It's a pity for me. It's really a pity. I have told the story of what it was during my time. I was a beneficiary of schools that we didn't pay fees. I remember in my secondary school back in the early 80s, I didn't pay for books. I didn't pay for uniforms. I didn't pay for soap. And we all know who you are. Thank God Peter Obi doesn't need to pay anybody. I've been campaigning for Peter Obi for how many years now? I think I'm still one of the very few people that have remained online, still supporting Peter Obi. On my wall, since the campaign, during the campaign, after the campaign, I still have Peter Obi's banner on my. Let me show you, because every time I've been saying this, they'll think this. Let me show you. It's the first thing you see when you come to visit me. So a lot of you who use Peter Obi to grow your page, let me show you my. See, I don't know. See, this is Peter Obi. See it on my wall. You see how big it is? Very big. You see, it's been this is almost 3 years now. I'm still on my wall. I'm still one of the very few people that once I stick on something, I remain that thing. So let me just wrap up the video saying here. So a lot of you say you are an Obi supporter, you're Obi supporter, but a lot of you have dropped. You use Peter Obi to grow your page to where it is, but you have dropped it. We need to salvage this country. Our support for Peter Obi is not because he's from the southeast or because he's Igbo. It's because he's the very few person we believe is not tainted by this corrupt environment. My name is Magnus Oraka. Please follow this page and share this post now. And please, we need your support to grow this page. We need financial support to grow this page. Now where person they work, now they job. I know we shame to ask. Thank you very much.
Every time they keep saying Nigeria is bad. Nothing works in Nigeria. Nigeria is not working. Things are not going well. You know? How can things go well? How can Nigeria be better? When, you know, a man of 57, 58 will be talking rubbish on social media, will be talking like this man. A man that is pushing 60 will be talking trash like this. And you expect Nigeria to get better? You expect Nigeria to get better? When you say a stupid, when they say a stupid old man, it means that old man was once a boy, was once a stupid boy, before that person became a stupid old man. How can this man be talking like this? First, it starts from where, Nigerian youth. They are beginning to understand Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president now. They are beginning to support him now. And they don't want that. No be your papa contest election. You no contest election. Now be contest election. He lose. You don't want Nigerian youth to support their president good policy? Like policy of this reform bill. Derivation, the money that will go to, that they will share because of the population. The president is trying to balance things. So that those that have the population who say they are more population, to use that population to do something about their region, not to just sit and expect tasks collected from other region to be shared equally, and you even take it the lion's share. And Nigerian youth feels what the president is saying is the best way to go. They will support him. Whenever he's doing something, they feel that's what Nigeria wants. And you don't like it, old man, you don't like it. You want to continue them to keep attacking this man. At the end, can you get this? Come on now. So you contested the election. You went to court. The court says you lose. Obi did not go to court because he wins the election. No. Obi did not say he win that election. That's not the reason why Obi went to court. People were hoping on Atiku, who were talking about a Tinubu certificate. Then that's it. Atiku went there for Tinubu certificate, not that he win also. And after almost by May to be 2 years, and you are still crying, still need money. My brother, wait till 2027. And you think Obi is going to make that wave again? Obi going to get that 6.something million again? My brother, think again. Obi have disgraced himself enough. People know his words now. People know what he can do, what he cannot do. Obi is just only running his mouth. Obi was the governor of Anambra State. Show me the foundation he laid there. Obi is not even staying in the southeast. He's staying in Lagos. Lagos where another Tinubu even built. Let him go back to Anambra and stay there. What the fuck is wrong with you that you have to go to your backyard and say you still have the picture of Obi support your rubbish? They should support your foolishness. You are now still asking money when your mates they donated almost 30 to 40 million. The car you are using now, they bought it for you. You got it through this obedient rubbish. About 40 million were donated to you. Is that not enough for you to start life with it? At least start something doing, still come on social media begging people, support us, give us money. Are you not ashamed of yourself? What have you, tell me what you have contributed, like for that country to be a better place? Only to be extracting money from people that they should hate, that you are seeing people now. Magnus, you are a disgrace. You are a disgrace. The other day, your father burial, you were insulting your family, insulting your siblings. They should come and build house for your papa. They should come and buy a casket. They should go, how much for a drink? You are a disgrace. After 50-something years in the north, you have company. You sometimes will be bragging. You have company. You have a company. Nobody sees your company. You are social media talking trash every day. This is trash. Over almost 60 years old man talking like this. Election is over. You no contest election. Your papa no contest election. Election is over. What are you talking about? You have a big poster in your backyard for? For what? For what? Obi have son. Obi have his own children. He have his own. Why his son is not coming and still crying? Election is over. Telling your obedient. Obedient. Fuck you and your stupid obedient. You think people have time for that rubbish? Oh, obedient. You think that rubbish you people did that time you can repeat it again? Try it 2027. God punish you. You are very stupid and foolish. Nigeria used to join you in this your hate. You can hate the president. You can't remove him. It's your president. It's your president. The man is just 1 year plus in office. Things are not perfect in Nigeria. Hunger. Nigeria is facing so many, economic crisis, But you criticize the president not based on you, I will be there, will be all those rubbish you used to do. No. I'm talking to you like this now because if you are attacking the president, things are wrong as a Nigerian. I will understand, not coming through like obedient, you are this, that one in party. Man, go to hell. Obi cannot even solve the problem in his party. Are you out of your fucking mind? You must be sick. You think that thing that you people did, use obedient, attack anybody that criticizes obedient and use it to enrich yourself. People donate it. Try it again this time. Idiot. We are here talking trash. They should join you in your madness.
All right, so there it is. There is one thing in life, very, very important, that is a skill that everybody must make an effort to acquire. You have to make the effort to acquire the skill to recognize moments, that's one, and then to recognize transitions, that's two. The two of them are interlinked. You have to be alive to the moments that you're in at every single moment, even in conversations, even in relationships. You have to be alive to the moment. And it's because if you're alive to the moment, then you recognize the transition. So the language of fed upness is getting very, very much embedded into that obedient narrative, but they are not recognizing. Well, I saw Aisha yesterday on whatever it is, some channel, still doing Tinubu is not my. In this day and I kid you not, as of today, she's still hatcheting down, and Tinubu is not my 30 times. She's still doing that, and this chappie now. He's still saying, oh, I am still obedient. Please throw me your dollars. Where is the super chat? Where is the Twitter gun? Where is the did that? Where is the stars on? You know, it's still on that same hustle. When that space, the more clued up, and that guy, a good example of the more clued up members of that space, they're recognizing the transition from that election to the realism of the life that they live now, and what portends for the future. So that's where their narrative is now. But all these convergence from the back of beyond, they've just happened upon an opportunity that flashed them up in the twilight of their being. So they've gotten this moment of sparkle, and then they are clinging onto that moment of sparkle without really being conscious or being astute enough to recognize that transition in time. Even the Italians are fed up with the obedient narrative. The Italians are fed up with your face. So shut up with your face, as the Italians will. Enough already, as the Americans will say. Enough already. Enough already. And the country transitioning as we just said. And it looks as though we are transitioning out of the woods into a brighter time. At least that is the assurance that your government is giving you. Watch this.
The economy was largely distorted. If you wanted to manufacture something and you set up a factory, you need to do a lot of hard work and pray to God and face a lot of risk, and there's no guarantee you even break even. But if you are very close to someone in government, maybe CBN, you don't need to put money down. They just need to allocate $1 million to you. You don't need to pay. We allocate to you on credit. You pay by the following day or evening. Take $1 million at $460. Sell it at $750. Easily, you have made close to 300 million naira without lifting a finger. The guy that is building factory is still trying to finalize documentation for C of O for the land. You've cleaned out with 300 million. So why should you stress yourself? You then direct all your energy towards building those connections so you can make the easy money. But for every 1 naira that is made like that, it is the blood of the Nigeria economy that is being extracted. It is the seed that we should have been planted that was being eaten. We were suffocating the real sector. Many of the companies that exited, it was the closing chapter for them. It was a build-up of so many things. Anyway, I think enough said. That is what was. Now, what is? How about now? I'll be dishonest if I stand here and I say to you that it's all fine now. Of course, you won't even believe that because you're smart people. So we're not there yet. But you know what? They say it is always darkest before dawn. I personally believe, and this is based on data, that the worst is behind us. And it can only get better going forward. Like my brother Shegun said, this is not a prayer. I believe in prayers, but this is not prayers. This is telling you facts based on data, the way I see them. Why do I say that? For the first time in my adult life in Nigeria, Nigeria is carrying out structural reforms. This is when you see a house that is almost falling down and you just paint it. That's what we're doing before. This time around we say, let's break down, pull down the walls and rebuild the foundations. That is structural. Do you know how many times Nigeria removed fuel subsidy in the past? I've lost count. I don't know anybody here who knows how many times since independence we had removed fuel subsidy. Why is it that it's always coming back? Does it have 9 lives? It was because We thought we removed subsidy, but we knew we did not. You can only remove subsidy when you set the market structures for price determination. If that structure has not been set, you know what? Even when the president said May 29 subsidy was gone, we didn't set that market mechanism, was not set. So people started looking at the price. NNPC will say, don't worry, that's not the price. NNPC will say, the price is this. NNPC was setting the price of PMS. Before we could blink, subsidy was back. And the other thing about this subsidy is that the level of fraud and corruption inside it is better imagined. Because the incentive for fraud is so huge, there's almost nothing else you could do but to remove that subsidy. As painful as it has been, I believe that it is the necessary decision that we eventually took as a country. And we can now say that for once, subsidy is gone. I'm not sure I'll be very popular with these words I'm saying, but it's good that this is being recorded. Maybe about 2 years later, some people will watch it and say yes. Now, I'll tell you, in terms of what is, 3 things that stand out for me. One of it is economic stability. Okay? You know, stability does not mean that you are in the place you want to be. It means that you stop going up and down, because not knowing whether you're up or down in itself is stressful and it can be painful. Right? Market confidence is returning. Do you know that one of the indicators is when foreign portfolio investment is coming, it's an indicator of confidence, but short-term confidence. But it is confidence. When foreign direct investments start coming in, that is long-term confidence. But you know what? Locally within Nigeria, there's a measurement. It is the capital market. The capital market is not stupid. When you pay for the price of any shares in the stock market, you are not buying today, you are buying tomorrow. That is why Tesla, for example, the profit they are making, in fact, Amazon made losses for only God knows how many decades. And their share values were going up, right? Nvidia started making profit not long ago. So people were buying tomorrow. So people are seeing tomorrow. And that is why for the past 2 years, our capital market has done well, and it can do even better. Let me give you another important data. Our fuel consumption, just PMS, was said to be around 70 million liters a day. That's what they told us. We had no other means of verifying whether it is true or not, right? NMDPRA says for truck out, as you carry it and you leave, their own count was around 66 million liters a day. But you know what? It is now down to around 40 or even less. You know that difference we have saved is equivalent to at least $20 million per day. I'm not saying that is government revenue. I'm saying that is the demand pressure on FX that has disappeared. $20 million every day has disappeared in terms of what we needed to find, or the opportunity cost of the crude oil would have sold. Just imagine pressure of $20 million every day coming back. Right? And do you know that, in my own estimation, 90% of our economic problems, as we can see them, are tied to FX. So people think it's fuel subsidy removal. No, it is not. The fuel subsidy removal is very marginal impact. I looked at the exchange rate of South Africa 10 years ago, the exchange rate of Kenya 10 years ago, and the exchange rate of our dear country Nigeria 10 years ago. I looked at their imports to GDP, exports to GDP, and the nets for the past 10 years. Guess what? Nigeria was not doing worse than South Africa or Kenya. And if Nigerian Naira had maintained the same level of stability as Kenya shillings or South African rand, do you know that naira today will be about 260 naira to the dollar? Don't do any magic. Just the same level with your peers who's there. But why is it? Imagine if naira were to be 260 to the dollar today. Even PMS itself, it will respect itself. It will be around 200 and something. Band A, nobody will complain about Band A. Inflation will not be 34%, right? So why is it that naira is 1,500 and something? You know what I found out? My brother answered part of the question, but that is the official part. The official part is level of supply and demand. I just told you now that our supply and demand is no worse than Kenya and South Africa, right? People who say Nigeria is heavily import dependent. It's a lie. Import to GDP is under 20%. Most countries, including Africa, they have, even China that is producing for the world, it's more than that. I'll tell you the biggest problem. And we need to be honest with ourselves. Nigeria's biggest problem with FX is not the supply of FX. It is the illicit demand for FX. If I want to be politically correct, I'll say discretionary demand for FX.
So there it is right there. As we've always said on this platform, it's those looted monies from the Buhari administration that is finding legitimacy in the currency. That's really what is pushing that. That's what he said in not so many words. But there it is right there. I'll play you about 3 more clips. But this now next clip that I'm about to play you is probably going to get me excommunicated from the Yoruba community. It's going to, I'm going to be on Yoruba for reasons of this clip that I'm about to play you. So have you ever wondered why Yoruba people tend to carry their shoulders so high and try to act as though they are above? Have you ever wondered why? There is a reason, and this clip that I'm about to play you now explains to you all you need to know as to why the Yoruba people carry their shoulders so high. So I'm only ever going to play this clip once, and I want you to pay keen attention. You are paying keen attention to not anything other than the little boy. That's all I'm giving you. So if you've ever wondered why Yoruba people tend to carry their shoulders so high, it's all encapsulated in this clip that I'm about to play you. And the encapsulation is in the little boy in the clip. It doesn't say anything, but just keep beady eyes on this little boy, and then it tells you everything you need to know as to why the Yoruba people carry their shoulders so high. This is only ever going to be played once, so watch keenly. And that is all you ever need to know. And well, sorry, but that's all. If you've ever wondered, there it is right there. If you've ever wondered, there it is right there. But if you want to offend Yemsen Wike, do you know what you can say to him? Call him an Igbo man. I dare you. And then you get this.
No, don't go there, no. I'm a typical unrepresentable Igbo man. I'm not an Igbo. Listen, get it clear. I have no problem with Igbo people, and I have not had problem with them. I'm associated with Igbo people. The mere fact, we're all in southeastern Nigeria. The mere fact we're in northern Nigeria, does it make you an Hausa man? Does it make you a Fulani man? Does it make you a Kanuri person? Does it make you not a thief person? The mere fact that you share some similarities, the languages are close. Does it make you that you are sorry for? I mean, what is all this thing? Senator Mata has a right to associate with whoever he wants to associate. I, as Ezewo, yes, Wike, an unrepentable Ikwere man, an unrepentable Igro man, I'm not an Igbo man.
Okay, but are you happy that an Ikwere man
want to say
is Ohanese president?
Please, I'm not a member of Ohanese. So what? I'm not a member. How can you tell me? I don't know what they're doing there.
He's a kinsman.
But by default, now your kinsman is the chairman.
What benefit will I derive? Something I'm not a member of. You know what is there. You know why you are there. You know the benefit that will accrue to you. So if it's going to be good, okay. But as Obidients, they have spoken. And Obidients have said, count us out. And where Obidients is where I am. I will never, for anything, no matter the disadvantage. Some of my fellow colleagues come to tell me, don't talk on this, I said, talk on what? You know, my opposition. I said, So, because...
So there it is right there. So that's Yemsin Wike there. And if you want to offend him, tell him that he's not an Ikwere man. But Nigerians, Nigerians are, for all of the mosques and all of the churches that you have an abundance on any and every street in Nigeria, Nigerians are actually an ungodly bunch. We are an ungodly people. There is no doubt about that. The Nigerian people, every single one of them, they are ungodly people. Watch this.
The joint security forces drove miles away from the city to Dede Saburi, then proceeded to Dede Panteka Market, where intelligence reports revealed that stolen manhole covers were kept in the market. Upon arrival at the market, the team spread into groups to search the entire Panteka Market. Shop owners were made to open their shops for searching as heavy manhole covers stolen from the city were being recovered. The heavy presence of armed personnel secured safety for unarmed personnel of the team to recover stolen manhole covers. Briefing newsmen on the operation, the FCT Police Commissioner, CP Olatunju Disu, said Panteka and scavenging activities remain banned in the FCT. He said about 20 manhole covers were recovered during the operation.
Operatives of the task force today, and you witnessed the success that have been recorded today. The men started the operations yesterday, and today we recorded the wonderful success of recovery of over 20 manhole covers in just one shop at Dede Panteka.
So there it is right there. So it was that statement that I wanted him to land on. They recovered 20 manhole covers. So those manhole covers, when these people steal it and go and sell it to the buyers know where they're coming from, and they know the consequences of those manhole being removed. But who go die, so long as I make my extra 2 naira. So there's that. But what really struck me was that he said they recovered 20 manhole covers from just one shop. Can you imagine? So what's going on in the other shops then? So you can then extrapolate and project then that within that market space there were hundreds of manhole covers that have been unplugged to make the roads unsafe and sold on to these people that will go and smelt it and turn it into cooking pots and whatnot. Nigerians, a very ungodly bunch. A very ungodly bunch. But is this now next clip that I'm about to play you? Is it ungodly as well? This is K1. Just as I've always imagined him to be. So nothing surprises me in this. This is K1, the ultimate or the original, whatever they call him. This is K1 as I've always imagined him.
Alaji Waswaide, don't lose more than one. Allah to you know, Allah de Kei Mamada. May our soul rest in peace. Àmọ́ mo wo fídíò kan circulate online lórí private conversation tẹ́yìn àti president Alhaji Wasiu Ayinde àti president ọjọ́ ní tó ń kí Alhaji Ayinde fún ti màmá wọn. Mi ò rò pé ó yẹ kí irú fídíò yẹn mi rò pé ó yẹ kó jẹ́ nǹkan tí ó máa bọ́ síta gbangba President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. La máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Ó pè yín, ó ń kí yín, ẹ ní láti put phone yẹn sí speaker. It shows your level of exposure. I'm sorry to say this, Mayegun, with due respect, level of exposure yín ò tó rárá. It shows you are not civilized. Or the president ń pè yín, ẹ ń fi conversation ẹ̀yin àti president. Ẹ ń fi conversation ẹ̀yin àti president and speaker. What does that imply? Kí gbogbo èèyàn lè mọ̀ pé president pè yín, kí lẹ tún fẹ́ now? Everybody mọ̀ pé ní cordial relationship pẹ̀lú president. Ìyẹn lásán, it's not for you. Kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́? It's an embarrassment to the office of the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe yẹn kò ń ṣe kọ́ kékeré o. Àfi tán bá kàn fẹ́ bá yín fojú fò lókù. Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yẹn àwọn DSS lè pick yín up lé lórí. Ẹ need láti expose the call. Private conversation ló yẹ kó jẹ́. Even kẹ́ wà láàrin èrò gan kí president pè yín gan ó yẹ kẹ́ excuse ara yín kẹ́ rọra bọ́ síbi tí àwọn èèyàn sí ni kẹ́ dẹ̀ receive call yín. Sí nǹkan téèyàn fi ń dẹmọ lórí yẹn náà. Ẹ mọyì àwọn tí president ti pè tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀ ní fojú sí wọn lára pé wọ́n ní contact president gan lọ́wọ́ ni tẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní mọ̀ kankan. Èyàn ò ní láti wà pompous láti wà arrogant lórí gbogbo nǹkan. I love your music o. I'm one of your fans even they like music yín but tọrọ kìíní kan máa sọ̀hún tójú bá ń ṣe pin èèyàn máa yọ èèyàn máa fi hàn ojú ni. You don't expose the call of President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's obnoxious. Kò bójú mu rárá. And ó dẹ̀ yẹ kẹ́ ẹ bọ́ síta kẹ́ ẹ tender public apology. Kẹ́ ẹ apologize to the office of the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Kẹ́ ẹ apologize fún President Tinubu gangan aṣíwájú. Kẹ́ ẹ dẹ̀ apologize fún Nigerians. Relationship yín àárín ẹ̀yin méjèèjì ló wà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bá president sọ̀rọ̀ gan issue mi tún nìyẹn but yín ò kẹ́ anybody. But torí pé ẹ ti jẹ́ kó bọ́ síta yẹn ó ti káàkiri orí social media. So ìyẹn làwọn èèyàn ṣe máa tẹnu bọ̀ ìyẹn lára ẹ̀ náà ṣe lọ opportunity láti dá sí. It doesn't speak well of you. Ara nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ ń sọ nípa personality yín nìyẹn. It doesn't speak well of you. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ fìyàn sí speak even tẹ́ bá fẹ́ fìyàn sí speaker kó má jẹ́ president gan as ẹni tó wà exposed tó wà civilized ẹ máa jẹ́ kẹ́ni yẹn mọ̀ pé ẹ ti put them on speaker o. Béèyàn ṣe máa ń ṣe nìyẹn. Ó tàbùkù president ó dẹ̀ tàbùkù.
So there it is right there. You can take the agbero from the slums, but you cannot take the slums from the agbero. So that K1, the original or whatever, is just a tout. Drape him in $1 million robe is still a tout. And that's what we've just discovered. Always and forever will be just a tout. I'll send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on. If you want the conversation, it is a participatory sport. You know, I don't like to bail out just as soon as that. But once I've done my bit, if there's nobody to conversate with, then there's nothing else I have to offer. So I'll send the link into the comment section. I'll play you one more clip. Play the Kegite music. If people turn up, we have a conversation. We go back to Yemsen Wike again. All guns blazing. Watch this.
Don't know. You want to hear security vote. FCT is federal capital territory that houses virtually the president, the vice president, everybody. You cannot own your own. It's not what I'm saying. We're not operating a full federal system. Mind you, to FCT is not like fully as a state as supposed to be.
But the courts have ruled
why
that
not? Why not wait? No, you only. So that's why in your station you carry wrong stories. What the Supreme Court interpreted FCT as a state is by election. They had the same status in election. After FCT is not a member of FAC. FCT does not collect from the federal allocation. We only take from what the federal government takes a 1%. So that when you are saying Supreme Court has interpreted, give the proper interpretation. And that's when I see what you will do in your station, I said, where are these people coming from? We are taking that political interpretation that for the purposes of this election, FCT is seen as a state does not mean per se that FCT is as a state collecting money from the federation account. Yeah. You must see you have to sit down.
Excellency, the Constitution says that Mr. President is the governor of FCT, Section 299, and we can see you also enjoying some of those powers. I mean, which FCT minister goes around with bags?
Why not listen?
Exercising the powers of the
why
governor?
not listen? That's why you misinform people. You see, you have quoted, Mr. President is the governor. We have agreed. He's the governor of what? FCT. In quote, governor. As a state, if actually it's a state, can you have a president at the same time as a governor? No, Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice. Educate the people. Yes. The point we are making, Mr. President is governor who oversees the federal capital territory. But the federal capital territory is not a state as per state in the sense that you can take allocation for the federation account. But you can, for whatever that comes to the federal government, you take 1% of that. Right? Now, so if you begin to see that, it is difficult. But if you are saying for political reasons, whether FCT should be seen as a state in terms of what percentage you should have to make you be victorious, say 2/3 or 1/3, as the case may be, FCT is counted as a state.
Perhaps the point you need to make, sir.
Yes.
So there it is right there. Yemsen Wike versus Yemsen Wike versus the Arise crew. That's a fight that I'm looking forward to. Actually, I'm looking forward to an interaction between Yemsen Wike and Rufai Oseni. I wonder who will straddle that. I cannot say Rufai Oseni besting Yemsen Wike or impossible. Impossicat, as they say in wherever they say that. I play the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section if anybody wants the conversation. The Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wike keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikokoniru Agbesheme death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, the elegant Hajia Adama. So there she is right there, Hajia Adama Nakwana to the Hajia right there. Of course, the unmissable, delightful voice of Baba is here. So there's Baba right there. Always a delight when Baba is here. Chioma, of course, the bell of the ball. Chioma is here, the bell of the ball. The indefatigable rational mind, of course, the mighty man is here. That's rational mind right there. Tony, of course, to put perspective on the excesses of the goings on around here. So that's Tony Africa. Tony, can you unmute and say something? You are in twice, so I can remove one. Unmute and say something, so I know which one is active. Tony. Oh, so that's Tony there twice. Maybe it's eating.
Yeah,
He will tell you
yeah,
that
I'm there.
okay.
It's back.
Oh, okay. I'll remove one. So you stay with that one. You are in
I'm
twice.
here. I'm here.
No,
I'm
that's fine.
eating.
No,
Okay.
it's fine. Yeah, you're eating pounded yam as always. So that's Tony right there. And Thomas is also here. He's here twice as well. So Thomas, like Tony, if you can unmute as well, then we know which one is active. Thomas, are you there? Thomas. Thomas is probably eating amala too. All right, so that's the assembled so far. Still plenty of room. The elegant Adama, the magnificent Chioma, the irresistible Baba, the Marmite that is rational mind, and Tony right there. So what more do you need? What more do you need? Certainly you need the voice of Chioma who kicks it off. Chioma, floor is yours.
Good evening, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Good evening to everyone on the show. Just do us a favor and click the. Sorry, I'm stretching. Click the like button. Support the platform with your dollars. Not Naira, because the value is really low right now. Sorry, that was a bad joke. But yeah, one man. I only came here to talk about two things, right? Kemi Badenoch and and then the last video of K1.
Yeah.
Yes. So first off with Kemi, I don't care what you guys say about her. She's still the GOAT, She's a legend, and I thank God for her life. And, I want you guys to remember me when she becomes one man's new prime minister. And I will not stop shouting about it, one man, when she becomes your prime minister. I'm her #1 supporter on this platform, in case you guys don't know. So she's my sister. Unlike some of you guys are not proud of her, I'm very, very proud of her. I'm proud of everything about her. I'm proud of her.
Please include my name now. There will be
Amen. I'm getting you. So I'm very proud of Kemi Badenoch, Oh, 191. Since the Yoruba Kemi. Kemi Adama.
I'm there for her. I'm there for her.
Yes, so Hachoraya at all.
She did do us a part.
Kemi 191. No.
Chioma, well, I think even I support Kemi Badenoch. So long as she stops this Onyara politics that she's playing, there's just the Onyara politics.
But now because of that Onyara, now I like her well.
Please.
No, I like it because of that. I like her because of that Onyara. I like her.
Woman, please, what is Onyara politics? Give us the definition of Onyara politics.
I want to know what Onyara means first before.
Onyara is the mad person.
Yes, exactly. So throwing her country under the bus, throwing her ancestral country under the bus in order to
OPP, opposite.
She asked me a question. Now, can I answer Tony? Throwing her ancestral country under the bus in order to curry favor in a space that is not really fully adopting her is Onyara politics. Onye beribe.
Chai. English. I will tell you motor financial civil like this. Imagine. Well, everyone you want help Choma na contacts which them I want.
Oh yeah, so Choma ya test sige bata.
Let's send a message to Choma. Choma number 2. Choma number 1.
And then go over to number 2.
And we call one young way could you get your attention?
Oh, your Tasha Sibo. Oh, you
want to have fun.
Moko continue in English. Let's continue.
Okay, sorry. So
yeah, I beg you. When you guys are doing your own batting here, nobody tells you to. Now we are getting a little flavor of East, and you're now suddenly you're up in arms. Look at this rational mind. It's a tribal bigot. I love the Igbo language. You know, in terms of Nigerian languages, I form associations. I see Igbo language as somewhat of a Germanic sort of a language, a hard-punching language. I see the northern language as somewhat of an Italian sort of intonation. I'm not quite sure. The Yoruba language, you wouldn't say is really, you can't really, maybe it's Chinese, I don't know. Sometimes it's just gibberish, but, yes. Sorry, carry on, John.
Yeah. Well, I have nothing to say against Kemi. She's a beautiful lady, very intelligent, well-spoken, eloquent, per usual. And
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wouldn't go as far as to reach to that depth of I would say she's pretty, but you wouldn't say she's beautiful. You're better looking than her. I wouldn't say I would say she's pretty, but I wouldn't say she's beautiful. I don't even think she would say she's beautiful.
Well, beauty is in the eyes. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And one man, I'm in a good mood. That's why I'm not even going off. I'm just gonna let you do you. I'm not even gonna go off. My usual boss. I'm not gonna do that tonight. But Kemi is a gorgeous woman, and I'm very proud of her and what she stands for. She's representing us very well, me in particular. So thank you, Kemi. God bless you. And you know what? Because of all this, negativity against her, I'm actually going to get on my knees and pray for her specifically. I'm going to keep her in my prayer so that she will win. She will become a prime minister. I am rooting for her, and I'm actually going to make it a point to keep her in my prayers every night, genuinely pray for her, because there's so many negativity against her, so many evil eyes in Nigeria against her, especially from men that are supposed to protect women. They're speaking negatively about an innocent woman. May God have mercy on you people. So that's all I have to say about Kemi. God bless you, sweetheart. Now K1, one man. Why would that man?
An innocent woman who just likes to slander Nigeria for the sport of it, Abby.
Like I said, as I said, I'm in a good mood. I'm not in my boss mood because, Trump is president. So I'm just like chilling, I'm not even going to be doing boss with you. So you can do you. You're not going to push my button. Okay. So as I was saying, back to K1, the ultimate, Wasu is a people's person. Everybody knows the kind of man he is. He's very humble, and all these people doing, I see what you, K1 and President Tinubu were like cool. They're very close, tight knit. You get my point? They go to each other's houses before he even became president. And, for some of you guys that don't know, Wasu is a king. Put some respect on his name. His name is Oba K1 for your information. And that's on period. And also, you guys need to understand.
King of where? Ajegunle Central.
In Ogun State, So He's a crown king. Yeah, in Ogun State, you know. I forgot the name of the king title he has.
You forgot the name of the hamlet, David, that they made that
It's something, yeah, something. Yeah, but no, but he's a king, you know, in Ijebu, you know, and yeah, and he's an important person. So you guys don't reduce him. Even that guy that's
sorry, Choma. You know what rankled that guy somewhat, and I was on board with him as well. There's two things that rankled him. First, he referenced the president on first name terms. So no matter how body they are, the levels have changed. When the guy is the embodiment of a nation state, so at least put some respect on it. So and then no. Forget it. Whether you like yes, but it's still a nation. And it's still
you're the one interrupt. Is this your submission or my submission? Because you're taking over my. And then you're gonna give me 30 seconds when you're done.
All right,
are you gonna give me 30 seconds when you're done? Thank you.
All right,
as I was saying before, one man rudely interrupted me. Okay, Wasu is an honorable man. You know, he sits on the table. So, you know, put some respect on his name. Stop acting like he's a nobody now. He's a whole king. So put some respect on his MF thing. Okay? He is king as F. Period. So, another thing you guys need to understand, a whole Biden be on FaceTime conversation with normal civilians in the US. You know, and they're like shouting, "Oh my God, it's Biden," and it's all televised. The whole world can hear Biden. Yeah, okay, that Nigerian man that was in Biden's cabinet, he called his son to tell him that, oh, I am in Biden's cabinet, and Biden called his son. I don't know how the conversation took place, but Biden and his son were having a conversation, and it was televised. The whole Good Morning America featured the conversation. Biden talks to a lot of American citizens just casually, and it's televised and it's for fun. And people just like feel happy and feel cool and they feel like they can relate to the president. Why do we put our leaders to this high pedestal like they're untouchable? This is why the country cannot work, because y'all cannot hold nobody accountable. You cannot relate to these people. You feel like they're God. They are not. We are on the same level. We breathe the same air. Okay, I'm going to heaven. I don't know where Tinubu is going, but I know for sure I'm going to heaven. Is he going to go to heaven? I don't know. So at the end of the day, we're all human beings created by one God.
Are you sure you are going to heaven? When did you book that flight?
I am going to heaven.
You allow her to do her submission. What is your problem?
When did you book that flight? With your
checked passport? He's going to give me 30 seconds. Watch him give me 30 seconds after I'm done saying, show me, need to hurry up. Round it up.
Please keep going. You're going to heaven, my sister. We are both going to heaven. Yes, keep going. Keep going. Since we're going to heaven. Yes, they don't understand. They don't get it.
I know I'm gonna make it to heaven. Shoot, he's just hating. He's gonna be down there, but I'm be up there. So as I was saying, you know, y'all need to, you know, put some respect on K1's name. You know, he's up there with them. You know, stop treating him like he's a nobody. Okay, and you know what? It's good. It's good that, you know, Tinubu is having a conversation with him. You know what it shows us? That Tinubu is a humble man. You know, he doesn't forget where he came from. He doesn't forget people that put him there. So yeah, put some respect on K1's name. He's somebody. And he can do whatever F he wants to do. Because Biden does it too. He talks to little kids on the phone. And it's published on social media. Good Morning America. The whole world can hear the conversation. So don't do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chioma. So that's the elegant Chioma, of course. No other, the inimitable Chioma. But the only thing is, if he shouldn't have recorded it outside of the knowledge of the guy, and people don't really like the president referred to in first name terms. It's an over familiarity that makes people uncomfortable somewhat. But we do snapshot just so that everybody gets to speak fairly quickly. We go to Baba 5-7 minutes. We go to Adama 5-7 minutes. Adama to Rational Mind 5-7 minutes. Patoski same Dewale, Patoski Tony Dewale. So Baba, you're up next. So just a plethora of topics. Kemi Badenoch again, doubling down on wanting to harvest the Nigerian for
woman, let the
yeah.
ladies have their space. I will come after that, man. She can go ahead.
All right, ever the gentleman. So that's why Baba is here. We have a lot to learn and we continue to learn. So ever the gentleman. So Adama, floor is yours. The Hajia of Abakaliki.
No, Abakaliki. No. The idea of Imo.
Thank
you
you,
say
Baba.
Thank you.
Okay, the idea of your laughing. You see, don't
thank you so much, Baba. I just want to say there was
My
Baba.
pleasure.
I am
Thank
so
you.
honored, sir. To all the panelists, one man, the boss, greetings, boss. Thomas, hope you had a nice time on your vacation. You're well rested. You ate all the natural food. The rational mind, Tony, Chioma, my sister, is always nothing but
Hey!
Never. Yes. Yes, I did much. I'm going to make it that in my next statement. I just want to warn you. Prince Daddy, please come in. I'm not seeing you on this panel.
Trump.
Yes, Trump. Thank you. And I just want to say to our president, congratulations to Donald J. Trump. 34 felony counts. Oh, Tulumbo has nothing on you. Trump, and they say when you look at the mirror, what do you see? You see Donald J. Trump. And Tulumbo, yes, I am proudly APC. I love you, sir. Please tell your son that's going to be the Lagos State governor. Tell him to call me. I can help the campaign, elevates, the medical facts. Yes, I'm just putting my resume in. One man has connection. Yes, now.
Hold on, Choma. Adama, let me hold you to that Trump space for a moment. Did you hear his inaugural speech? I heard it, and it sounded more like a threat than a speech. The only thing I agreed with was that there was only going to be two genders in America, so that I recognize. But this one that I'm going to dominate the whole world, harvest everybody's resources, make us rich, and make you poor. And if you try to, it will change the Panama Canal to American Canal, change the Mexican coast to American. It just sounds like threats all the way through.
Yes,
he
to answer your
wanted to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, correct?
America, yes.
Yes, that's awesome.
Let me tell you, when that speech was going on, my patients, I asked her, because we normally ask patients the music they want to hear. This is just a personal, I don't have, and not that they hear the music while they are on that. We just, that's their preference. And let me say something. Our president, I love his speech. His speech is unrealistic, but I want to support it. The only thing he failed to include in that speech was African Americans, which are foreigners like the Nigerian. Sir, please call me. We have a lot of them that are illegals. So if you want to clean up everywhere, please start with Nigerians. Start deporting them, those that don't have papers. My tone has changed. So please, sir, not just Mexicans, Africans are among them. A lot of them. Please start with them. So we'll help. If you're not a citizen, for those of us that have the honor to be born here, we're American first before Nigeria. So, sir, everything about your speech, it doesn't surprise me. And your cabinet lined up with billionaires. You are a baller. You are what they call a baller. Chioma, are you feeling it? I'm feeling it. Yes, sir, correct.
Money? It's nothing.
How much is money? Can you see? Woman, I want you to watch that video. Did you see what Jeff Bezos' fiance wore? She was showing her corsets with her cream suit. She's telling you guys, we run this country now. What are you going to do about it? I love that. I love a woman that knows how to command the room when she walks in. It's like as soon as she came in, she's like, excuse my language, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I don't care. I have the man. Yes.
You know what struck me? What struck me was what Melania Trump was wearing, the hat that covered her face.
Horrible.
Like something out of the cowboy movies.
Somebody said she looked like she's going to a funeral.
A funeral, yes, Chairman. Look at her dressing. Let's go with that dressing.
But if you look at her outfit closely, you can tell she's trying to channel Beyonce.
Chairman, let's be realistic.
Remember that Lemonade album? Remember her Lemonade album?
The Lemonade
she
album.
Had those hats. She had that hat.
Chairman,
One voice. Yeah.
One man. You can't get one voice with females. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but for the audience now, this
is another thing I noticed about the video, and some news media were able to pick it up. Melania, I don't know how much they kiss in their private life or in the bedroom. Trump kissed Melania so much today. It's like telling her, baby, the prenup, anything you want on it, I'm giving it to you. We own this. We own this. You know, I was like, oh, God. She updated her prenup. Everything she's asking for, they're going to give it to her. I just like it. All the kiss, holding hands. You know, when he had a trial, I didn't see Melania. You see why they say women, we like money?
But Adama, that's just for the cameras, though. I don't have the impression.
Don't spoil my vibe. Don't spoil my vibe. You're an African man. You're not used to kissing your wife. We are used to kissing our wife.
I kiss my wife. Don't worry.
You have to understand. She's Russian. Russian women, they don't display affection public.
Choma, she's not just Russian. She's gangster. That's what I love about her.
Yeah. And also, British women, they don't do that too. If one man can attest to that, British women, they don't display affection like that. They're very.
So, woman, is that true that British women don't display affection?
They don't. They don't.
They do on Fridays. Coming out of the pub. You know.
One man, that's when drinks are like 150 now. On the bar.
British people don't. Brits, they don't. They don't do emotional and
Hey, Joe is gone.
So
Bye-bye.
Russians and Brits, they're like that. That is why they feel like French people are very unique human beings, especially in the white.
Okay, Shoma, why would you say that UK women don't do PDA? Please be honest.
They just don't do that. That's part of their culture. They don't do PDA.
Can I just say something? You know, Downtown Abbey is not Britain. You know that's just made up stuff. Don't form.
One man, am I lying?
No, they do.
Really, am I lying?
You are part way there, but not fully. It depends. You know. I think the younger generation they do it all. Go down the street, they are all in each other's faces. All these,
they don't.
You know. Okay, well, you may be right then.
Okay, so one man, I love how she the only problem I have with her dress, I didn't like the way she what she had on, but the speech. And another thing I wanted to point out, the cabinets. I don't see any black person in the major cabinet, which is 17. I don't see any black person. Everybody in the cabinets are billionaires or millionaires, to be fair. And his speech, he was talking to his base. He was not uniting the country. So he's coming, he just wonders. He said, I'm coming to fuck all of us up. Excuse my language. Baba is here, and I want to respect how I use my language.
Adama, can I ask you a question?
Thank you.
Please, no, Rashna, let me finish. Then you ask the question, sir. I'll answer your question.
Adama, excuse me, but you don't really have. I mean, for Baba, you do have to say excuse the language. But one man played a whole video of that guy cursing. Did you see that video? I mean, he used so many F words.
Yeah, so many F. But you know, we are very cultured. We have some elderly here. We have to respect. And Baba is a man that respects. You know, I just love the way he for men that don't know what.
Yeah, I respect Baba. Baba is my favorite.
Yes, he's my favorite.
Baba Jale Coco, I love them.
Yes, Baba Jale Coco, and another one that is my favorite is my G.
I don't know where they came from.
Choma, I think it's Adama slot. Let her, Adama.
Another Another G I want to recognize is Kulata. Kulata is a real G, and I just like how he is. Like, Kulata is just unique in his ways. So, one man, I love everything. The speech wasn't uniting. Milani, everything she updated in her prenup she's going to get. Lineup of billionaires. Jeff Bezos' fiance came up with pow in every room. And the next thing I wanted to say that Shoma brought up, I just want to say this. What I know about Wasiu Ayinde K. Marshall, I don't think the title they gave him is a king title. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'll expect any anybody on this platform to correct me. I think it's a higher chief title position. The title is the person in charge of kids. One man, I may be wrong. Yes, I may be wrong. I don't think he's a king. I may be wrong, and I stand corrected.
You see, I don't pay attention to that space, so I wouldn't. I just see him as just a tout. That
Adama,
guy.
believe
You
it.
know?
Believe
the
it from
guy
me.
is woman.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Adama, believe it from me. Nobody else. Okay, I know these
Let
things.
me give you some information on
Wasu
that.
is a king. Period.
Let me give you some information on that. He's the Olori Omoba of Ijebu land. What it means is that he's the head of all, is the most senior of all the Ijebu princes. You
Okay,
understand?
so that's not a king
That's
position.
it. It's
That's
not
not
a
a
king.
king.
Is he an actual
Okay.
prince though? Is he a prince?
I think he's a prince.
By
It's
blood. By blood.
Yeah. Olori Omoba of Ijebu land. That was a title that was held by Otumba Shulubumi Balogun, the founder of FCMB. You understand? Otumba Shulubumi Balogun was the founder of FCMB. He was the Olori Omoba of Ijebu land.
I identify people with their voice.
He can
Patoski,
eventually,
I think
he can become a
you
king.
speaking?
If he's chosen, he can become the king of Ijebu land. He's the Olori Omoba of Ijebu.
Patoski, why not use the word hair appearance?
Why do you guys argue with
that,
me?
What it means is like hair apparent, like crown prince or kind of, but it's not necessarily a crown prince in that sense of okay, it's damn sure that he can succeed, but is in contention, and Olori Omoba is actually in contention for that throne, So it's not a small chief. He went through all the rituals, almost all the rituals of a king.
Thank you so much, Patoski.
So he's a king.
Thank you so much, Patoski, for explaining everything. I want other people to speak, so let me finish my summation. Patoski, I really appreciate you answering my question. So that answered my question. And to the last topic, which is Kemi Badenoch. One man, I just want to remind you something. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Okay? One man, I've seen you on a live, and I love that you are bold. There's so many things I love about your character. But when we come to beauty or cute, if you want to equate or put a number on attraction or for men, I just want to be fair and respectful. I'll put you where I'll put Kemi Badenoch. But one thing I want to say, you have the knowledge and you control your space.
I'm not in contention. I'm just funny in the UK. So
yes,
don't worry.
Let's make it fair now. Let's make it fair.
No, but she's not. I wouldn't stretch to call her beautiful. I'll probably
and
call
so
her
just
pretty.
like I wouldn't stretch to call you cute.
No, well, don't worry. Don't worry. I have a mirror that tells me all I need to know.
Isn't it fair now? So she has the brain to back up the knowledge. And like Chioma said, her husband sees her at night like she's the mirror that makes everything he wants. That's it. So beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. So Kemi Badenoch, like Chioma said, Chioma and I has already bought our tickets for your inauguration. And AB is the designated driver from the airport.
And he's gonna pay for the flight.
He mess up, any mess up will cheat him and get someone else. So AB, if you're listening,
I don't think AB has the budget. Prince will probably Prince has the budget.
He's gonna cuff it up. He's gonna cuff up the budget. When we get to the airport, we're gonna ditch him and run. Girl, I hope you can run fast.
Yes, I can run fast. Kemi Badenoch, I wish you all the best. Keep doing us proud. And they say when you shine, not everybody sees your light. For me and Chioma, we see your light. And we just want to say, keep pushing on. And that's all I have to say, woman. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Before I go on to the next contributor, just going back to Melania Trump, anytime I see her, I always get the impression that this is somebody that is in a situation that she'd rather not be in. Am I fair in saying that she's somewhat trapped in a situation?
Why is she trapped? Why is she trapped? Wasn't she made? How is she trapped?
Girls like her that came out of Slovenia in that when she came out, they were groomed to go to the West, get themselves a rich husband, have a spawn or two with them, and then divorce them for a payout. And that's the strap line of those girls that came out of Slovenia when she came out. And that was her action plan too. But the trajectory of Donald Trump held her hostage in that marriage.
That's not true.
Yeah.
No, she's a model. She had a career before Donald Trump. So don't push that narrative.
No, yes, I know what I'm saying.
One man you don't know. She is a model. She's a supermodel.
I know what she was, and I know what she is. More to it, yeah.
She's a model.
What was she was, and hold on, Chioma. What was she was, and what is she now? Go ahead, explain to us. Educate
if you want to go through the history, all those girls, they all look alike. They're androgynous looking. They are tall. They have long legs. They have this flowing blonde hair. They are groomed. There's all manners of well documented coming out of Slovenia during that period. They are groomed in certain sort of demureness and certain sort of allureness to go after rich Western guys and then have a period of time with them, get the divorce and get the payout. And that was the strap line. And she came out of that catchment of Slovenian women. And that was the trajectory then. And it's well known. They go into modeling, which is just an advertisement for pick-me-ups. I think she's trapped. That's what I see anytime I see her.
Okay, woman, other than her bashing her country, Nigeria, is there anything about her qualification that doesn't make her qualify for the position she's seeking? Forget that bashing.
No, are you talking about... sorry, are you talking about Badenoch? I was talking about Melania.
Yes, sir. No, I'm talking about Badenoch. Other than her bashing Badenoch, the one you have on the screen now, other than what she said about where she came from, is she not qualified to hold that position as a prime minister? Can you speak on that?
I'm not quite sure how qualified she is, actually, but I think she's qualified enough for her to have projected herself into the leadership of the Conservative Party. Then that tells you that she has the X factor that is needed. And I want her to be prime minister as well, but I don't want her, she doesn't, it's not necessary for her to continue to, what does it gain her to continuously bash Nigeria? How does that leverage her in British domestic politics? It's just an easy, I just don't feel it's necessary for her to do that. I want her to be prime minister. The female African, well, she was born in the UK.
Woman, you are wicked for saying that. You are very wicked.
Saying what? What
for saying that you want this woman as the prime minister of Britain. You are mean.
No, she breaks a glass ceiling. She's Nigerian, so why would I not want that?
Madam AI, why not? Is she not deserving of the role? Is it because of what she's saying about Nigeria?
Yes, Madam AI, what makes her unqualified? So could you please answer the question, ma'am?
Please. It's okay. Madam
AI, in there, woman. You don't need to answer it. Thank you so much. Woman, thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Adama and Chioma right there. A double dose of delight. A double dose of delight. It gets even more delightful. Baba is up next. Baba.
Yes, good evening, woman, and good evening to both panelists and the comment section folks. I salute you, my people there, and our viewers, esteemed viewers, capable viewers with a very, very clear mind of discerning. Have you liked? Please click the like button. That's most important. Then you can share and subscribe as you wish. Let me put that today. Please, folks, pardon me in the course of my submission. If I start coughing or sneezing, I'll voluntarily quit rather than embarrass the panel. And so I've been under having the cold for some few days now. Let me start on a very light note. I enjoy the little boy dancing to bata music. I think the only musician that does that in recent memory effectively and joyously, it happens to be Lagbaja, the indomitable Lagbaja. And for some years, I've been keeping a clip between Lagbaja and King Sonny Ade dancing to the bata music. I think that was about the 78th or 75th birthday of the Ààrẹ of Lagos, Alhaji Razak Okoya. Was a delight. And
sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. Did you see that clip of Razak Okoya dobalaying for is it who was it? The guy that used to be the Commonwealth something, the Nigerian man from the east.
Chief Anyaku.
Yes,
Chief Anyaku.
Did you say Razak
Okoya
for him?
Look, you don't know Chief Anyaku. I will have given you even his address. As far as I'm concerned, as far as our elders are concerned in Lagos, he is one of our own. The house he lives belongs to the government today, and they've given him for a lifetime. Married one of our own, a Lagosian, and they've been married for over 60 years now. So if the Ààrẹ Dobale for Chief Emeka Anyaoku, of course, believe that he is deserving of it. He's a father, not only in Nigeria, but particularly and more so in Lagos State. We know ourselves. Respect, sir.
Apparently, he's 91 and Razak Okoya is 85. I think they're about so.
In Yoruba land, if you realize that, look, they will tell you even if it's one day, you can't add that one day to your life to be my senior. I'm still your senior. I saw the sun before you. Rain beats me before you, and I saw dawn of a day before you. Even between Taiwo and Kehinde, there is seniority. That's how we roll. So let me move on quickly to the Bolojo music too, because I teased my cousin today because I had that song first, Banjari. I had that song first as a kid, 1964, original version. It is a folklore of the Yewa people. I like history. It's a folklore, not something. It was recorded by Josie Friday, I think, 1964. It was the naming ceremony of that my cousin, and I teased him even today when we spoke. He's an engineer in Lagos. That do you know that song was we learned it in your naming ceremony, and I told him where they were even living then on Jeba Street at Ebutemeta, and we had a good laugh. So when you now played it again today, the laugh just continued in my head. I'll thank you today for you have a lot of repertoire of topic, but I will limit myself to the Trump speech today and also the coastal highway issue. I love the other ones, but for the sake of time, for Trump, I welcome his era. It's an era of freedom. I put it era of freedom, a rebirth for America. Why? Because what I'm going to bring up will entirely explain why I call it a rebate. I joined this platform some 2 years ago, and invariably topics concerning LGBTQ has infrequently comes up, and a lot of people avoid it. I've had people on the platform talk about it could endanger their employment. It could do this to them. Everything I hear is negative. So they refuse to speak their mind. Whether they abhor it or they support it, they don't want to show their hands. And some people invariably, knowingly or unknowingly, do not support it. But today I'm happy everybody can discuss it openly. People can speak their mind freely. No more intimidation in workplace, in bathroom spaces, and all the rest. Because this is the land of freedom we've been talking about. And for the first time, we're going to have that freedom to discuss it. Of all the things he said today, the only thing that melts my heart is from today, henceforth, prayingly that it lasts forever, there will be only two gender, male and female. You may think that is whimsical. To me, it is not. It is not. Because we've lived under this issue for 16 years. 16 years. Calculate it yourself. You will know when this rubbish started. I call it rubbish. And it's good riddance to bad rubbish. Because these things came up and I can't talk back. They give me a form to fill, and I see a lot of, previously I used to see male, female. I just tick one. Now I had about 7, 10 varieties of human being. I see wood, I see water, I see poto, I see skeleton. I say, which one do I belong? I will start looking, clearing, even wearing my glasses to see which one actually
I identify as a baboon. And so
what kind of rubbish is that, for God's sake? Why are you trying to twist my brain? Why are you trying to make me believe negatively? I have nothing. Whether you are this, we are that, I have, as far as we don't sleep in the same bed. You don't come into my space in the bathroom, even in public spaces. We don't belong to the same tennis club, so that you will not walk into my the bathroom meant for male, and I will not be able to question you. I'm not an athlete that I will be looking at all the things bulging around your forearms and your biceps, and you will be winning the medals in the championship of that South African girl Sumaya and things like that. Because the whole thing has almost turned one's brain upside down to start to question your own belief. God bless Trump. Like the Catholic priest that ended the prayers today. Say, blessed is the womb, or was the womb that begot Trump, that produced Trump. For this reason alone and alone, I bless Trump. Because it's end to bad rubbish. And my fellow brothers and sisters can now speak freely about it. Let everybody bear their mind. I don't have anything against them as far as you don't bring it to my domain. You don't harass me with it. Whether you wear Adam apple or you don't wear Adam apple, clean shaven and start to bellow like a man and behave like like a lady and things like that, I will not be seduced. I will be repulsed. It is my own nature. It is my nature, and I can repel you and say, please take it somewhere else. Our children also are safe. If you choose not to, you engage in man and man marriage unto you. But please don't come and adopt our children. We who are ready to be formal, normal in my own lexicon. Then you want to adopt our children, go get your own. If you think they can convert into another gender, let them put also a womb for you so you can have your own and then take care of that. I'm happy with Trump. Thank you, Mr. John Donald Trump. I go straight to the coastal project. I saw a lot of people actually going against it. Yeah, I understand their pain. The coastal highway has become another issue of pain. But like it was topical here a couple of days or weeks back when they talk about Ishumashimi or Melumi Nikoshi. It's unfortunate. In this life, you fight for everything, wherever you are, whatever country. Nothing is handed to anybody free. That you were born rich is or was not a guarantee that you will die rich. To die rich, you have to fight for it. If you don't fight to continue to retain your wealth, even if you cannot build on it, then you will die poor. The world is about fight. So I can understand it when they are coming out to fight that, look, this thing originally did not affect me. Why is it affecting me now? Government might tell you, okay, because we discovered that where we originally put that thing to pass through has a lot of cables that is serving the good of the general good of many Nigerians. The majority, we all use mobile phones. They will tell you the marine cable is passing here, this cable is passing there. So that is why we've diverted. I know a lot of the politics going on there, people using their weight, people using family, ancestry, and names to gain some advantage and say, look, just shift it a little bit, 6 inches. But one thing they don't realize about politics is you win when you fight in the shadow. I didn't come to that full realization myself until I grew into matured adulthood. At times when we are being oppressed, when you are fighting, don't fight in open hands, in the open. Fight underground with stealth, undercover, fight. And that's how to win. Because one lesson my mother taught me ever, which I always have it, look, Agbefun Joba ki jebi. Those who fight on the side of the government are never guilty. The government will always win. You can't beat the government. You sue the government, they award you 1 billion naira. Have you seen a sue of that money? So it ends up being a Pyrrhic victory for you. So if the government says, okay, they want their land, no problem. Mr. Government, this is how much the present value of this property. This is what I want for it. The government will come back and say, no, we cannot pay you. This is our own value of it. You can take their money and still go to arbitration. It might, look, you have to be patient. That arbitration may last 5 years, may last 10 years. There are cases in courts today, particularly in Lagos State, for land matters that has been there for 30 years. 30 years. It's not a thing one should be proud of, but that is the system. Not only in Nigeria, many places. Many places, even in the West or in Europe. So when you come into the open to fight, to disgrace the government, you are in turn doing injury to your cause, to your case, to your chances. Because when I'm confronted with adversity, what I first do is to know if I can fashion out an advantage for myself. That's what that clicks in my mind. How am I going to gain out of this? Because in every kind of situation like this, there are opportunities. If you have this land, doesn't you go on stilt and look for other avenues? Are there further placed down somewhere close to Egbe? If this my land is maybe on 1 acre, they can give me 10 acres there, and I can pay something so small, and I can get that place back and get a word out of them that that thing will not be touched by either a policy project or any litigation. You can get that guarantee out. You get something better, even at pain. But then you've not lost all. But when you come out openly and start throwing words or start bantering words with the government, I wonder what your
do these people not have the right to feel aggrieved though, because they've done everything that was required for them to secure that land,
you are not
and they had the
listening to me.
assurances that the coastal road was not going to bypass it. So they have, and they are not only looking at their loss now, they are also looking at their projected, because they factored the coastal road into their decision to buy that land, how it will elevate the value and all that. And then all of a sudden, you say you are varying the road, and then you sweep them aside. I mean, it's
Well, you are not
unacceptable.
listening to me when I started. I said I understand their pain. Anything can happen. Nothing is guaranteed to anybody in life. Nothing. That's why I said that nothing is guaranteed. That's where I use the allegory of being born rich and no guarantee that you die rich. If you envisage that, okay, this maybe 20 years, a coastal line will pass this place, and within 5 years, it did, and all of a sudden you become a victim of it, then you start looking at the advantages. Because whether you fight it or not, I mean, whether if you fight it and you lose, then you become a bad person. So rather than paint yourself bad, rather warm to it and look for advantages. There are advantages in anything. Even in evil, there are advantages. That is what it is that that light in that small tiny beacon in the dark, you search for, that you can grab and use to guide your way through. So you can get advantage. Even in your pain, at least there will be succor for you one way or the other, rather than want to fight government. It's a fight you cannot win. Because it's just the foolhardy at times of taking government to court. Who owns the court? Whether you talk about separation of power, look, all those are semantics. We've seen it in the West. We've seen it in Europe, not to even talk of Africa. They are semantics. Because people, we come here at times and talk about the West. If I say, okay, I should be countering you with facts and figure, you will be amazed. Except you want to turn it to rough argument or this kind. Nothing new under the sun, according to the preacher. In truth, nothing new. So I'll leave that topic, but as a going away, I will just talk about the Wasiu in this banter with the government. Every Yoruba folks will should know that it is the privilege of a griot, of a musician, of whatever genre in Yoruba land, to call you your first name, to salute you or eulogize you in singular verbiage, not in the normal as plural. Ẹ̀yin, ìwọ, they use. Even for our obas, it is ìwọ. You hear or talk about Obalamidi, Adeyemi, Adewusi, the Oni of Ife. That's how the higher you go, that's how they kind of refer to you. If my younger sister wants to talk to me to warm my heart, she will start maybe with Moriki. When I what do you want today? It is our culture. So why would we be surprised when a musician, it's their privilege, starts talking to the president in the first person? It is a verbiage. We should understand that. If it's not a musician now, I can question it. But as a musician, when he was calling him the other time at the 80th birthday party of the Are, Rasak Okoya, which you played quite often until you stopped recently, you can see how he was referring to him in that song, eulogizing, and Uri Jagaba and Wu was just dropping bills for him. So let's get offended by that. And I yield one man in the meantime. Hello, woman.
All right, brilliant. But also, him surreptitiously recording what's meant to be a private conversation, that's one of the things that rankled as well.
Well, it's all about, well, they are not planning to plot against Nigeria.
It was trying just to use it for clout. You know, everybody knows he's friends with Tinubu now. So why?
The advantage is maybe somebody else may not see it. Maybe if it's me, I'm not starstruck, and I never liked it anyway. That I've never been starstruck, so that I can stay and even asking anybody for photographs. I don't do it because I'm a shy person. You understand? I've had opportunities with few head of state, with even Professor Wale Insurance and so many others. But that thing, I don't know how to handle this photography thing with camera. I don't have the dexterity. So I don't know, but he put it, he's so elated about it. So why dampen his spirit? Let him enjoy his time under the sun. That's me. I'm not a fan of him. Ayinde Barrister any day for me. And if I'm in my rascal mood, surprisingly, privately, I don't show it, except if you caught me. Obesiri, I love Obesiri, Omorapala.
I only remember him for one song, and it's quite lewd. The lyrics of it, you know?
That's me. I mean, some men I could be looking at GQ, and under that GQ, I will have the Playboy magazine there. Maybe my wife must not see it, but on top, you think I'm looking at GQ magazine. We all have our secret pleasure. So I yield one man. Thank you.
Thank you. So there it is. Baba publicly admitted that he's a fan of obesity. So you thought that would never happen. The Ajebota that is Baba is a fan of rascality. But talking about rascality, Rational Mind, you're up next. Rational Mind, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, woman.
Alpha.
Well, we thank God we're here. It's another 20th of January. A remarkable one for that matter. One which Trump came back to office again, and it's already causing some kind of deja vu in some people, you know. So it's stirring up some emotion, and and people are just wondering, what does the future hold going forward from here forward? So we are just here to see. It's just when I hear some people like Adama was making comments a while ago, I wanted to ask her a question. I think I overheard her maybe on this channel or some of that platform where she was talking about, Kamala Harris. You know, I just don't know where this lady is. I don't know where they stand in this matter. They keep flip flopping every time, and I mean it's good to want to like Trump now. I say some of them they've been like they've been switching position from time to time. So I'm neither here or there. That's who I am. But I'm a person who tries to look at things in a balanced way. I believe each one of them, each major candidates in this last election, they have their areas of flaws and areas where they're strong. It's just for one to sit down and make sense of which one far outweighs the other, just to come to that decision. I've listened to some other people like Baba too. That too is another thing that I want to comment on. But woman, before I go into any of that, so do you want to like bring me up to speed with some? Because I know there were some things you read that I was going to comment on.
We were talking about Kemi Badenoch, of course, who continues to slam Nigeria, and then some rascally Nigerian went and bought the things she said was stolen from her to return it to calm her down. And then the police in Lagos debunking reports of high crime rates in Lagos. Oando, the oil farm, they win a bid for oil well in Angola. So that then moves it away from that Tinubu narrative. Ganifa were his daughter blast Dele Farotimi. So regarding the Afebabala situation, so the empire circling around its own. Adezane Madueke trying to extricate herself from yet another corruption allegation. Enough is enough, she says. Don't call me bad all the time. And then, of course, we spoke about the K1 original calling the president by name. And then there was this clip as well that we played. We played the Bata one of... we played the Bata one. And then we played the clip of the police busting people that were stealing manholes and selling them off. And we wondered, and we're talking about the Lagos-Calabar Expressway, a laudable project in it by itself, but taking too many collateral damage. So all those.
Yeah, I mean, so many. I kind of don't think our time with the 7 minutes you allotted. That is, if you are going to give me 7 minutes, because I know other people spoke more than 7 minutes. First of all, let me address this guy that calls himself the Agbado Einstein of the Agbado tribes, Agbado tribe, the one in comment section there that is talking that they should, if I thought they want to deport anybody, I should be the I should be the first person that Trump would deport. Let no Kulata. Don't about deport anybody. When it comes to hierarchy, I'm still up there on the food chain. I mean, like you're still below me. When I mean, they all deport, they about deporting me. Anyway, if they call deport Kulata, so
So, are you saying that you already had your green card a long time ago, whilst Kulata was still making his way through the Libyan desert?
Boy, I mean,
when they were still on that boat from Libya to
not a boy now. I mean, a boy when it comes to people who don't stay America here. So I mean, it's okay. Just being funny there. Anyways, and then I think it was something about Sonitia de Shokon. Yeah, Omon Nato Kofuji. That's one of my favorite too. Yeah, so I think it's late now. Yeah, so I think he grew up in let's say Obumwanko in that area there, way back in the 90s. I think I used to know him. I mean, I do have some favorite Fuji. Well, I know one thing I wanted to speak to here on your platform, woman, is there's a distinction between Fuji and Juju music. I don't like saying this, but that's the fact. If those people who grew up in the 70s, when they listen to Akpala and those this Egba guy, Indomawura and all of this guy, you can understand how it all evolved. Ike Dairo, how it all evolved. This Fuji, Akpala, transforming into Fuji kind of, and or should I say, people who were, most of them who sang Fuji back then. I think they were formerly a band, part of the band group of the Akpala movement then, and Aruna Sholadi, all of them. And then there is what's it called? Yeah. But my point is just what I'm trying to say is that the distinction there is just that Juju is more Christian inclined. Then when you talk about Fuji, you see all of those the Muslim. So that's the distinction there. Now some people have not really come to understand that difference. That the Fuji is more of you see those Muslim people of Yoruba extraction who are more of Muslim. They are the ones that listen more to that Fuji. Why Juju is more of a Christian. And starting with like.
Excuse me, sir. So can I just interject for 1 minute? Sorry, 1 second. Thank you, sir. Rational mind. Please.
Go on.
Just to let you know that it doesn't matter whether you are Muslim, you are Christian. We don't even know the difference, growing up in Ibadan or in Djibouti, all the Fuji music, Akbala, by quality, Ayila, quality, that, Dr. Quality, the other, Ayinde Barista. I mean, what would they grow up with? They say, they get served. So we don't care about a Muslim or Christian. Please, don't bring that narrative here. We love that music.
For your mouth,
do you know that if you don't go to any disco, don't know they will play hip hop again sometimes.
For your mouth, Donny. No.
Oh my God! When you go hear that, they'll begin to mention your name and then you'll see the rise. You see?
Make I know.
Error. When you get a lot of people, you see, you chop and then music. Oh my God!
It's okay.
Tony. I better not put religion on there.
Now, I don't be like you when they always hit on our northern brothers. Even though I be like you in a sense. I hate that.
Thank you, but I love that all this music. Whether I call it you, whether I do the song, or I don't know who be all this name.
Hold on now, make a line now.
Thank you.
Make I put things in perspective.
Please land your point. Let me just.
Some people running their way here with some ideas about who I am. You see, I make no distinction. I mean, I grew up. I practice Islam, which for your information, I did practice Islam. So, but then my point is just that I'm trying to make a distinction as to the people, the audience, people that listen to Juju and people that listens to Fuji. I know, they are Christians too. I was a Christian too. I listened to Fuji. There's talking about Soniti Ade Shokon. I listened to him. And I also listen to, what's it called, Obesere. I listened to Dewale Yuba. I listened to, what's it called? I think Adewale Ayuba is not Fuji. I think it sings Fuji and Juju song. I don't know. Let me not talk much. Yeah, Colintin and then Wasiu Ayinde. I listen to him. All those people, I listen to all of them. So don't get me wrong. I am this all around.
Sing one of their songs.
Don't give me that. Sing one of their songs. I'm not here for sing songs.
A rational mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let
me just.
The flesh out thought to me there before I start pounding on me.
Let me just give you one tip. Rational mind is right. The Fuji is from the Muslim. If you look at how it all started, Fuji started by band boys going to wake people up to break their fast during Ramadan. That was how Fuji started. They started as band boys who wake up in the morning to wake people up to eat in the early morning sari during Ramadan. Just to wake people up. Then Juju started by young guys in the church. People like Akedaro. Akedaro was a pastor and was a musician in CNS. So you can see the origin of both. And that's why their founders are mainly Muslims and their followers are mainly Muslims and Christians. One started in the church, one started as a religious effort to sensitize people about the fasting, the Ramadan fast. So that's it. It has evolved over time, but I think rational mind is right.
Yeah, thanks.
You don't, have you, can you tell me one family that doesn't have a Muslim driving his husband to the church and then the husband driving the Muslim? I go to Mama Yabo, I go to this everywhere. You know the answer whether you're Christian or not, please. Don't bring all this narrative here.
Don't overflow things. Don't take
quality Ayila. Ayila doctor. Ayinde Barista. Ayinde this. We love all the music.
My guy, don't do. Make a move on. Don't take things too far. We're only just giving you the history about how this music in the Yoruba land.
Thank you, my brother. Rational man. Now, Patrick, now they blame there. They try to the
not. They give you history. They give you background history of how the two music genre just evolved. So don't read more minute beyond it. We're not here to come and be saying Muslim versus Yoruba Christian. That's not what we're doing here. I'm just trying to give you a little background of it. So let's go off that. So talking about this lady Badenoch, is from my state. And again, I want to say this again. I will rattle some people again. People like Tony. I'm going to rattle them again. Like you see, when you talk about the likes of the people that are who are dissenters when it comes to not following status quo. People from Oando State were known for that. I mean, when Oando State was formerly one with Ekiti people, I mean, we have so many of them who are well-read, well-knowledgeable. I mean, when you talk about people who are, if I want to go tribal now among Yoruba people. You see, among we Yorubas, we will say we know some people, some tribes that they are just this, on lotte, on those kind of a thing. We know them, but my point is just, I don't want to go into all that, but my point is just that, you see, what I see in Kemi Badenoch is that the true Oando blood is in her. That you talk about the likes of Gani Fawehinmi, these are just true Oando people who they will say things as it is. They will tell you to your face. We can make very diplomatic in how we say it, but we will tell you. We are very active, we are very activist kind of people. We will fight. We will go against the status quo. Talk about what's it called, the Omobori saga, and particularly adjacent saga. I mean, Operation Wet here those years. Talk about all of those things. Your people, I mean, your Oando people are like that. So that's what I see in her. That true Oando blood is in her. But let's leave that on the one side. Well, what she said, is there any truth or is there any lies to that? I started traveling out of Nigeria in the 80s. That's when I started leaving Nigeria. And when most of us that left then, there were reasons so many of us left. I'm sure people like Baba and other people here who have maybe left way back in the 60s. Baba, don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to, Baba left like in the 50s or in the 40s. They're still here in America, So what are we saying? Just like
carry on, Sha.
I'm just trying to make a joke here. But anyway, so
no joke. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. So my point is just that has there ever been any time that country has ever been good? Not even when this one that calls himself a master strategist that has been there, that has even made it worse than the previous one that we thought that we can never get worse than this one, the boo-boo from Dara. So what are we talking about? So my point is just that whatever she said is a fact. Many families ran out of that country in the 80s, 90s, because Nigeria was just on a steep decline. I know those years were the military eras, no doubt. We never had any in the 80s. I don't think we have, maybe early 80s, we had a Shagari there. But towards 84, 85, when we had this idiot from Daura, he took over from, his own brother, his own Fulani brother. And ever since then, Nigeria although everything has been going on a decline since Shagari, but I'm saying, he just keep getting worse and worse. So when he said he left, his parents, they left in the 80s. They came back to Nigeria. And maybe they came back, later she came back to the United Kingdom. Yeah, she was saying the truth. And Nigerian leaders are just watch the way she described them in her talk, in what she said, in her discussion. So why must we always take this offense that when people tell you truth to your face? But we know there are other people now. They don't like because they are immune to truth. They are immune to reality, to facts. So why would everybody else be? I mean, if she's trying to make a point, I understand why she's making a point. That if you people want me to lead the conservative party,
setting aside if she's right or wrong, and she may be right, whatever. But why is it? How does it play into British politics? Her continuing to demarket?
Order. Yeah, well, you can say it's demarketing because I know when Tinubu is there, when the idiots and the one in Tinubu one is an idiot from Daura. When they were demarketing at what's his name? What this guy? Goodluck Jonathan back then. You people did not say that they were unpatriotic. You never said that. Though. You never said that. When they were making all their jamboree here and they flying everywhere here and there, going to Chatham House and talking about the crap about Nigeria. The idiot from the small one from Kaduna there, that little midget from Kaduna, former FCT, my minister, when he was talking crap about Jonathan and his government. Nobody said he was demarketing Nigeria. Nobody said he was unpatriotic. But since now that we come here and talk about here on your platform here and other platforms, then so that suddenly we are unpatriotic. Suddenly we don't love Nigerians like you. Some of you who say you love Nigeria from abroad, who are patriotic from abroad. So my point is this: is that I mean, I understand maybe you people get rattled whenever she uses that that example of where she's from, our origin. That I mean, I don't want UK to become like my own country, where the leaders, they take care of themselves first. Because governance, I've said it, I've reiterated that here on this platform. I'm not the first person to do that. That governance is not about, it's about social contract. It's not about the leaders taking care of themselves. They are there to take care of the led, to take care of the people. But the Nigerian government, the Nigerian leaders, they just feed fat. They were just, I mean, taking care of them on themselves before taking care of the people. That's what he's trying to say, that I don't want UK to become like that. I want to work for the people. I've said it here. If Tinubu work for the people, I'm one of those people that will change, and I will continue championing his cause here on this platform or other platforms. But no, I don't believe he's going to do that. Does he have? I don't even ever believe he even has that meat, in his body to even want to turn Nigeria around for the betterment of Nigerian people. No, he will never do that because of conflict of interest. He has so many conflict of interest himself and so many other people around him, and that is how not just him. All the people that have been there before him too. That's how they are. It's all about taking care of their own interests first. So my point is this: I know you people get out to whenever she has to make a point to our conservative party that you listen. I want to lead this party. I want you people to see me as somebody who has the pedigree, who has gone through something, who has gone through that hard times. That I will never let that to repeat itself in this country where I was born. That's just the point she's making. And I know you people just get rattled when she never to do that. But forgetting that you people did even worse when they were campaigning in 2015, 2014. So my point is, I don't want to go into all those things. Woman, for me, let's just come off this guy, lady. If whatever she says, let it be. Let it be. It is for you. It is for your leaders to work on correcting whatever she has brought up as a reason why she has always beat down Nigeria. Because I tell you, some of us we left that country with pain. I remember in the 80s when I left that country with pain, in agony. And when I reflect back, my mom used to say something. He said my mom used to say, I mean, when you eat one, when you have enjoyment of one day, you forget the suffering of 20 years. Maybe that's what has happened to some of us. I mean, someone like me probably, I mean, when I come here, I see how life is, and I'm living life the way life should be lived. Maybe I just kind of like, I am devoid of feeling for my Nigerian people back home, and at least I still help many of them. But my point is just that it's some of us who come here, like Kulata and other people here, they just think less about people back home, like as if they're not here to come and enjoy life. They are the only one that come here to come and enjoy life, and they will continue loving Nigeria from afar, and they'll be making economic policy for people that are not even ready to even work for the Nigerian people. So, woman, for me, it's just I just don't know. It's let me just quickly go to this Trump matter because I don't want to take too much time. So, I mean, you see, we are entering a new phase, a new era. I see this guy. The way you see the way politics. If we were to go back to the 1920s and 1940s, during the Great Depression and the Second World War, we can understand some things that America was doing well for themselves before the First World War, Second World War, before the Great Depression in the 1920s. But my point is just that the way the whole world is structured now, it's very hard for US to go on isolation. They can't just be isolated, and they have to work with their partners. When I mean the partners, they are allies. They're allies in Europe. And the way this guy is taking this whole thing is going to disrupt, because I know some economists have said that this guy is going to disrupt with his policies, which I'm saying that is backtracking already, because maybe those things he was just saying it just to be popular during the campaign. Like he's going to slam tariff on China. But recently now we saw the way he's pedaling on China. That tariff thing now, I don't know if he's going to do it anymore, because it's rapprochement with Xi Jinping and Xi Jinping of China. I think they sent the deputy president, which was the highest high-ranking Chinese government to ever gone to any U.S. presidential election, presidential inauguration. So you can read between the lines that all those things you were just saying during the campaign was just saying just to be popular, so that people can see him like, oh, he's a macho man, is an alpha guy, crap. But we're going to see how that plays out, because if he ever tries it to slam tariff on Canada, our neighbor here, and to slam tariff on maybe Mexican goods of agro products coming to the United States, and maybe also pull out from NATO and all of that, it's going to affect so many things. It's going to affect. Well, I know Europe they're already building their own military now, because already I was listening to the Chancellor of Germany. They're already trying to build their own because they feel that the US is not reliable. Because if Trump is even out of there, someday who knows, another MAGA idiot might also come who wants to be another or want to be Trump in the future. So they can't continue relying on the United States. But that also would make United States to go on some kind of a world dominance decline. That's what guys, like I was trying to use the issue of the 1930s, 1940s, 20s, 40s. It's just that if US had not merely in that war, Second World War by Hitler, and Hitler succeeded in taking over, which already they took over France. It was your island that was remaining back then, which was Britain. If they had succeeded in taking Britain, forget it. US would not be. US would not. I don't think US will be able to stand against the onslaught from the Japanese and the Germans at the same time. So you cannot say you want to be on isolation, because the way the world works now, you cannot say, oh, you are. Well, I support maybe you could just tell them to increase their defense spending, because US seems to contribute the highest. So, but you can tell them, increase your defense spending, but now you're trying to make it look like, okay, you're going to ask everybody to be paid for your protection. Knowing what you also benefit from that, you're able to put what's it called? Russia at bay, even China at bay in the South China Sea. But if you're not asking all your allies like Philippines and other South Korea, all of them to pay, or to kind of like for you to protect them, you have to pay. Then I don't know how that kind of policy, foreign policy, will work. I will continue putting America on the global scale, on the global map, as the police of the world. So my point is that he needs to sit down and rethink his policy. I know some of the things he's saying. I just know he's just being popular, just being the populist on that. But we have to wait and see how that plays out. That's my take on Trump. I know all the crap he said during their inauguration.
So many things. What about recognizing only two genders? That's truly.
Well, you see, Mama, don't jump into that. I know. You know why? You know where I work. I work for some government agencies. I know.
But Trump has freed you up to speak on it.
I hear you now. I hear you. I hear you. So, anyway, yeah, but
no more she-males. No more she-males. Just male and female. No more she-males.
No more she-male, really, indeed.
No more
anyway, you see, for me, what I just think is that you see, I got into trouble years ago with my own daughter with that. Anyway, so and I with Baba, I concur with Baba, like, it's madness, if you want to be whatever you want to be, you're free to be, but let's not change this. Let's not rewrite history and how things were, the traditional things that used to be. There are two. I don't say they well. I will say the two genders. Let us recognize that as a fact that yes, there are two genders. But when
I have to say something. It just flashed across my mind only because it's unmuted. We're starting to discover the depth of knowledge that Patoski has. It's just that little vignette that he gave us on the trajectory of Fuji music. And he did that also with, what was that conversation that he was having with Chioma and Baba? I didn't even know that Patoski has this deeper repository of,
He does.
We've known it for so long, but we've never really unbuckled his mind. It's never opened up enough. Yeah.
That's ridiculous, man. Patoski is an Egba man. Confirmed Egba man.
He said he's an Egba man. He says he's an
he's an Egba man. No, don't forget it. He's an Egba man. But
really,
it's
really.
Egba, the one and only.
But why you being deceptive here? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but years ago,
Kò
when it
lè
was
yé wọn rational mind kò lè yé fìyẹ́lẹ̀.
I'm an
Kò lè
example.
yẹ
láyé nígbà yẹn.
bí gbajúmọ̀ ṣe ń ṣe kíní kan kò lè yẹ.
Okay,
But
you know,
you,
that I
but
do man.
one
He said it's
man,
from.
you must
You
understand that.
you know when you really struck, you know what you've always struck me anyway, Patoska, and I've always enjoyed your conversation. But when you were chatting through that civil war trajectory with Chioma, you know, a couple of sessions ago, it was quite compelling. I was blown away
But one
slightly.
man,
Yeah.
you know, my father was a soldier.
Yeah.
My oldest brother was a soldier. My immediate elder brother was a soldier.
Yeah, but you show depth beyond that, though.
Let me
This
give you why.
Fuji music. Okay.
When I was living with my parents when I was younger, but when my oldest brother finished school, he took me off because I'm the last born. You know, the firstborn takes responsibility. So all the stations where he served as an officer, you know, they used to have batmen that works in their house. So the batmen who worked in our house were soldiers who fought in the Civil War. I had so many soldiers who fought in the Civil War. So they gave me first-hand story of how everything happened. I had soldiers who were Igbos, I have soldiers who were from Ogoja. So apart from all the military documents, like some publication by Peter Obey, he was a veteran photographer in the war. He has an album, a compilation of the pictures of things on both sides in the Civil War. So I read those books. I had first-hand information from these soldiers themselves, and then I listened to the news, so I could substantially provide some of those things.
Yeah, well,
how many people relate to Peter Obey you mentioned right now?
People
the
don't
fat
even know
man
him.
always covering Green Eagles in those days.
He was
chief photographer of Daily Times.
Exactly. Yeah. And he covered the Civil War
extensively.
Went deep into the war on both sides.
All right, back to rational.
Well, there are so many controversies surrounding that civil war. Everybody write from their own point of view. I know there is still certain facts as to who fired the first shot and what was the accord that is signed in Aburi, and who reneged on that. So we know all of this. Those are some of the facts, and we saw the role of Awolowo, how he tried to broker peace at some point, and all of that. So those are facts. But some of the details as to those facts is just the role of some of those actors then was what it's in contention. So, and that I don't even want to talk about that right now because my 7 minutes or whatever time you give to me will not be enough for that. So, but my point is just with this Trump matter, I'm just skeptical about.
Okay, on the Trump matter, can I ask you a question?
Oh, come on, dude. I mean, yeah, you come again. Go on. I'm listening.
No, you don't have to stress out. If you can answer a question, that's okay.
No. Go on. I said go on. I mean, I'm just saying that it's been a while I saw you. That's about Prince Daddy.
Okay. Yeah, hello. It is true. How you doing?
Good.
So you mentioned earlier that the world is globalized. We live in a global world. So in your definition, what does it mean to you?
Oh, come on. Do you need me to school you on that again?
Yeah, I'm always willing to learn. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, you see, the thing about you see, every one of this major U.S. party, they just hypocrites of some sorts, you know. But I think the Republicans are more hypocritical than the Democrats. Take that from me. If you study the political scene here in America, you understand that they are very more hypocritical in almost in every ramification of it than the Democrats. I don't say the Democrats are not hypocrites too of their own, but then so my point is that you talk about small government, you know, like that's an example. But let me go to your question. I'm just trying to point out one hypocrisy about small lean governments, and then you created a lean government, you're creating more and more government agencies. You know, you kind of begs the question: what are you talking about when you say you're trying to lean the government? You're trying to work with little people, little people in number and fewer numbers than how the Democrats are known to all create big governments. But then here you create more, you're bringing in more people to come and work with you. So you ask the question, is this guy really, this guy you guys are all always promoting like some kind of a god-like kind of person? Is it really who he is? So but then let's just do that. So talking about globalization, talking about global in trade and in all of that, every country depends on each other for trade. United States used to buy our oil. Now sometimes we buy stuff from America here, maybe electronics, cars and things like that. And we buy weaponry from here. That's Nigeria does that. And other countries too. Saudi Arabia, US supplies them expatriates in their oil field. They do some technology transfer to them when it comes to construction and all of that, and even military as well. These are some of the things. And then in turn, United States gets oil from there, and then there are people who work there, they as expatriates and all of that. So these are some of the talking about globalization that every
okay, 1 second. So what you just described right there is been around for like over 100 years, many from the beginning of forever. Trade among nations is nothing new. But when you injected the word globalization, there's something phenomenal that America cannot exist without these other countries because of globalization. It means nothing. You know that it means nothing. Absolutely.
Well, I understand it could be.
It's not like America is dependent on these countries like Canada. Not at all. Not at all. So,
okay, yeah, like, you go again.
Hold on. America cannot exist because of globalization. It doesn't apply. Even Nigeria is barely globalized in the world economy, and so this notion that globalization is something we can't do without is not true. So don't
the whole concept behind globalization is just about trade, free trade, that people can
and is that new?
Less borders and all of that.
And is that new? Trading new.
Well, I understand there's just a name by name. Like you said, I agree with you that it has always existed, but the whole concept behind globalization is that free trade, whereby people can move goods and services without the restriction that always goes with it. That's what globalization is all about. Globalization goes a little bit further than your regular traditional trade. How do I say it? Ways they used to trade. Like I just gave you an example that you supply this knowledge to these people. You buy their oil or whatever they have to sell to your country like that. But the whole concept around globalization is that, free movement of goods and services without all this restriction. Like we were talking about in West Africa, whereby if you're making stuff in, say, in Cote d'Ivoire, you can just bring it through borders into Nigeria without having to go through the hoops of long paperwork and some inspection, because you believe that if that inspection has been done in Cote d'Ivoire before it leaves, they are up to standard. That you see, I don't want to bore us with all of this things. So my point is just that, you see, we can debate this thing. I don't want this session to become like that. Because I know I want to go into details with you. I'm gonna have to go in one-on-one debate with you on that. But my point is this: that America cannot afford to isolate himself or herself, because the chunk of the U.S. Treasury bills is owned by Japan and China.
What you're saying essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, rational mind, is that these are levying tariff on everybody that this guy is it's not feasible.
It's not feasible.
It's not feasible because of course, if you over leverage them, then they will
exactly.
If we even price the American affordability out of everyday goods. Because if you levy them, then they'll pass it on to the end user, which
exactly.
Is
still, and the thing is this.
Well, okay, see,
half of the things that were used here, household items that I'm sorry, you come later. Let me just let me explain. Almost more than half of the household items that we use here in the United States, they are imported. They are either from China or somewhere in Asia. Yeah, the finished product, like household items, they are mostly imported from outside. And it's very hard to see an average American. Like after we came out of the pandemic, I tell you, so many companies were hiring here. Nobody wants to work.
The rational mind, can I just use 5 seconds analogy, native analogy? Prince Daddy, it's like if you cook, you can cook for all of us on this panel and comment section. We will eat and enjoy it. But if all of us, comment section, panel, group, cook for you, can you finish it? Prince Daddy. Hello.
We have
You can finish it, right?
We have many ways to preserve things for a long term on the shelf. So perhaps
No. Answer my question. Maybe you are not understanding. If you cook for all of us, comment section, panel, group, we can eat it, right? And enjoy it. But if all of us we cook and push it on the table for you to eat, can you?
No.
Baba, you've not seen him sit.
No, what I'm saying in essence that you can single-handedly impose on other financial blocks or financial interest in the world. That's the only thing I'm just trying to prove with that native analogy. Thank you, rational mind, for the space.
I think that's the point. But here's the thing, though. When you rational mind and one man watch CNN, you get a wrong idea about what is going on in the world. You like convolute it to the reality of things. This tariff thing with Trump, obviously, you guys don't understand it. Who wakes up and start charging other countries tariffs for no reason? It doesn't make any sense. See, the thing is that you guys don't know how this trade thing works.
Okay, tell us. Use that knowledge.
It has to do a lot with this unfair trading with nations like China and France. See, Trump is not going to just wake up and put tariffs on goods coming from from any country. It said clearly, countries that charge us tariffs for us selling our products in that country, we are going to charge them tariffs. It's called international trade reciprocity. There's nothing new to that. See, China is taking advantage. Look, if you send American goods to China, they charge tariffs up to like 50, 100%. During Trump's first term, the French, when they send their stuff to America, they don't get charged tariffs. But when we send our stuff there, they charge us tariffs. That's what he's talking about. Fair trade. See, Trump knows for someone that's trying to improve the economy, bring prices down. What sense does it make to charge tariffs on goods coming to America? Because the sellers or the companies are going to hike the price or increase the price that they're going to pass on to the consumers. That's not what he's talking about. You see, it's all convoluted. It doesn't make any sense.
There you go. Use the word. It's all convoluted. Look at what you just said. Use the word convoluted. Now let's now. Okay, I know we don't have the time to piece this.
Let me wrap it up. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Tariffs only apply. No, we have the time. Continue. We have time.
Tariffs only applies to countries that charge United States companies to sell the goods in their country. Okay. That's what it applies to. So if China charges the United States for sending Cadillac to China, well, if the Chinese cars are coming over too, we're going to charge them tariffs. It makes simple sense, common sense, nothing else to it.
No. Prince Daddy, I think your explanation is not grounded in the tariff policy. The tariff, because American dollar is so strong. Listen carefully, please, and to everyone. China is deliberately devaluing their currency. Deliberately devaluing their currency so that their manufactured goods will be cheaper and more competitive, has more advantage in global market, more so America. So if those products are coming into America, they are so cheap. American companies cannot compete. That is where the tariff comes in. Yes, you produce. You say it's cheap because they cannot fight them to put proper value on their currency, which has been the fight of many administrations in the US. They complained and they did not succeed. So if you put tariff on the finished goods coming into America, it becomes more expensive and it makes American products to be more competitive. That is the essence of the tariff.
This whole thing is a give and take kind of thing. You see, let me let me just take it from here.
I hope I explain. I managed to explain better. Because I'm not a good teacher.
You did. I don't know if you get it.
Rashman, sorry. You see, Baba is talking about the Chinese manipulation and the ability to produce goods cheaper. Trump is not talking about
you
that.
can call it manipulation. They took advantage of what they have. Listen. The cost of production here in America, it's very high. Why is it okay? Why would you ask yourself that question?
And nobody's talking about that.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question, Prince Daddy. Why is it that a lot of the U.S. companies are moving production to like Asia, especially like in China? Why? Have you asked yourself that question? Why?
That's always been the case for over 2 decades now.
If it's always be like, so why have they done that?
Because labor is cheaper, and
thank you. It's cheaper. So now, if you want to produce those stuff here in America, it's almost near to impossible.
But this is part of the convolution I'm talking about. See,
what's the convolution there?
Why would Trump want to? Why would you want to charge tariffs for goods coming into your country that is cheaper for your people to buy? It's not doing that. Not according to Baba's explanation. It doesn't work. It's not doing that.
No, because American goods are not competitive. No. American, wait. Let me explain to you. This is a tariff. American stockings, for instance, put side by side with that of China.
Don't say that. We don't sell. We sell.
No, I'm making an example so you can have understanding, because what you are saying is different at different level entirely. I'm only just trying to break down this tariff issue so that we can all have an understanding exactly the basis of it.
Yeah, Baba. No, say.
Prince Daddy, let me just take it here.
We have to categorize, produce or services that Americans sell to the rest of the world. Americans not selling no damn socks to the rest of the world. We all know that. It doesn't make any common sense.
So what does
I'm only making an example so that people. I'm trying to break it down.
Give us an example.
We sell, weaponry. High.
Nobody's fighting again.
Huh?
Nobody's fighting again.
Okay.
You can't stay competitive
go
on
tell
that.
Saudi Arabia nobody's fighting. Go tell. Come on, Patos,
nobody wants to fight. How can you say we sell weapon? Is that productive? How can you? I'm sure Americans know that that's not their strength. You
see,
Pato,
there's something, Prince Daddy. You need to understand something. Okay. You got to talk about balance of trade. Hold on. Let me say this. You talk about balance of trade. You see, there are areas which the United States has monopoly over certain kind of trade that they cannot. You cannot rival them in that area, and they maintain superior power. They maintain a superior hold on that thing, which China is trying to rival them. That's why you see this espionage. Call it spying on I think Janet Yellen recently had a system hacked in the chief of U.S. Treasury. The Chinese hacked her system recently. So now this is about what they want to know what the U.S. are up to. So that's what that's what we call it. There's a degree program now they're running some of this Columbia universities here in America. What do they call them? All this Yale and all of them. What's the name of they call them? Ivy League. They call it what's that topic? And what's that title of that program? They call it diplomatic spying, something like that. I think spying diplomatic. I might not get it exactly, but recently there's a field of study now in university whereby you were trained as a diplomat to spy. It's just that's what it is. You'll be working in foreign mission, but you are a spy there. You'll be given a clearance of, okay, you're just a diplomat, you have a diplomatic clearance, but you are also a spy. So my point is that they're all spying on each other to see what the other person is doing. But there's something that the United States has.
It's called industrial espionage.
Well, maybe that's one of them, but this one is more of diplomatic area. But let me just go. Let me just. I think one of these Ivy schools in America, they are now offering those. So my point is that when it comes to certain tech, when you talk about weaponry and all of that, United States has their footprint on that no country can rival them on that. And there are some other things too that they have, almost like when you talk about tech, like internet, they control the internet, they control some tech areas or whatever. Anywhere you are in the world, you want to come to America. If you have never been to America to come and practice your tech knowledge or whatever profession, you are not arrived. That's the area. So they should let go of certain things which I don't think Trump understands that. You cannot make America produce everything. And those things that those countries can produce cheaper. And you want to slam tariff on those things. Like Baba was saying, who's gonna bear it? The United States, the US people are going to bear it.
What's American producing? That's the question.
That's the question. Not that we're not here, but the standard of living here, the pay gap.
No, I think that's the question we must respond to. Please.
Yeah, the pay gap here is so high that you have to pay somebody more to produce that thing that will be.
Do you have an answer? Do you have an anscer to that, Patoski?
No, America. Go ahead, Patoski.
No, I'm not asking that question.
You asked in a manner that suggests that you have an idea. Hot dogs and Hollywood.
First, woman.
Hot dogs and Hollywood. That's what they produce. Hot dogs and Hollywood.
What does Baba Prince Daddy or Trump Daddy? Do you know what American produces?
Well, I said earlier, we are big when it comes to the military
like bombs,
ballistics.
Hold on, and also it's not about. It's not all. See, America, just like it's an advanced society in terms of.
I'm just telling you now, like bombs and armor tanks.
No.
Fighter jets.
That's part of the military industrial complex.
Drones.
We offer a lot of services also.
Like what?
Like financial services, banking services, like so many other services. Come on, Patoski.
Let me tell you why I said I'm asking that question. You see, I will address the two major ones that you put forward, and I will come and give my own opinion. America, in terms of military, that is not a proud thing to say. We produce weapon bombs and all those stuff.
That's irrelevant.
In the modern world now, that will become unnecessary very soon.
That's
by
a
the
joke.
time
That's a joke.
Wait on. Except when your country go and cause destabilization in other countries.
Not true at all.
They can enable you buy their weapon.
You don't even know who's buying our weapons. You don't even know who's buying.
In the area of technology, in the area of financial services, do you know that, to me, apart from the fact that you have the reserve currency for the global thing, the UK financial services is more developed. Because that economy is thriving on financial services and education.
Because
so they are not even
because that's all they have.
Wait, now.
No, Patoski.
That's right, actually, Patoski.
Patoski, when it comes to finance, where is the International Court of Settlement?
It's here
or the International Bank? It's in Basel, Switzerland.
So Europe is doing. better.
But the SWIFT system, even you have to go to
make I land there. That's why I said because of the reserve, and so because of that, the exchange system is there. But you see, the exchange system is not just solely America. I'll give you an example. The way the International Financial Center is structured, you have Tokyo, you have London, you have New York, right? When one market is closing, the other one is opening, the other one is so it's
24-hour cycle.
It's also available in those countries. That's why Soludo was trying to make in Nigeria an international financial center because of the time difference as well.
And have 24-hour economy.
Exactly. So you can't say that, we do this. And let me tell you, the area of technology that you're talking about, most of this, your technology, the components, apart from semiconductors and some high-level technology, the components of those technologies are
from Taiwan.
Outsourced. They are already outsourced. Then the software that
the knowledge.
Wait, now let me give you the software that runs those things. The knowledge base is from India, and even though they are based in America, but it's from India.
No, it's hold on. You are confusing. You're confusing it.
I'm making a point. Listen, you have come. America came to a situation where Indians were running Microsoft, were running most of their tech giant companies. The real people, the developers in those countries, in those companies, the key developers and drivers, those writing the codes, those writing process. Now, even the business guys that is driving those systems, they are Indians, they are not Americans. And when I see America say they are giants, I just laugh. India, have you seen Chinese people building bridges? I was shocked. I was trying to tell one man, if you see the bridge, long bridge, very tall, they just do what they do with construction, what they are doing now with aircraft and all those things. America need to think. You can't bully yourself into.
Yeah, you see,
into greatness.
But Toski, you're gonna be part of the United States pretty soon, so keep talking.
You see, the guy say, yeah, it's go to our next Panama Canal again.
Well, you see, that's the thing.
This is the first place.
You see, but Prince Daddy, let me just, so that all of you, let me just finish wrap up. I want to thank all of you for your contribution, for bringing different perspective to this. But you see, my point is, this is just that U.S. should understand that they have their role, and those roles that they've always maintained, that is a traditional role they've always had ever since the First World War. They've shown themselves to be a superpower of some sort. They should maintain that. They should understand that they cannot produce everything. And they should recognize that the financial sector, the powerhouse of the bloodline, the fuel to the whole world financial system is all here. Even though you might say one is in Basel, in Switzerland or whatever it is, in Tokyo or whatever, they still have to come down here to America. If they never come down to America, they've never arrived. So they should understand that those roles that the United States has always played should be maintained. But if you want to now disrupt that equilibrium of some sort, because I'll call it some kind of maybe not really equilibrium, because the United States still has why is it that some people are trying to go off on BRICS, trying to form a kind of a new financial system whereby they will have their own separate way of trading that will bypass the US financial system? It's because of all of these things. So this is what I think Trump should be addressing. That is why I said some of this during the election. I know maybe some people can say it's one-sided. Some economists, they said that if this guy continues, all this thing that he was saying during that campaign, if he implements all of them at the same time, it's going to collapse. It's going to cause another kind of great depression in the financial system. Right now, Europe is shaking. Already, Germany is already declaring almost bankruptcy. Other countries in Europe, even France is already going down.
Bankruptcy? Why?
Is that what?
Why is Germany almost declaring bankruptcy?
Well, their auto industries is almost collapsing because they're getting cheaper autos from China that are coming to Europe, and they're not. And China is rivaling them because they produce. That's what we're saying. China can produce cheaper. You see, Europe and America, they're almost on at par when it comes to standard of living. Which is, when I mean standard of living, don't get me wrong, I'm saying that what they pay their workers, it's not like what they pay in China, probably, no doubt. So my point is, the point I'm trying to make here is this: that they should recognize those roles that they hold and they play in the international system, so that way we can maintain that status quo in some ways. But if this guy continues with the way he was going, he said he wants to do. If he's like those Nobel laureate economists, they said it's going to collapse the whole financial system, because you cannot slam. Europe already is shaking already. Even China too is shaking, because already China too is going through some kind of financial issues too. So now you're trying to disrupt the system by bringing all this. I want to annex Canada. I want to slam Canada with tariff, and then Mexico too. I want to take Gulf of Mexico, I rename it, and then the Suez. The Panama Canal. You want to see when you bring all these things. Already Europe is already planning on starting their own military alliance, independent of the United States. And if the threat of Russia already, if it eventually plays out, America is not safe. Because if Russia, you see, I don't want to go into. So my point is that I just hope this guy sit down and rethink these things that he said he was going to do very well. Because the way he said it, if he's going to do it, I kind of see eye on eye with those economists that says it's going to disrupt the financial system, and it's going to sink the whole world into some kind of depression that we've been waiting to take place since I think Obama was there. when Obama averted that 2008 financial system crisis that we should have had. But people have been expecting that one is long overdue. So if this guy comes in and with all this crap he's trying to do, because you can't just come and bring all these crazy ideas of this and that, and just sit down, calm down, and look at the whole thing. Implement them one after the other, not just bring everything like you want to do everything at the same time. I mean, it's for me. Let me just leave it at that. But Prince Daddy, I would like us to keep that, you and I, on that.
No, Prince Daddy, before you interject, let me just say that America's financial relevance is based upon 54% of their currency used as a financial trade value today. That is just it. Is it 54% of world trade is denominated in American dollars? 54%. That's the relevance.
Yeah, of course. And Trump is not trying to.
That's not a safe margin, though. That's easily toppled.
Exactly. It used to be 65, 66, 62. Now it's 54. So it's shrinking. That's the danger.
Okay, it'd be nice to know the timeline when it started shrinking, actually. If it wasn't for the past 4 years with Biden's bad policy. No, it's true.
Please, Daddy. I like that.
It's going to keep shrinking when other world leaders and traders begin to learn to reach agreements, side agreement with each other. For example, if I am going to sell to South Africa, why can't I just reach?
You know, sorry, Patoski, do you know the great mistake that I think they made, and they did that recently? Is the unbuckling, the untangling of Russia from that SWIFT system. When they did that, it woke a lot of people up to say that no, we cannot have that be the case, that somebody can do that.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, that's my point when I was answering Baba's question. That what is the timeline? I mean, but
that's good news to the world, actually.
Well, hold on. See, what happened? That terrible Biden's approach to China. They called it blitzkrieg. They were trying to ruin Russia, and that's why they did that nonsense. And even Trump was against it, and that's why in Russia that probably accounts for 5% of the U.S. trade, because essentially Russia was using the U.S. Currency, the dollar, for all their trades. I don't think they were even using euro. It was more dollarized economy. But that's part of the bad deal that Biden made.
It just shows that your economy in itself is not very strong. It's just you are just parasiting on others.
They manipulate the figures. Yeah. They manipulate books. Yeah.
Say, say, the reason why you say why should I don't know, South Africa.
Sorry, go on, Prince. I'll come after you. Go on.
You said two countries, trading among between themselves or with other countries. Why they don't trade with their own local currency? Patoski, which currency is more stable in the world? Okay, is the reason why dollar? I mean, overall, we all know. We talked about the other day. The dollar in its true value is not really a strong currency, given its debt ratio to GDP. But overall, just like cryptocurrency, the dollar is too strong because it's widely accepted and it's a very stable currency, and that's why people have to countries have to trade in dollars.
Baba, please, Dad, let me give you an example. It might not be in all trade. For example, I'm trying to get a loan from and that's why people say, oh, they are doing it. It's not bad. I'm trying to get a loan from China, or I'm trying to do a very huge transaction from China. As part of the deal, I said, okay, I'll give you a percentage of the oil. I'll give you like maybe 100,000 barrels every year in exchange for this at this rate. We agree at the rate and the terms, and we close the deal. You understand what I'm saying? If I don't do that, the alternative I have is to sell that oil, get dollar, and use my dollar to now pay it. So which strengthens the dollar. So why not just give them the oil at an agreed rate and get what I need?
And no, because Patoski, the dollar is more stable than the price of oil.
No, it's more stable than the agreement. It's more stable than the agreement. Once I'm able to reach the agreement, irrespective of they will have discounted, factor the risk now of the fluctuation and everything. Reach an agreement. Okay, just give me 100,000 barrels. I already know what I want to do with the barrels of oil. In fact, I can even give you immediately. If I have reserve, if I have crude reserve, I can just give you the reserve. I say, take the reserve.
It's nice to say all these things, but if you want to do
it's because people can't reach agreement.
If you want to do like a forward contract on that transaction, that is fine. But there are other costs associated with it. So why do you want to go and have to pay all these penalties or insure
penalties
your transaction?
For what? Which penalty?
Wait, Patoski, Prince Daddy, let me give you guys some nuggets. I like dropping these nuggets. America today, on paper, holds the greatest number of gold in reserve, followed by Germany, India, so forth. Few years ago, how many people know that few years ago, Germany called for their gold raw. America was only able to return about half. The remaining half till date, they are giving Germany stories upon stories. So where is their own reserve that is bigger? And where is Germany's balance?
That's what I'm saying. They manipulate. I mean, US is very good at manipulating figures.
These are facts. Hidden facts. Go check. Go figure it.
They just bully everybody.
It's either they don't have it. They don't have that what they claim to have in reserve.
All those Gaddafi gold. Where are they?
And they are owing Germany. They refused. How can I give you gold? And when I want it to keep for me, you only give me back half until date.
But
about 6 years.
Why is Germany an advanced nation giving its gold to the United States to keep? That's a little bit kind of fishy, right?
Because you claim to render that services, and I'm paying for it. I'm not just giving you. I'm paying for that service.
I know, but
you know why? Let me give you the reason.
In Fort Knox.
No, let me tell you why you keep things outside maybe your own space too. You keep a lot of things on your own space, but you say you want to mitigate some risk. So you take it out of your space. Even though you are facing risk that is outside that place. For example, if there's war in Germany and there's so much war against Germany by other countries, so that they took over, Germany still has some money outside with which they can prosecute the war. So you try to do that to mitigate some risk. But the person that you are taking it to is even more risky than you. That's what it means. America is what Donald Trump called Africa. S-hole. I'm telling you.
Really? That's kind of rude.
They are morally
okay.
They are morally an
Patoski,
S-hole, they're economically an S-hole.
Patoski, do you know, Patoski, do you know if the United States pulls the plug right now, we will send Canada into a third world country overnight? Do you know that?
Okay, let them be third world now.
Oh God, please, that.
Do you know that?
You guys are full of shit.
You guys are bullies.
No. Yeah, they just like the bully.
That's the point.
Okay, woman, maybe I have to split because they are turning to American politics. I want to have a Nigeria politics.
Hold on, Tony. Bring it to Rational Mind, and then we go on to Tony. From Tony to Zeta. Sorry, Patoski, but I want all the voices, not just gotten.
Right.
Bring it to Made and then Tony. Yeah.
So real quick. So for me, in conclusion, I just one thing and then one.
We'll take that conversation to the to the after hours. Yes.
Okay. So you see, I'm just here again. We go again with IBP again with Trump being there. I just have. I'm having nightmares already. I'm not say I fear deportation like Kolata was saying. Because Kolata deport me. I'm going to deport and not to Kolata. So, I go Nigeria. So I want you to know that. So, but then you see, it's just I just fear this guy can disrupt the whole financial system and can cause us spiraling into this financial crisis that people have been saying we are long overdue for one. Having said that, real quick. I think about the coastal road. You see, is it? I think you were talking about the coastal road from Badagry to Sokoto. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. No. The coastal road from Lagos to Calabar.
Well, man, I think I saw one video a few days ago of a guy who was explaining how they changed course from where they were supposed to pass to another place. You see, this is what you get when you don't when you don't do things this right way. Tinubu is known for that. Tinubu is known for buru buru, gra gra, and this is impulsiveness, which has landed us into this problem that we find ourselves. This guy always thinks himself to be on some sort of a godlike person who cannot fail, who is infallible. I think that's what he thinks in himself is as his followers, his minions. They all also look up to him like some kind of genius. I don't know what is genius about. Somebody whom you can hardly even hear him articulate anything. He went to what's it called, Dubai or wherever he went to recently, spending our money, and you wonder what is the point. Even the Brazil he went to, how many just went there and go and speak Dogon Trinchi. The same thing he keep repeating himself. And the crap is repeating. I don't even see anything in Nigeria talking about renewable energy. What is the renewable energy in Nigeria? I mean, what is the renewable? You have gas flaring of some cubic feet that are running in millions, if not billions of cubic feet that you always flare every day. I mean, I don't even get what he's talking about. So you just want to go there and just appear like he's also knowledgeable or whatever crap, or I don't know. Or is he seeking for that validation, that acceptance, that people can accept him as also being a president of a country? Or what is this guy doing? So, and then you did a road that I can't even understand. There was no bidding for it. I tell you, I mean, I was on a project here in one of the project there that we got a federal funding for a state here. It has been in the workings for like, and not really even a road. We are building a bridge. I was one of the guys on that project who was making sure that whatever materials were brought on site, whatever rebars or whatever thing was called for on the plans were all as per what was designed. I mean, that project has been, before they awarded it, it has been in the makings. This is just an ordinary bridge, an ordinary bridge that will allow fish to swim underneath it to the other side. Salmon, all the salmon, fish, and trout, and all of that, just for them to swim across. It took them more than 5 years in the making, from the conception to design and everything, and to when they start mobilizing people on site. You just land in there, you never even reach like 3 months. You don't call your shaguri guy, you don't give them money. So you see, you wonder, are these people, when we say these people are self-sabotaging, you are in the midst of an economic, you knew what was on ground. But apparently you came in there, you don't even know what was on ground. You are already voting trillions of naira out to a project that you didn't do a tender, a bidding for it, to even do a competitive bidding so as to see if somebody can even execute that project at a cheaper rate than your body. What's his name? Shaguri. And now they just found out that they now got taking people's land. The route that the road is supposed to pass, they're not passing it again anymore. They have to divert to another place. It could be some kind of, as some people have said, some kind of a land grabbing of some sort. Apparently, that's what it is. And you want foreign investors to come. I was listening to a guy on Arise a few days ago. The guy was talking about investors. That's what we need. We need people to come in. But now he was talking about when you have to get, if I buy a land now, you see, one man, I don't want to open on that kind of one. Another thing here, whereby we'll have to debate about it. But my point is that the process of you getting a permit that will give you a permit to start your project, you get it finished. Or this they will come and be asking you for their own money when you've paid permits. Some few days ago, I was on the site, I was on the another platform where somebody was talking about, was playing a video of a lady and a US citizen who came to Nigeria to invest in real estate, and she lost her investment, and she was appealing to Tinubu. You see, this is what we're talking about. When you're not putting your house in order, all you just want to do is optics thing to the world leaders so that they can accept you or what? You're not fixing your house. You're not calling your governors. Call your own APC governors, sit them down. That want to be different from PDP, want to be different from Labour, want to be different from other parties. Let us set a standard for ourselves. Let us work. If you cannot get other PDP governments to cooperate with you, let your own governor cooperate with you. Should we say you have this clout, you have this, everybody, they listen to you. You are their babaisane, you are their akapon, like my former governor would say. Sit them down, talk to them. This is my policy. This is APC agenda. And everybody must key into this agenda. All that money I'm giving to you, you guys spend it, let your local government function. You, Edo State governor, leave your local government, leave them alone, let them function. That's how democracy runs. No, you never do that. because they are not sincere in the first place. All they want to do is just to become president, have their name written in the annals of that history of that country that they were once president. And what to show for that? You see, that's what we say. These people are just self-sabotaging. They don't even know what they're doing. Well, man, I'll leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. Tony, you're up next. Tony, sorry for the long wait. You're up next.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, it's very cool here, you know.
Well, now you choose to live abroad now. You know, they don't tell you say cold there abroad. Where you
No, but no, this year cold is that no snow. That's why, you know. So 3 days ago it was snowing and then it was good, but now
get yourself a wife. Then the cold disappears. Get yourself a wife.
The whole ground is slippery, you know. Yeah. So I greet everybody. I've been making a push the like button for me so that I can brag about it later again, like I did last week. You know, I greet everybody for the conversation, all the viewers. Please just try to do that for me. Although I know that maybe some of them don't go sleep now. You know, so but try to push it like button because I was very proud of you guys last week. You know, really. I would told one man, I said, yeah, you see, when I went to this in the house, then they do push the like button, you know. Yeah. So thank you very much, sir. So I will go to our Africa Madam, you know, Badenoch. That's where I'm going to start from, you know. Like, you know, I think she doesn't need to be a prime minister any longer. She has achieved more than what God sent him to do on earth for us by tackling all these African, you know, the black Africans, you know, useless rulers, you know. So it's telling them how to do things right now. These are the things that people are scared to do, you know, and then I love her for that. And then, by the way, you know, she's one of the most beautiful African black women because she doesn't bleach her skin. Look at her hair. She doesn't go to India to go and buy all those Brazilian hair and then to be all these dead Indian and dead white people's hair to be wearing, you know, AKA wigs, you know. She's very beautiful, you know. One of the most beautiful women out of Africa is that, you know. So what she's doing, she should press more harder. It is, you know, she doesn't have to be, you know, she has achieved, you know, God has sent that woman to this earth to carry out what he's doing right now. You know, so she don't need to, because if she become a president, you know, a prime minister of, you know, of England, we're not going to benefit from it like Obama did in America. We didn't benefit from it, you know. So, but what she's doing right now by telling the black people that we have no government, we have no police. Look at what is going on in Edo State. I just sent you a video about an hour ago or 2 hours ago, you know, where Tony Kabaka is taking over the whole stage in the court. You know, the tribunal, the election petition tribunal, is being take all the DSS, police, mobile police. They are running head-to-scatter when Tony Kabaka landed the place. We just maybe about 10 men. 200 police people are running. You know that whenever there's a custody, the premises will be surrounded by policemen, DSS, all those criminals. When Shehu Kuti slapped last time, you know, one of them, when they say, no, you don't have to slap police. What police? Do you have police in Nigeria? There is no government in Nigeria. If the police people are running, head-to-scatter, when they saw a small man like this, Tony Kabaka and Abel Stone, only 2 men. What if they go carry MC Olomo, conjure them, their brother, so they can help them, you know? So the whole place is, people were shooting guns last week, you know, all the city, every day they sit. Tony Kabaka doesn't allow the other candidates to come to enter the court. Meanwhile, all the all the judges are scared inside. People that are supposed to come and defend, they can't get into the Tony Kabaka is blocking the whole place. This is like, you know, Akintude Igodalo, the PDP man, he can't enter the court. All the security men pursued. Then policemen, DSS, I will beg you, Tony Kabaka, please, please, please. Is that what you call a country? So that is where Kemi Badenoch should press a little bit more harder on this food. Not only Nigeria, all over Africa, apart from Paul Kagame, who will do the right thing. We want him. That's why if Tinubu is doing the right thing, I don't give a damn if Tinubu can be able to restructure the country and stay there for like 30 years as a life president. I will welcome it because the Obasanjo third term was a missed opportunity. We don't have to miss that opportunity again. So we don't care whether somebody is like a dictator or whatever, but restructure the country right now. Don't be afraid. Don't say that the people are. If he failed there, I will tell him. That's one thing I will try to ask a rational mind. If there's any good thing that you can see that Tinubu is doing, I will try to ask it. But there was no time to do that. I don't know if rational mind is still in the house, sir. Hello, sir.
I can answer your question real quick.
Can you just point one thing that Tinubu? Tinubu is not out. Hold on, sir. Can you, let me tell you one thing before you go. I'm in your school of thought. Tinubu is not out to govern the country because that country is ungovernable. So there are no institutions of grant. So as a result, Tinubu is not out to govern the country. That is why you see they can be taking all the whole money right now. So, but have you seen anything, one single thing good that Tinubu has achieved? That's what I want to know, sir.
I answer you. I said there's nothing. I've not seen anything. Even though.
What about this? His attempt right now. At a restructuring without going through. Hold on. Without going through all those cumbersome, all those traps that the Northern has set down for for us from time immemorial. But which Obasanjo could it even look at? Jonathan couldn't look at it. Nobody from the south. But this guy is going to that way right now. An attempt to, because last week my opinion is different right now because it seems that Tinubu is scared of the Northerners again. So, but was that not something like positive coming out of Tinubu?
Tony, I don't see anything positive about it.
But rational mind, you applauded the
come on.
You applauded the local government autonomy here. We all heard you.
Yeah, you go.
And everybody universally applauds the tax reform.
But it's not working. One man.
No,
some of your lieutenants here. No. The Kulata and all the guys, they said that yes, that we should wait until they started to disburse the money. It's not about money. It's about the system. They said that they changed the local government, but Madueke and the Somali changed all the whole local government chairman away. So right on, Mr. National Minister. If you haven't seen anything, just point out one thing. If it's the
you see, like he was saying to me, I was trying to put that local government thing to me, which I think I've always talked about here on this platform. But he said, I would have said that's one thing for me. That would have been a good thing. But you see, one thing I know about Tinubu is this: he doesn't do things without any self-interest. I mean, there's nothing bad when you have self-interest, but it's self-interest that aligns with the people you are trying to serve. But it doesn't. That's not what it is. It's about their own interest first, and that's their own interest first, and only their interest. What they are doing, strategy they are playing, because APC controls majority of the states, is so that every local government, they would be able to, win their local government for themselves if they have their APC there. I think that's what this whole thing is. That's where it's the angle that is going to. It's not just going to the Supreme Court and obtaining an injunction or a judgment saying that they should be free. Are they truly free? That's the question. Now the question now is this: what is your own body language towards it? When even your own governor, your own party was doing something contrary, that even your own attorney general that you put in place was
not worse, still doing, not worse, still.
So what are we talking about? And yes. even his own pronouncement, when he was saying, "I'm not trying to take your local government from you," what kind of statement is that?
I quite agree with you.
So the point is that he's just paying lip service to all these things. They don't really mean them in the way they make Nigerians believe that they meant it. That's why I said I won't agree that he's doing it. For me, yes, I said it on this platform. Local government is another way of trying to restructure that country. If you can allow local government to function on their own, independent of the states, I think that's one way to start. Maybe if you cannot go do a constitutional change with that, we cannot get our people from the north to really subscribe.
Yes.
So let us do it by fiat, maybe by some kind of fiat that he has. You have a
It's not Tony. It's not Tony Ito and attached by him now.
Hold on, Tony. Just to clarify something.
Quick,
hold on. Let me just clarify something. And Tony, let me clarify it without you chopping me up. The autonomy that the local government got from the Supreme Court is financial autonomy. So that's one, which they do have, and they start to get their money from this month. So that's already a situation. Now, the autonomy that you are saying they don't have, Tony, is not an autonomy that can, the local government, there's still, the election for local government is still being superintended by the states. So that's now the next battle line. And it's going through parliament now to untangle the local government from the state electoral services so that it is oversighted by INEC. So that then completes the autonomy, but the financial autonomy is what was achieved at the Supreme Court. So you have to understand the landscape. So that's the state, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can say all of this. Well, like I said, that's
no. You can't say I can say now. Is it factually right or not? What I said?
Well, the truth is, from what I've gathered so far, is that yes, they are yet to pay them. They are disbursed. Maybe their fee to, their allocation to them, starting from this month, like you said, which I'm yet to verify, but we shall see if that plays out. But the thing is, as soon as the pronouncement was made, the governors were jittery. They felt they would lose control, but they had to now devise another means of still being in control, either through some kind of putting some proxies there that would kind of maybe, yes, the money will go into the accounts, of the local government. Maybe they have it separate. But that money will still find a way of going back into the hands of the state governor in one way or the other, or he controls it, or he tells his stooge that he puts there how he needs to allocate, who is going to award this contract. You see, that's what we're seeing playing out in Edo State. That's what we saw play out in Ogun State. That's what we saw playing out in my own state, or in Oando State. Look at what this idiot from Ogun State is doing. Look at how he conducted an election for local government. Look at the one in River State too. So the point is,
but why do you think that is? That is because the thing is because the states still have political control over the local government, and if they have political control, they can still leverage that into their financial whatever. So that's the next lift that will complete the autonomy. Do you get it? So we have to. We can't just all these blankets. We have to be a bit sophisticated sometimes in how we call. We just not some blanket statements.
You can say that,
just
we can say that.
Rubbish everything,
you see, the thing is that because we know these guys, they don't really follow through with what they want to do.
No, forget we know this guy though. Follow the sequence.
What is playing out in front of us? What is
no?
Go on.
Yeah, but what is playing out is exactly what the situation. Do you acknowledge who oversights the elections of the local government? Okay, answer that first.
State does.
The state does. Okay. So until the state is not oversighting the elections of the local government, then they don't have full autonomy. Do you agree with that?
No. If you even you bring INET, does not mean they cannot still manipulate the whole system. They still do that.
No, they can still anyway, forget manipulation or not, just in the strictest
hold on.
No, don't run into the woods. Let's stay with logic. No, because that is what you do. You run into the woods and then you do all this hoo-ha. Follow the logic now. If the state controls the elections of the local government, which they do, you can't even, everybody is well known, then the local governments don't have autonomy. If the federal space grants them financial autonomy and the federal state parachutes the money to the local government, if the state has political leverage over that local government, then they have leverage over that finance. So that's the crossroad that the situation is in. So until they're then able to unbuckle the election of local governments from the state, it doesn't complete the autonomy. So forget, oh, is INEC even credible? Forget, we're not doing all that. Just in the strictest application of logic, the process completes only when they're able to unbuckle it from. That's just how it works now. So we can't just run into the woods and make blankets.
You've been an Ethiopia here, an Ethiopia kind of system here. That's what you're prepared with INEC. Woman, I know you say you should not say INEC, but with INEC, but what you need to understand is this: the people that will run under different parties, whoever, like for example, if it's PDP that's the governor, be sure that the chairman that will run under their party will be people that they will have to nominate or put there or buy their form for them. Like Wike say, buys form for every one of them or puts them into office. So my point is, he will buy, or each state governor will make sure that whoever is the chairman that will run for any particular local government, he has a say as to who becomes that running, that person that will run.
But he doesn't have the power to remove them.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Either you let the state conduct the election, or you let INEC conduct the election. What we've seen in Nigeria is that as long as a governor is sitting there, they are usually, especially if you are the ruling party, they have a way of, manipulating the whole thing. Well, I know it's debatable, you can say, but that for me, I don't think that's the panacea to extricating these local governments from the hands of their finances from the hands of the governor, because INEC is conducting a future election. It means that there's a possibility that other political parties can win chairmanship in that. But maybe it's possible. But that is not the panacea to it, because invariably the primary
land, so that I can, you are interjecting. So let me continue.
In conclusion, for the fact that the governor, INEC is conducting the election, does not mean that the governor does not have a say as to who will run under their party for that chairmanship election, for that local government. I leave it at that, woman.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Let me also leave it on a note. Even if you say that if INEC supervises the election, the state governors will still try and influence in terms of who gets into that space. They might influence that, they may not, but certainly the push will be that they would not be able to, because the independence already established. But even if they are able to, they will not be able to unilaterally remove that person because it's no longer within their purview. But back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, sir. You know one thing that I would like us to do, we shouldn't be feeling comfortable being in abroad, no matter how rich we are, okay? So because we should try to aim at, let us be speaking with one voice. Let's, if not every day, at least, not but at least some days, make we just say, okay, make we they talk like as Kemi Badenoch they talk now. Her consistency, you know what I'm saying? Let us be consistent, or continuously. One day, all of us should speak with one voice against these rulers. They are not governors, they are not president, they are not government. So when you say we should be logical, there's not like logical about a space, a country, or a space in Africa called Nigeria that doesn't seem to have a government, because all the characteristics of government is not on ground. So that's the reality, and that's the fact. So what Kemi Badenoch is trying to do right now, despite the fact, that she know that people that he's talking to, whether in England or across the world, they already know the situation in Nigeria. They already know. So it's better for her to be, continuously, attack the system that is on ground in a whole Black Africa space, apart from South Africa and North Africa spaces. So that, because it's like, if she's not doing what she's doing right now, then that means she's an accomplice. You understand me? Because that means she knows exactly what she's doing. She knows what is happening. She doesn't want to tell the people, even though the British people already know that even the criminals that are stealing money from Nigeria, that are making people to die of hunger and starvation, are even not being touched in Nigeria, unless when they go to England, the England people, white people, will come and arrest them and put them in jail, like Kweremadu, like Ibori, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we should speak. Sometimes let us just think about our family members. You know, let's talk. Let's just think about our family members, our friends, our classmates. You know, our school friends, our play friends, people that will play football together on the streets of Benin City, of Ibadan, on the street, small lane. We play football on the street. Nobody will touch you. You know, so we must talk. Sometimes let us not try to be politically correct all the time. Let us say it as it is, you know, so that all of us can go back home and then enjoy our place that that the nature or the sky daddy, aka God, has made for us to dwell in. Not going to other people's country. I know people who say that immigration is part of life. No, immigration is not part of life. The white people, they do come to Africa right from the airport. They are being escorted like kings and queens. You know, cooks are there for them. But I mean, of us that have traveled to abroad and they receive such a reception. You know, unless Nigeria try to kill themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's why she should continue to do that. And then for that guy that spoke for almost an hour, I watched that speech yesterday. I was just shedding tears. You know, that that guy could just come and lie like that. You know, that man was just a liar talking about economic, which he doesn't know, which he knows nothing about. You know, what has he got? I mean, what the hell is going on? To all of us here right now, both the viewers and even the one man went to move our Gakwatakota here, and your co-admins. You know, what the hell is Nigeria? Is Nigeria a poor country? A major oil and gas exporting country? You know, can't just do nothing for himself? You guys have been talking about China and America, what they do to each other. What are we doing to other countries?
Taiwo Oyedele knows nothing about the economy. Is that what you said?
He knows nothing about economy. Only on papers.
He knows nothing about it. Only on papers.
Yes and no.
Taiwo Oyedele knows nothing about the economy.
He knows nothing about economy in the in the real sense of it. You know what he was just doing? He was just the president of the government. The government paid him to do that.
Hold on, you know better than him about the economy.
Yes. Because if you put me there as a president of Nigeria, there will be lights all over Nigeria in 1 year. I don't want to say 3 months, okay? 1 year.
Tony, you don't know Jack, man. You don't know nothing.
You know what I'm saying? Let me finish. Hold on.
Look at that. Taiwo Oyedele knows nothing about the economy.
He knows nothing about the economy because
now wait Taiwo.
And then hold on. And then the Nigerian people, hold on, the Nigerian people, out of stupidity, they were clapping for him, clapping out of foolishness. You know, this is madness. That useless hole. It was here they for say one Boko Haram enter, they make it scatter that their roof. You know, when they clap, somebody they come punish you now. If they talk nonsense to now, when they clap for them. Ow! I say, my God, the play don't dabaru like that. Yeah? So that between the woman, you know, you know me. Then as for you know, in your readout, you may mention that woman, that woman, what they call her Aisha Yusuf. You know, forget about that woman. She doesn't deserve arrest. Arrest is too much for that woman. You know what I'm saying? Arrest is too much. It's too much for that woman. Then for the Dele Faro to me, I support that woman. For him his daughter, because all this obedience. You see me? Obedience. Now me be Tony Africa deputy. Anywhere when I listen to me, I know me now. So I never see a country where they will say, now they will adopt one candidate, so that yes, either this man or nothing. You know otherwise there will be no need for for an election. You know what I'm saying? Let 100 people come out and compete. Not be say to that Oraka. You know, which is the warrior and say, really? Oraka. It's enough. You know what you are doing. Stop this bullshit. There's no country. There's no institutions of ground. That's why the local government is not working. That's why the state government are not, they are not working. That's why the president cannot do anything. It is not Tinubu's fault. It is the system of ground. Only that way he make mistakes that he said he was coming to change the system. And then he got there only to be shouting that, oh, I didn't know that it was like this. What the hell? Why can't you resign? I got off. That's it. Thank you, woman. Thank you.
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that's Tony, of course. I don't even know the incomparable Tony, who just breaking news. Taiwo Yedele knows nothing about economy. I'm sure. Do we still have Zita? I suspect we were. I suspect we may have lost her to a fine glass of brandy. Zita, you're not there, are you? No, I didn't think she was. So there it is. Breaking news. Patoski, Taiwo Yedele knows nothing about the economy. So there it is. I bet you never knew that. Now you know.
I think he doesn't know Taiwo very well, so maybe that's why.
Even you, Patrick, you know nothing about economy. That's why you say you work for bank. Oh, no nonsense.
Somebody does not hold an opinion. Or somebody holds an opinion that is different from you. Somehow. Is it my turn yet?
It is your turn, yes. You're next.
Woman, thank you.
You know sometimes it's a long way, so we'll carry on. Yeah.
You see, I feel very sad today. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. In short, since after that presidential inauguration, I feel very sad for my country. I feel very sad for my country. We have evolved into a culture, a process, and a system. When I say culture, I mean as individuals, in our practice, in our development, in everything, in our upbringing, we have evolved into a culture that cannot produce the right kind of leader. There's no way we can produce quality leader in that country, given what we have now. There's no way. When I look at our candidates, some of them are not even fit to become mayors in the Western world. They cannot earn the respect of leaders. I have my reservation about Trump, but when you listen to him today, look at the definitiveness of his policy. You can hate it, the direction of it. Look at the hope he's put in the heart of his followers. Look at, definitely things are changing. Even before he came in, look at what Hamas has done. That's leadership. We don't have one. We are still a people that consider tribe before we choose leaders. The people supporting Obi is because he's from Southeast. People don't want to say it. Even Obi is near qualified. The quality of reasoning, his man of expression, I have personal respect for all of them. But no, Nigeria needs something more serious than what we have now. Look at the cabinet. Look at
sorry, Patoski. It's just the quality of what you just said. The quality of his reasoning, and you know the utterances is a reflection of the functioning of the brain. You know, when you say, "Oh, if they like to speak big grammar," it's not really the big grammar, is it really? It's the way you craft a phrase or an expression or a sentence in order to impact in a particular sort of way. And that is exactly what you just said, the quality of the reasoning and then his utterances. And even we don't have anything. If we had a president, it would be Prince Adebayo. I don't even think we have a president in this character that we have in here.
But Oda is so immature. Somebody that is provoked easily with the flimsiest things. I mean, when are we going to eventually...
Did you see when he came here and he flared up? It caught me off guard, actually. I'm not sure if you saw that session when he came and it just flared up, you know.
That's the kind of person that wants to occupy Aso Rock. And the one who does not flare up is so slow. And Tinubu in the 90s or in the 99 could have still been manageable. But the corruption does not. The Nigerian leaders are so corrupt. They cannot earn the respect of others.
Tinubu is doing it from memory now, not from instincts, but from memory. Yeah. And that's always an unfortunate thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want from memory? What are you talking about?
How do we run? How do we live like that?
It's governing from memory. It's governing from memory rather than from instinct. It's governing from the templates.
Oh man, or you mean autopilot?
Yes, exactly.
No,
it's on autopilot. Rather than
Look at how long it's taking them to do something meaningful in solid minerals. Look at this is a country that we are saying we need revenue. We need revenue. The first thing is let's tax people. What of the rich men that are stealing the solid mineral that could give you much more revenue than the increase in tax, and that will not harm the people? I mean, why are we like this? Why are we like this? I don't have respect for him anymore. Forget it. But all the people that are arguing for him, most of them is because it's their people. It's because Tinubu is one of us. For what? It's not one of me. I'm not one of him. I didn't steal Lagos State money. I'm not collecting revenue for Alpha Beta or Gamma Ray. I'm not collecting revenue. My son is not gallivanting all over Lagos and living like a crown prince. My wife was not a senator, and I isn't a former first lady. I am not like that. I don't belong to the clique of those who can remove governors and remove speakers. No. Neither am I somebody who is a trader and say, oh, I'm a trader. We don't need that kind of person who goes to Harvard to attend short courses of 3 weeks, 2 weeks, and claim that he has studied everything, knows the economy. No. We need serious-minded
people. Why are you trying that shit now?
People who will stand before maybe the president of Netherlands and negotiate trade deals, meaningful one. To say, okay, can we bring free land to Nigeria? How do we improve our cattle district? How do we improve milk production? People who can start talking to presidents and leaders in Ukraine? How can you support us with wheat production? We need somebody, not people like Dele Alake, who's a journalist and is now sitting on what's supposed to be the second largest revenue generator, and he's 2 years down the line, he's done nothing other than taking just about 2-3 bars of gold to Aso Rock. I mean, when are we going to? What is happening with us? And when we
thank you very much. We are speaking with one voice tonight.
Patoski, can you give me 5 seconds? Just to... give me 5 seconds now. Make I not lose the train.
Oh, Baba, land now, so you can take it fully.
Okay,
yes, exactly. Let Patrick land.
Carry on.
You see, when I heard that thing,
Tony, stay muted. Yeah,
I was walking and I was doing year-end, whatever. Maybe I was trying to listen to that thing. When I listened, my productivity just dropped. A job that was supposed to finish by 5, I've just left the office and it's almost to 9. Because my productivity, the thing discouraged me. I felt, when are we going to ever make it happen? We need a leader who can go to Ramaphosa and say, fine, can we start buying things directly and bypass bricks or dollars? Or leaders who can think and be bold and be courageous. Leaders who can go to countries in Europe that have strength in certain areas and say, okay, let's have a settlement agreement. How can we improve manpower and capacity in this area? I was thinking India was a poor country. I was watching a documentary yesterday. Man, you need to see Mumbai, you need to see Bombay, you need fantastic. Come and see. It's like the skyline of USA.
I think they said they have the highest conglomeration of millionaires. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they say the highest concentration of millionaires is in Mumbai.
In this documentary, it was a crime documentary. So, when they show some scenes, the places, because this person is a high-end person, so they were showing the kind of environment where his office is. Come and see, I say, is this India or is this China? Beautiful. Beautiful. The way they show you Africa and show poor places, that's what they'll be doing today. India is a very beautiful place. When are we going to start making meaning? Look at our educational system, where teachers cannot teach. Teachers are failing exams. That's not government too. Teachers, when you know you are not qualified to be a teacher, why are you there? Why are you there? Why are you there, for Christ's sake? Teachers cannot teach. They will write common entrance and fail. And the governor say, oh, they are failing. They say, oh, this governor is this. They want to kill the governor. They want to buy him. They want to. And he's not going to get the next vote. Why are we like that? How do we produce the quality leaders that we need now? When the schools cannot, look at what they did to some of us that went, even when we were there, schools were still good. But even at our time, look at what they did to us in the colleges and in the universities. Some lecturers are not updated. They use, I know there was the head of department that I was taking an international business course as part of the course I was taking. The man was
a 3 weeks course, I mean.
It was supposed to be a 5-unit course because it was taught to me, and it was even taught by my HOD. This man just comes and read Economist to us and read Newsweek, and he won't even read the latest one. No. He will be making photocopy and making cutout of Newsweek and Economist. That's all. And that's what he's going to give the next semester. He's going to give the next class. He's been doing that. When are we? How do we move forward like that? How do we move forward like that? It's a system that can produce an Opebolo as governor. They say, he's the people, he can do something for you. Can't you get somebody that is more serious and that can still do something?
Adeleke.
And Adeleke, And Adeleke. Now, how does that man go? Osun is supposed to be.
How can anything of meaning ever come out of Osun State for 8? So that's 8
that guy is an
or
American.
Edo State. You know,
he grew up in America.
It's just
schooled in
wasted
America,
years.
Adeleke, right? He's schooled in America. How do you think that man will be able to go to the governor of maybe the state of Georgia or California or try to look at, okay, what can even if I'm not negotiating, can I at a subnationals, what can you do for us? What can we do? What that kind of exchange that we can have? Now, in those days, we used to have foreign students come to Nigeria for exchange to universities like Ife, Unilag, and the rest. Which country will send their students to Nigeria for exchange now? For what? Which university in Nigeria will take exchange from an American university now of quality? In those days, we used to have, we had foreign students in my class. But all those things have changed. Look at a system where you steal money and nothing happens to you. How can that kind of system work? An accountant general stole money and nothing happened. Nothing. A central bank. How do they respect a central bank governor that stole money, printed money, kept it, built estate with it, and is carrying Bible the following year? How do you take that kind of central bank governor to go and meet another central bank governor to negotiate exchange? Do you think they don't know what is happening? Even without Kemi telling them. They know now. Don't they have businesses in Nigeria who give them feedback that, oh, once you lose your money, if you take them to court, just like Baba is saying, it can take you 5 years. You can never win against their government. A foreign company comes, he has an issue, he takes people to court, maybe government, maybe he did a business with a local government or with a state government or with the federal government. Oh, he can't win because you can't win against government. So he tells his other people that, look here, their government, you can't win against them. If they have a deal for you, please don't just go into it. That's the kind of message we are sending to the rest of the world. And Tinubu does not come across as different. Baba, please, I want you to respond.
Okay,
thank you, Patoski. Let me start with how you situate it. Let's talk political economy. Let's talk political economy. I like this kind of robust discussion, and I thank you for the opportunity. Let's look. Wani amuku eru ewo, oni ewo saleni. Literally, let me try and interpret that. you meet a man with crooked legs, and the load on his head is askew, and you are saying, why is the load on your head askew? And he said, don't you look down? Because it's how your leg is shaped, the load on your hair will sit. Now, we talk about mining. I will talk in recent times, the attitude of our brothers in the north. This mining thing is not a matter of today. They've been mining and putting the returns into their pockets. Many of them, that's what made somebody like Yari of Zamfara State, governor about a time back, so rich today. The place is so vast without population that it is difficult to police, and it's an hostile environment to constituted authority. Don't think the way we operate in the South with the fear of the government is the same fear they have for the government in the North. It still an uncharted territory as far as national security is concerned. They have sense of entitlement. This is their territory. Because why am I saying this? For instance, when the president went to France to negotiate for big-time miners to come look into that territory, and what did they say? What did they do? They turned it into, they put on their formidable propaganda machine to fight the government. That was when we started hearing of foreign army bases, Air Force bases. France want to bring their military bases. We all knew at that time that it was all lies, predicated upon these shenanigans. They don't want anybody to know what is going on there. In the same manner, they've been taking the VAT privately on contracts given out without disbursing or forwarding same to the federal posts. So that is the kind of system we are running. India, you talk about, for instance, India has about 1.5 billion in population today. But yes, they are rich. They are the 5th largest economy in the world, I think, with 3.5. Please fact check me. 3.5 trillion economy, bigger than many, many other established countries in the West or in Europe. 5th largest economy. But pause, look a minute at their income per capita. It's just about $2,000. I mean, 5th largest economy with an income per capita of 2,000. South Africa is greater in income per capita. There are dozens of countries that their income per capita is bigger than that of India, that is the 5th largest economy. It doesn't cohere. So something is wrong. So they'll have large portion of poor people. I'm told, it's a long time I've been to India. I went there long time. So what I'm told by my son who was there recently, that look, it exists side by side. You may see a beautiful house. Even that Mikesh, or what is the richest man, Ambani's house, that is 27th floor house he stays. He said, look, less than 100 meters from that beautiful edifice that is world class, you see ghetto. You see ghetto. So side, you see a beautiful hotel, you stay, but you just look through your window. The next thing you will see 50 meters away, you see ghetto. So they have a culture of commingling and tolerating one another, both poor and mixed. They feed on each other or one another, if I may put it that way. We don't have that in our country. So there are a lot of mitigating factors against things working at pace in our country. It is not the fault of this president. That is the essence of what I'm always saying here, that we should all calm down. Because if you calm down enough, your eyes can see the tip of your nose. You can see the tip of your nose if you calmly focus We are not focused calmly. So we are not seeing the tip of our noses. These are the problems we are facing. If we can agree to say, let's live together as one. So everybody show your hands. Let the contractors come to your territory and mine the way they are mining oil in somebody else's territory, which they are enjoying. Are you following my point, Patuski and co-panelists? The same privilege they enjoy in other people's territory, carrying licenses, mining, exploring, making heavy money. They are not giving that same privilege to other tribes to come to their territory. Though I heard that the biggest mine or the largest gold trader in Zamfara is an Igbo man. I don't know how that is true, but if it's an Igbo,
I listen to you, my brother. I listen to you. Even at the stick on old our old property, now they stick on all the oil wells.
You understand? Even the Igbo man will be in the mode of Nzelgu, born there, not been to the east before. I can bet on that. You understand? So it's a difficult thing. You have to, it's a thing a president have to navigate like a ballet dancer. You don't just come in and start barging in. You will get injured. You will get injured politically. They will batter you. You can see how they tried ordinary tax law that will transform the country. You can see what it takes. You can see what the PIA bill, how it took, and they are proud to tell us that they stymied that bill to last for 20 years. We wasted 20 years for PIA bill. So we have to look at the political economy of our country before we really started talking. That's in essence, let's look at ourselves, how we behave, how we react to government that we do not support. So the country, whether we like it or not, needs a reform. Needs a reform so that every one of us will calmly tell us exactly what we want or how we want to develop. And to the qualifications or the effectiveness of those we voted into powers, I think we can only test their ability by adopting the Westminster system, where once in a week the Prime Minister will go to the Parliament and the leader of the opposition, they will engage in debates. That's the only, if we don't run that kind of system, we cannot have meritable people. We will just be enthroning mediocrity every voting cycle. Because ever since the military vacated, finally, yeah.
Let me just interject you. I think the problem is with the political parties, because we get people elected into this parliament because of what their political party offers. So if APC or PDP offers us some kind of shitty people, and they end up being in office, and that's what we're going to get. So I think it boils down to the political parties. And these political parties are not really democratic. They're just there to put in their bodies or whoever seem to align with the person who is the leader of the party, as the case may be, or who can buy their way into grabbing their ticket for the party. So I don't think I agree with you that if we run maybe their parliamentary system, like you said, maybe that would be a way. But going by what we run today, we run a federal system, which is what's it called? A bicameral system. So until that is changed. But my point is that I think it's the political party, that is where the problem lies. Because the political party, look at Labour Party, all the people that went there, got into the Labour Party, what happened to them? They all defected to other parties. I mean, defected to...
They have all defected, all of them. People went from PDP to APC now.
So that's what we're saying. So I think it's the political party is the issue, not really the bicameral, the parliament. I'll leave it at that.
All right, but let me take this window to Bill, hand over to Chioma, acknowledging the super chatters, Bosu kicked it off, and Aldi signed up as a member, so people should be encouraged to do that. I don't think we have enough people there. I think we only have Alexander Gomez and who's that lady, that northern lady? So those are the two now Arogidegba and RB. So more people should join that. And but do you see this guy's name, Bata Wahala? Well, Bata Wahala came with his wallet, and there he is right there. So that's Bata Wahala. I'm not quite sure I've seen that name yet, but there he is announcing himself to the platform. Kulata, of course, joins in that space, celebrating Nigerian music, and there it is. So still more of those to come. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll hand over to Chioma, who joins you now as I fade out. Back to the conversation.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, woman.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. Can we have more people? Please subscribe. We need the subscriptions going up. If you have multiple YouTube accounts, make sure that all of your accounts are subscribed. We want to get, I'm determined that we get that silver button this year. So we have to propel it. But thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
So if I continue,
please continue.
Baba, my concern is even is the article that will say, just look at the man during election will go on Nigeria, he will go on treadmill, be doing pay. He's oh my God, see the mediocrity. He will go on treadmill so that he's very fit. He will, some of them will go to Akara
do the same thing.
and go and eat Akara.
Pato, did Tinubu not do the same thing?
Tinubu will go on cycling, be doing. You understand? What is the meaning of all that? He will attend debate and they will tell you what's your policy. He will say 2-3 things. Say, I will not release the rest so that my opponents will not catch me. Are we kidding here? Are we kidding here? What is happening?
Like they will say in the streets, you didn't whine me.
Is it Kwakwanso that we say can make such? Is he Ganduje? Look at all the quality of people. Look at our National Assembly. Look at when our National Assembly, when they are in committee and they are bringing people to come and talk, address budget or questioning them. Look at the rowdiness. Look at the quality of assessment. Look at the way they question them. Look at the quality of responsible from our own civil servants when they go there. No, sir, because it's the digit. What is happening? What is happening? We cannot become a great nation like that.
Pato, let me say this.
Take a bow and go without any question.
Pato, I think everything starts. Besides, let me just quickly say this. Besides the other problem that we have, I think the standard of our education in Nigeria has really plummeted. If you look at the quality, like I think the one saying is that you said some teachers were giving common entrance or something like that to work on, and maybe they could not pass. It's just everything that boils down to the quality of the education. There is no standard anymore. And if there is any standard, that standard is not what we can refer to as standard. You talk to an average Nigerian public school going student, at least 80, if not 82%, 85% of them, they cannot express themselves very well. They cannot even, I'm not saying English should be a yardstick for which we gauge level of literacy, but it's just the way the kids in Nigeria, a lot of them, and then you see, there's a lot of things that is working against the system in Nigeria, and we're not seeing these politicians talk about education because they don't care, because their own kids are all abroad here, going to school. So why should they care about ordinary person in the street that cannot afford to send their kids to to private schools? Even in private school, there's no standard. Like here in America, like some teachers here in America, they tell you that if a student fails to perform very well, they would I think this what that is what they do it here. They would I think they would you become unemployed.
The student provide feedback on the teachers too now.
Exactly, they provide, yeah. So but then if you do not do very well, the kids are not doing very well, they will ask you to just resign.
Yeah.
So, but we gone on those days where I remember.
National mind, in Nigeria, the people that go to teach are people who probably did not gain admission to university and eventually end up in NCE, or people who did not get the right course that they want and eventually given education, and they came out with that education, but they couldn't even use the education to get another job, maybe work in the bank or ministry. So they are stuck with teaching, and they are doing it they are not happy with it because that's not what they want originally. That's the kind of quality. And the way we pay, what we pay teachers is not good enough to attract talents. So there's no way. Something is wrong with our people. Some of us,
it's fundamental.
When I finished school that time, my school was ready to offer me a graduate assistantship because they felt, oh, this is the best student we have. So they were really ready to do that. But I just felt, I had an offer in the bank. Ordinarily, I think I should have taken that offer. But I thinking back now, I had an offer in the bank, which was way better. If it was attractive enough for me to be a graduate assistant, I would have stayed. Who knows, maybe I would have been able to add some value. You understand what I'm saying? But even the higher institutions, the universities are even trying. The quality of graduate assistant that they get, they eventually become lecturer, is very high. They take first class, and those people, because they look at academics very well, they still do it. But not for secondary school. Nobody wants to stake his life for that. But a first class graduate can say, okay, if I stay the academics, I can eventually become a professor one day, and with other benefits and social structure, status and everything. But there's nothing attractive in being a teacher in Nigeria. Do you know how much teacher earn here? I work with, because of my background, I work with people's payroll, so I know what, there are teachers who earn far more than CPAs here in Canada. Teachers. So after doing my CPA and see what I said, I told my wife, because we are both of us, I say, Kemi, why do we go to even do CPA? Why did you just do education and work on our accent? Because that's another key thing with teaching. Why didn't you just do something in education, work on our accent? At worst case, maybe teach economics or teach accounting.
You see, Pato, again, we're talking about
well.
Pato, we're talking about standard. Again, we're talking about standard. Even the so-called private schools, a lot of them they're not even worthy of the license that was given to them.
Of course, some public schools are even better than them. Some public schools are better than some private.
So you see, there's a host of problem that country is facing, and these politicians are not talking about it. All they talk about is the tax bill, whatever that will benefit them, or that will sort of like make their own life easy, or their governance lifestyle to the easy. They don't talk about the people. All their policies is not people-centric. I mean, even the state governors. I mean, how many all the houses of assembly? Look, all those states house of assembly. How many of you have you heard that debate issues that are people-centric? All they talk about is, the governor wants to take more budget for this. They want to build one house. They want to build one whatever, and that's what they do. They don't talk about public. You see, here again we go again. When I say Tinubu does not seem to understand what governance is all about, because if truly this guy lived here in America, like he said, he lives in the 70s and 80s, you understand that if you want to bring that kind of system that will really go far-reaching, you just have to allow the local government to work. We know people who say, it's too early right now to be talking. Yeah, but I don't even see any plan on ground to show that these people are going to work for the people. Because when the state government is controlling education, like here in my own place here, but this is not even the county where I live. I mean, it's within a county, but I'm saying it's a city within a county. It's incorporated. Because here there's a way America run their system here. Even though, say, like Apapa local government now, Sari, Igomu, Ajegunle can carve themselves out. Let's say, okay, let me just say like Marine Beach area there, for Apapa there. They can claim, okay, we want to be a city of our own within Apapa local government. Mind you, Apapa has access, they have the seaport. I mean, the seaport will be owned by Apapa local government. That's where they will be getting their money from. And then they all have other source of revenue. Why the city within the local government, they can also generate their own income through taxing properties. So these are some of the ideas that these people don't seem to understand how government work. Nigeria can unleash the potentials that we have. Even though with all this crap that is going on, we can do it gradually. But are these people ready to really do the work? All they just want to do is just do some kind of tokenism kind of things and then make it look like as if they done something better for Nigerians. Because you cannot run this system and make it be successful the way they are running it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Not. Ordinary cities can make money. A city within local government, like Asurulere local government, if say like Shita area now, or that Shita area or whatever, or stadium area, they want to declare themselves as, okay, we want to be an incorporated city within Asurulere local government. They can see that Alagbaka estate there, where they have so many of those rich guys there. You can unleash, potentials from there. Start taxing them.
Alaka.
Sorry, I'm talking about Akure. Sorry, I mean Alaka Estate. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. Not Alagbaka. Alaka Estate. Yeah, thanks for that correction. So that the property is there. You can. You see, this is what we're talking about. But irony, they want local. They want listen. They want
you can unleash property taxes. Is that what you want to unleash? Rational mind.
That's one way. That's one way to generate revenue.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. Baba, thanks for the response to Petoskey. The refutation was quite robust, and I'm glad you responded to Petoskey. Because Petoskey, I hope you listened to what Baba said, because your claim was, I'm not going to say it was emotional, what you were complaining about, but nonetheless, it had no base. I mean, you put forth the question as if you didn't know how Nigeria works. Like I always say, a lot of people think Tinubu has the magic wand. It can just come in and do whatever. No, I hope you listen to
what
Baba
guys
said.
are missing you. I'm not just directing it to Tinubu. I'm addressing the system. How come we cannot produce quality leaders? I'm looking at
I beg to differ.
I'm looking at I'm looking at. I mean, there's a bigger problem that we are
is an
facing.
educated man. He's an engineer.
PhD, Gandola, PhD, Undume, PhD. Do I continue? Zulum, PhD. Do I continue?
Okay.
We've had this
What's
guy
the quality
also,
of leadership you are
the
getting
former
from them?
CBN person.
But when you miss all those PhD with Islamic knowledge, then then you dilute everything.
Come on.
What was that guy from the East? What's his name again? The former assistant CBN person.
Soludo.
Not Soludo.
Okay. The man, what's his name? Whose wife attacked Lagos? What's his name?
Mogalu.
Yeah, Kingsley Mogalu. That's a brilliant man. So Patuska, I do not agree, but
the guy is competition.
See, the person that won may not be the best of the candidate, but nonetheless,
my friends. You see, the thing is, the issue is not individuals per se. It's the system. We need to.
Let me land.
Institutions, not on ground.
Let me land, because I was thinking in the middle of it. Yeah. So, if you want to say if you want to blame the institution or the system, that is fine, but let's not pretend that it doesn't take time. Now, if you want, Baba gave a robust response in terms of the legacy or historical context to the reason why we are where we are or how things work. Okay, so let's not pretend like someone like Tinubu or any other person for that matter could come in and just change everything. It's not going to happen that way. That's not the way it works. And by the way, I totally disagree with one man that Tinubu is on autopilot. I think Rashomon has suggested that. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. Because if you look at what he's doing right now, in relation to what we want in Nigeria, is actually doing something phenomenal. Now, the result may not be there yet, which personally, I don't expect that we should have any result at this point in time. In fact, I said it before, it probably would take 2 terms or more to bring about any significant change to that Nigerian system or the economy. So I don't know why you guys are pretending like, it's so easily done. You can just plug and play and it's going to work out. It doesn't work out. And to the
what
question
about the resistance, Prince Daddy? What about the resistance that, that is a country right now?
Well, that's part of the system that Patuski doesn't understand. Okay, in regards
no, but you should no. What about the resistance from the other side, the other end? Tinubu started to do something, but the resistance, that was the area that Baba spoke.
That is part of the system, and Patoski in his analysis or questioning did not acknowledge that, nor factor that into why things are so slow walk and things are not working the way they should. But in regards to quality of education, I like somebody, Baba, or you yourself, Patoski, to define what is quality education. Because if you ask me personally, I don't think, maybe in times of our fathers or whatever, forefathers, back in those days when the British were in charge of the educational system, they had something you call quality education. But apart from that, overall, I don't think Nigeria has really produced quality education overall. The reason why some schools do well is because they attract really brilliant candidates that go to those schools, and those children or those pupils, they tend to be well defined, well structured from the upbringing or where they're coming from. And so if you have a bunch of such students at a school, or a school that attracts such pupils, the school get a good name, not because the school in itself has a really structured educational system, a curriculum, or quality teachers. Not at all. It's the students that are good that make up the school, not because the school itself has anything to offer. I don't think so. So if you ask me, we can agree that maybe the quality of education, quote unquote, has gone down a little bit in Nigeria, but not so much from 10, 20, 30
not
years
a little
ago.
bit. No, dude, don't say that. I don't know where you live. I mean, let me say I don't know where you live. I don't know what world you're living in, what planet you're living in. If you have ever even been to Nigeria, what are you talking about?
Well, there you go again.
The Nigerian educational system has totally collapsed. I mean,
I don't think so. Because the same the collapse you're talking about still produces. Hold on.
Let me say collapse.
Hold on, rational mind. The collapse you're talking about
it's
180 degree. 180 degree from where it was before.
Prince Daddy, how can you say you don't think so? The system where you have the entire national university system shut down for about a whole year, and this is not the first time.
So that's why
Patoski, Prince Daddy, wait, Patoski, you have the floor.
This is not the first time it is happening.
We are all missing it, Patoski. You have the floor. Just give me 1 minute.
Sorry, let me just land.
If you can give me 1 minute, we will unravel this thing where the whole thing started. No, the way you people are going is wrong. No, let me help. Let me help Patoski. Let me help.
Control those men.
Excuse me. I'm gonna diffuse the situation with Madam AI, and then after Madam AI, then Baba will, interject to you, Patoski.
Okay.
So, Madam AI, I would like to hear from you.
Oh, they can continue. I'll come in later, please.
Okay. So
thank you.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Chichi. Thank you. Look, this is the problem with our education. The point where we missed it was the point where JAMB was introduced. You guys if you pay attention, the secondary school did not wobble when Awolowo introduced free education in the West. It was universal. When you finish, me from Federal, I finish. Each university, as few as they were then, we were buying entrance form. Each university conducts their entrance examination. We go for interview. They see us. Is this young man before me who scored 80%? Is he speaking like somebody who scored 80%? Does he look like an Agbero person? He came from Methodist Boys High School. Does he look like somebody who has won that tie before? They choose who they want, the kind of students they want. we were all proud of the kind of education we were receiving then. Came in jam. Voila. Everybody sit the exam all over the country. They start to draw line. Quota system came in. I will score 20 in the south. Somebody will score 10 in the north. They will take him before me. That's where the whole thing started going down, down, down. That is one. The second mistake was one of the military government, I can't remember whose regime then, cancel out the missionaries. They kick out the Christian missionary.
I think it was Buhari Diagmo or something.
Yeah, the Islamic people, they kick them out. Then we used to have mullahs. We have reverend gentlemen teaching us of different colors from Egypt, from Italy, from Philippines, teaching us. We're very proud of our ties. That is the neckties we tie. We notice, we see ourselves, we know ourselves. I will see somebody from St. Gregory's. I know once I see purple badge and purple tie, those are Greg's children. They came, they kicked them out. And that also affected the quality of education. The third step was the Jakonde era, who fed on the mistake of the military and now open up all this. We are not saying, I'm not anti-poor or anything, but you understand, the whatever you call, please don't get me wrong, I'm short of word here, but let everything side by side develop on their own. Don't think if you now put pigeon, chicken together, they can effectively blossom together. It doesn't work that way. It really doesn't work that way. And that is the third time of Jakonde. People may disagree with me, but I'm looking at everything historically.
Baba, what's your line? Please define what you would call quality education.
Quality education to me, one, the child must be matured, either for nursery education or primary education, because those are foundational. If it's Montessori, you can't take a 2-year-old to Montessori. Take a 3-year-old or even 4 to Montessori. They spend 2 years in Montessori. That's what we call nursery school. So that by the time they get to primary school, at least they are age 6, a little bit grown to be able to absorb the pressure. More so now that they don't write with chalk and slate anymore. They go straight on paper. How to handle the pencil, the drawing, the writing exercise book. You know, the way it was structured in those days, even drawing graph. We have that square little thing for arithmetic. We have the other yellow, red, blue, green line for writing material. Everything is structured. I didn't start using fountain pen until primary 3. Primary 3 was the first time I was looking forward to it. I had something to look forward to. And you have your inkwell, you have your fountain pen, you buy any kind of nib you want to start learning how to use fountain pen. That is why we have better handwriting than the folks of today. But now everything is automatic, automated. So we missed it until we go back and beg the missionaries, which some states have done. They return the schools back to missionaries, but the missionaries are handling the whole thing half-heartedly, because it's like, could they come back again and take over these things with just one fiat, one law? So they are not handling it anymore. They are no more enthused. So we've missed it. We've missed it. We have to start restructuring again, because the education I mean, it's a shame. Somebody in another country.
Baba,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. Carry on.
You said something. There's a host of issues that country is confronted with when it comes to our education. You see, the quality of people that we churn out from our educational system is reflective of who are in our politics, in our banking system, in other facets of areas of life of Nigeria. But my point is that we do not have good policymakers who can think through a problem. And like an example, you gave an example of we were formerly using chalk. I mean, I grew up when we were using chalk to write on the board. My teachers back then, they would write it on the board. I mean, I remember even when I was little, I used to have slate. That slate, I'll write on the slate. But that was my preschool then, before I started going to normal school. I'll write on slate. There's this black slate. So that's how we learn. And then started drawing all this. We have pictorial illustration of circle, square. You will count how many square you write. So that's how I was raised. But then my point is that, you see.
Oh, rational mind, I beg, just give me 3 seconds to respond to Light. Light, Obi did no jack in Anambra. Those things where he was bribing and spreading false results about examination, those are fake results. They were bribing Wike, and then they were giving all the Anambra students pass mark. Or I think they gave them a name that time.
So how many professors have they even produced? If he did
go and sleep with that fake thing. And he labeled himself #1 in Wike list. Wike said we don't have list of the best states. Carry on, I beg, rational mind. I'm sorry about that. I just want to put this thing on it. A dampener.
My issue is this: you cannot run a system the way we're running that system, because already the government is bogged down with so many. The state government, because now somebody was saying that in conversation, it's now on education is on concurrent list, but yet we still find federal government having active role in saying that we're talking about, so for example, like universities, which I don't think they should have a federal universities. Universities should be run by.
I don't know what they are doing with it.
So that's the thing, and they have the so-called unity schools. I know all those things has to do with the northern issue, the northern thing that the northerners, they feel like they're always entitled to getting some kind of advantage in that country. But let me just put that aside. But my point is this: the overall point I'm trying to make here is that the problem with Nigeria is that we don't have a clear understanding as to run a system. We cannot run a system the way it's presently constituted. Now, if you remember when Awolowo was there, when Awolowo was running the education, he leaves it to local authorities. In the 1950s, from what I heard from people, well, my uncles and people, big bros that were living there, they told me that they were what they call local authorities. These local authorities were like local governments. These were the ones that were responsible for elementary schools, at least up to even secondary schools. But when they after the independence and they toppled the military came in, they just bastardized the whole thing. So what am I saying here is that the local government should be responsible for. In fact, in some up to when I even grew up, I still met some of those schools they call LA schools, local authority schools.
And now
I met some of them in my own time, during my own time.
I also met them.
So that local authority schools, they were run by the local governments. And these local governments, they get funding to run those schools. And that is how it's supposed to be. Why do you think here in America, most of us we live in? Cities, counties, mostly cities, they run their own school. Like my own little city, my own little town where I live here. They have their elementary school, they have their what's it called? They have their what's it called? Sorry.
Yeah, what percentage does
rational mind? Universities in Germany are run by the local government too.
You say what?
Universities here.
Colleges.
Universities in Germany here. They are run by the local government.
Sure.
Yes, I mean,
like
Frankfurt, I don't know what is wrong with black people.
Frankfurt. So last time I was in Frankfurt, I
said local government. Even the seaport, are owned by the local government, not even the state government.
So
you see,
my point is this. Let's just leave that. My point is this: is that if we do not go back to the thing, because already the central is overloaded with so many issues. They should not be concerning themselves with things like
and you don't want to give Tinubu credit.
Hold on, let me learn. Education and health. It should be run locally by the local government. So talking about
so why don't you give Tinubu credit then?
Give Tinubu credit for what?
Yeah, see, you're not going to do that. See, you don't acknowledge nothing.
Don't do this, your Armstrong.
You don't acknowledge progress. All you want to do is complain about
it. Give him what now? Give him what? For what are these?
He's not complaining. He's not complaining. You know, but hold on. Hold on, Prince Daddy, my brother. You know, say Tinubu is only making an attempt because the resistance before him is too much for him now. We're not sure that he's going to carry all these policies through. Okay, so.
All right,
okay, so let's say one man was trying to explain to you earlier, Rational Mind, about Tinubu's strategy, at least for localizing governance. He talked about the economic independence. Okay. Then later talked about political freedom from the state governors. It's a work in progress. But you,
I hear you.
Your goal is to whine and complain about.
It's okay. That's what we're whining. I mean, it's the same whining we've been whining here that led them to go and suddenly remember they have to go and fight for the local government in court, right? We'll continue whining. Don't worry. Even though they don't implement whatever we say here, they just do it after they just pay lip service to it. My point is this: here in my own area here, the school every year they will call the parents together. They'll tell us, okay, we're going to add X amount of money to your property tax. And so if you're paying property tax, say you're paying like $10,000 every last year, they'll say you'll be paying $11,000 property tax. The reason is because we have our school here, we want to build more classrooms, we want to buy textbook. So we have counted that here in my own city, here where I live, from the last census that we had, we're about 17,000 people living in the city. And can you believe that this city here has only one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school? But they are very big, though. Don't get me wrong when I say, but we're about 16,000. But that's planning. They plan. They know that okay, this is the amount of people that live here. They know the amount of kids that are in every household, and they make planning by that. Why did Tinubu not? This guy before he left, Boo, he said he wants to do census. He gave them money. Why did Tinubu stop that census from taking place? At least the census is not taking place on that.
Now you found another crack.
Hold on. You see,
let somebody else talk.
Can I come in here?
You cannot solve problems by just going straight to some.
No, you can't solve problems. About everything. Now there you are. Older rational mind. There you are using a Western system.
I can't speak English now.
There you are using a Western system.
You have to solve the problem.
There you are using a Western system that's well developed, okay, that's been around for quite a while. You're using that to be a comparison to Nigeria.
Even when you are comparing, Nigeria used to have Parent Teachers Association, and they always have meeting that time. Agree, the standard has been bastardized. We all should agree on that. And the problem we are having is that association of unliking minds coming together. Because when you want to formulate good policy that will progress your own part of the country, some people are not willing to join you. They want to do it their own way. It's like a thief who wants to have one bread in his hand and grab another person's bread to join together at the same time. They don't want to change, and they still want that juicy that is coming from the central. The evolution of power is very important. But if the certain people want it, what about the rest of the country? They don't want it. A simple tax reform bill, they are fighting over it. When you look at the standard of education,
why were they fighting? Why were they fighting over it? Why were they fighting?
They will fight over it because at the end of the day, they don't want to they don't want to work hard.
What was the reason? One of the reasons besides that reason?
The major reason is on the derivation. The derivation put more things on. If you work hard, your state will have the purchasing power to consume more. But they don't want to put in the work. Let
me say it for you. Continue.
Let me just finish. You have been talking. Can't you just allow some people to?
No, I was talking before somebody interjected me. I was one talking before somebody interjected me.
Okay, go ahead after you.
So my point is this.
No, if you let Remy land that point now, Remy was making some nice points.
Tony, you're not the moderator though.
Yeah, go on, land. Yeah, Remy.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is this, because we are a unit, and if some section of the country you want progress, but unfortunately, if some section does not want that progress, or they don't want it at that particular time, they will slow you down. And that is what is happening to us in Nigeria. When you talk about that Federal Character Commission, which is not good, and when Baba said that, look at it, you score about 250 or 260. You cannot even get into medicine, and somebody with 200 from Sokoto, KB, or Borno will get to the same medicine in the same university, in top university in Nigeria, even ahead of you. Because or somebody that is related to me have that experience, scored 265, cannot even get to medicine. And somebody with 220 from KB got into that medicine. So it's slowing down the quality you're supposed to have from your home region. If you don't know it, people, but unfortunately for us, we are blinded by tribalism and blinded by who we support and blinded by so many other factors. So that is the problem when a section of a country want to move on, and some section, they want to move on their own pace, and they want to drag you to their own pace. That's the problem we're having in that country. The standard has already fallen at all-time low. You talk to an average 17 or 16-year-old Nigerian boy or girl, engage him in all facets of life, you will discover he does not know nothing. So how can we come out of this? And this guy that is doing the reform, I'm not here to support any government, but at the end of the day, he's trying indirectly. Are Nigerians supporting him? They are looking at it from their tribal line. What can they get from me? At the end of the day, I think I just don't know how to go about it. Because devolution of power is very important, and state resource control by state is also very important. The moment you have that state control of resources by state and proper devolution of power, then you see the right people coming up to contest for election. But now you will see mediocre people with money, because at the end of the day, I've spent my money, and that is what the general followership, that's what they know. There is no dignity anymore in average Nigeria. It's all about money. Let's say the truth. It's not about bribing or no bribing. Everybody wants the money. But when you now have state resource control, whereby they generate resources by themselves, and they just pay 10% royalty or 15% to the federal government, they will know that if I do not work hard, I won't have the money to pay for my teachers and the rest. And I am not here to support American system or Western system in totality. I think we must evolve our own democracy. Although this can be a guide for us because we are different people. You cannot compare the literacy level of America with Nigeria. You cannot compare the exposure and other things of Western world with Nigeria. We must develop our own. But as we are still doing it now, I'm sorry, it's still the same result. But
so if it's the same results, that tells you that there's something fundamentally wrong then.
I've already laid out all the fundamentals.
You laid out some of them, which is some of them.
I've already laid it out.
Which I agree with you.
And I'm trying to tell you that.
I agree with you.
So when the problem I have with most Nigerians is that all the so-called activists and the rest, they are very selfish. They themselves, it's all about what they can get. It's all about money. I've never seen them think, okay, I want to now protest, bring all Nigerian youth together. Let's protest. Let's reduce recurrent expedition. Let's give power more to the state. Let state control their resources, whether you are youth in KB, Kano, Kaduna, Enugu, or Ibadan. Why are they not thinking that way? Why is it must it be me that I must, as an activist, it must mean that we change the country? A nation is not built that way. Everybody contributes their own quota to nation building. It does not necessarily you have to be a president. Awolowo is never a president of Nigeria, but to be frank, is the best Nigerian leader ever produced. And he's never a president. So that is the problem. I'm looking at it this way.
Yeah. So
in a nutshell, I'll conclude 5 seconds. Now that you bring everything out, I'm now thinking, these are all great ideas from you guys. Now, how do you sell it to your northern counterpart? How do you sell to those people, even in the South, that they want the status quo to remain? So don't blame the Northerners alone. We also have some people in among ourselves that we want the status quo to remain because that is how they eat. How do you convince them? How do you let them go away? Everybody come together and bring this kind of system that promote competency and also promote what do you call it? Sorry, I don't know but I think you get the grasp of what I'm trying to say. How do you convince
competition among the states? Yes.
Yeah, how do you bring them on board that things cannot be the same thing? I cannot score 260 and you scored 180. It's so bad that now universities are considering 150. For God's sake, what do you expect? What result do you expect? 150. A simple university graduate in Nigeria, they test them the other day. Some of them they cannot even have 2 + 2 together. Some of them cannot even do.
And it's carrying first class certificates.
Oh my God! I think this.
Wait, I have a question. Are these students in the north or in the
anywhere
south?
in the south? Sure, in your south.
Wait,
in your south.
Wait, why are you yelling at me?
Sorry, I'm not yelling. I'm just mad at you.
That's how Remy talk. That's how Remy talk.
Remy,
I'm not yelling at you. Sorry.
Give me a second. Let me make you guys laugh. Informer, I want to commend you first. Chioma, if I make you guys laugh, I want to commend you. You really.
Why are you always having something in your mouth?
You are really in control of the platform. I'm very, very impressed. Thank you very much.
God bless
I'm
you.
telling you.
I beg you, don't let that one go enter your head, though.
No, that's true. The way he's able to check the guys.
Don't be a hater.
I'm not hating on you.
No,
I'm not.
Now let me make you guys laugh now. When you say which part of the country is it from? Say it's everywhere, right? There was a time they said do you know when you go to NYC camp, they give you form to fill and everything. So they gave this girl form. They say name, sex. The girl say, I have not had sex since, so I've not. that's how bad it is. It don't.
My friend.
Okay.
When I was in the bank as a young guy,
said female or male.
Exactly. When I was in the bank as a young graduate, you see some undergraduate comes to open account, they can't even fill forms. Account opening forms. They can't even fill. They'll say, "Buy me fill it. Now help me do it." They can't even fill forms. There's one polytechnic graduate that came. He couldn't even spell polytechnic. He write polytechnic, poly. They can't spell polytechnic. Is that bad? So it's everywhere.
So, Patoske, who's to be blamed? What is your point? Who's to be blamed here?
I think, just like Baba said, I think it's fundamentally, it's been on for a long time.
You know, the way they're lowering the standard, obviously it sounds like the standard have been lowered. The same way they're doing it in Nigeria, so they are too here in the West, especially in America.
Really?
Of course, they're lowering the standard a whole lot here too.
Yes.
First time I can tell you about it.
Those times, and we are even getting worse now. When we were young, we used to have Pronto Brain Match. We used to have. I learned quadratic equation on TV. There's one evening class that they used to do on NTA network. Every evening, maybe after school, they fix it to after school around 5 o'clock. They used to run math class.
I remember what you're talking about. Yeah,
that was where I learned quadratic equation.
Okay.
On Channel 10 then.
Let me chime in now. Let me chime in, guys. Okay, so when it comes to today, information is like everywhere. Okay, to learn and be a better student. So it's not about inadequate information or learning tools for these kids. That's not a problem. They have plenty of it. Okay, so we have to get to the fundamental, to the reason why the quality of education has deteriorated.
Okay, let me ask you one question.
Can I say something?
Let me ask you this question so that you put it there. What do you think is the impact of Nollywood and these musical boys, Davido, all these guys, on our quality of education? and the quality of life of our youth.
A whole lot. In fact, I've wanted to talk about that topic a long time now.
Well, to answer the question,
can I answer the question now, guys? I know everyone wants to solve. Let me just say mine real quick, so that I think I have to go because I have to go to work tomorrow. So I just want to say it before I pass. I depart. Anyway, this is what I want to say. I just want to say this real quick. When I was talking about the way and manner which Tinubu was going about this, I was saying Tinubu doesn't know that these people are going to confront him with this crap of Northerners are the most poorest people, they have the highest number and crap or those kind of a thing. Why didn't he go first of all and do a national population census, get a database and throw it to their face that this is what I have here? Because with the technology right now, you can capture fingers. If 2 people or 5 people thumbprint 3-5 times, by sequencing it, you will be able to flush. Okay, talking about, these guys, INEC is saying they're going to purge they said they purged recently from their what's it called? From their record. 77,000 people who are dead already. How are they able to do that? Probably, I know they have some kind of technology that will help them, enable them in doing that. So my point is that crap that they're talking about in the north, let them bring all their Nigerian brothers and let them come down. Capture them, no problem. Capture them. Let them become Nigerian citizens. But what I'm saying is that if Tinubu wanted to go about this thing in the right way, knowing that they will put this roadblock in front of him, he should have just, first of all, insidiously, in a sneaky way, just don't give him any idea that you're going to bring about any tax system. First of all, go and do even himself, when he was there in 2003, when they were doing national census. Hold on now, when they were doing national census, along with the federal national census people, he had his own form. People in Lagos were filling out. He wants to capture. And why did he do that? Because of the tax he was about doing that time. But why didn't he do the same thing now before he does this is tax? Do national census first. Capture them. Know how many people you're going to tax. If they come to you and say, we have a population, we have all this crap they talk about, fling it to their face. Look at what it says here. This is what the stat says. You people you don't have numbers. This is the amount of people that are living in your space. And I'm going to do this tax based on that, either you like it or not. If you confront them with that evidence, there's nothing they can do. And that is how you can, hold on. This is how I'm going to conclude it. And that is how you can bring about development. And then you're starting with this and that local government. Let local government be able to know how many people in their space. Allocate money to them based on what they want to do in their space. Let them have their resources with them within their local government. Think about.
Remy, let me come in, Remy. 1 second. Let me come in. So if rational is landed, of course your idea is good, but the person that sits on the throne knows better. Say you can talk. You can talk simplistically. You can talk simplistically about the solution.
You go again. You ask us. We don't ever give a solution. We always go.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on, guys. Let Prince speak.
Yeah, I say it sounds good on paper, but it's very simplistic for the most part. All of a sudden, if Tinubu does a census, then it's going to be able to capture. You yourself kind of refuted your question by saying that they're going to count the Nigerians and perhaps the Malians also.
No problem. Let them bring them in. No problem.
Okay, so if they bring them in, so what purpose does that do for the census that's corrupted in the first place? That you're trying to get an accurate number
then you can make plans.
Yeah, listen, the northerners, after the northern leaders, they've mastered, if you ask me, how to game the system. Tinubu probably did a good thing, not doing the census right now until maybe things are more structured.
Was that let me ask you a question. Was that not what he did in 2003 when they did the national census in Lagos? Nigeria.
Wow,
he had his own census done in Lagos too.
But Lagos compared to Zamfara or Taraba State,
guys, I'm gone tonight. You people, I don't know. You people, nobody can ever talk to you people. You people don't ever.
The way I see it is this: your rational mind, you brought your idea on board. It does not mean that is the right. It's a good idea, but maybe it's not the right time yet, because he's just a newly elected president, and he has to know a lot of things.
You people will never stop with these excuses.
And we finish, and we allow you to give excuses. We allow you to speak without interrupting.
Go on.
So you also calm down. So, and when he came in, everybody knew that the country, no money. and it's not census is not a chicken chain. That is probably one of the reasons that during Buhari.
But there was money voted for it now.
Can you?
Don't give me that. Can you? Do you know there was money voted for it?
Rational Mike, can you? Can you?
Okay. So there were during Buhari regime, census were postponed twice because of lack of funds. Even the budget for it, but they don't have the money to go ahead with it. Twice it was postponed, and it's not ready. If he's really ready to do the census, why can't he do it before May 2023? He didn't do nothing. At this part, and the way this guy is going about it, I think is good. At least they threw it on the board before they said they don't want it. Now they come up with their own the proposal for the tax reform. When they go to the National Assembly, the governors are not only the stakeholders. There are so many stakeholders. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria are stakeholders. So many people are stakeholders. So it does not mean that is the final say or for the one they propose to for the tax that will come at the. But I think there still be a little bit of shift. I think derivation will still get a little bit more. So, but what I want to say is this: I want to use the example of I'm going to go back to education. When you see an average Asian boy, the way these people concentrate on education, there is no time for them to even play sometimes. Sometimes so I pity them that, oh my God, these people, no time to play. Their children, they are always busy. It's one homework. Even when they get that long-term holiday, they load them up with a lot of homework. They only, sometimes if they are lucky, they only watch TV an hour a day. And then just opposed to today, I look at the IT world. I look at the engineering world. It's them, the Indians and the Chinese. They took over everywhere, even here in Finland. They are the one controlling everything. So don't talk about Canada alone or America. They are the one control. That is the essence of a country that plans for their people. Because they don't allow their children to just play around, become nonsense to the society.
So, who's dominating sports all over the world? Is it Asians? All five fingers is not equal. Everybody's not.
You are right, but at the same time, if you dominate a big aspect of the economy of life,
sports is in millions.
No, what we are trying to say is that
all five fingers are not equal. But why do you choose to be the smallest finger? Why not be the tongue?
No, it's not a small finger.
A better question is
Bryant makes money in billions.
Chema, what I want to say is this. Indians and Chinese
put together.
Indians and Chinese were able to use this system to elevate and uplift their people from poverty to a better life. I'm telling you the truth. That is if Nigerian can just copy 50% of them, at least we push more than 20 or 30 million away from poverty level.
That's fine, but I feel like we need to find our own skill. You know, what are we good at?
Do you think all Nigerians?
Hold on, Remy. Chama, a better question is which race or which people own majority of the sports?
It's blacks.
No, really? Tell me one or two.
They dominate the sport.
No, they're just like workers. They're well-paid workers, but the owners of these teams are still the white people and the Asians. Okay, they own the teams, but like maybe 99% of it actually. So that's where the real money's at. Okay. And that's why all these guys can make all the money and in their communities to look like the S word.
Although Nigerians,
not to be denied, like Pato was saying, asking about the role of this hip hop and all the crap they do in Nigeria. How is their song? Our kids are now in Nigeria, they're just messed up with this. Everybody wants to be a singer. Everybody wants to be like Davido. Wants to be like.
How many people can play sports together?
Exactly. So you see, the thing is this:
how many
there's a whole lot of things. You see, let me say this real quick. Here in America, if my daughter does not go to school, I'll be getting a visit from the CPS or from the police. So then how do you create a CPS, child protection? How are you going to say child protection service or something like that? So
in Nigeria.
Hold on. Why can't you allow? That's what I'm saying. You see, these are some of the things we laugh over. We don't have to call it CPS. We can call it our own name. Somebody was saying here. But the point is this: the reason for that is because so that your sons, if they miss school, you know you'll be facing the law for that. You might have those kids taken away from you. So we need to start enforcing
rational
laws.
mind. How can you tell the northern governors out of school children more than how many millions?
Yeah, we go again. What about? Yeah, we go again.
No, this is a good question for you. I'm asking you a very good question.
That's what I said to you.
More than how many millions? How many millions did they call it?
You don't solve this problem with the tax that is doing.
We are not talking about tax. So
that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you my own opinion. The way to go is get a census done first. You can only plan if you have figures, stats in front of you. This is the same thing that I said.
Does education?
But you know, wait, Remy, what rational mindset is true? But this is not a question of census. It's a question of when are we going to do the census? What time during Tinubu's administration?
We cannot do. Sorry. You see, I have not been targeted. Hold on, please, Madam Chairman, please.
Tony,
please. I have not been. Yeah, thank you. So, the first element that we cannot conduct a census because we couldn't conduct election in 2023 because there was a law that stated that it should be electronically uploaded. But governorship election was correct. The other one was correct. But coming to president, the INEC said no, they don't want to do it. Now, when they took the matter to court, the court now said that yes, according to the law, they turned the law upside down. That hold on. That the INEC chairman have got the right to choose whether to upload electronically or manually. Look, that country is not going nowhere. But meanwhile, rational mind, I like what you said tonight. Tonight you are very cool. What is missing in your submission is a lack of basic social security, where a child is being taken care of right from womb. Then the government will make a provision for that child. That is when the government will have right, like it's been done in Germany, as you have said just now. You cannot just say you don't take your child to school. Even like my daughter, the police had to go and break the door of the grandmother to take the child out so that you don't want to to school. So that's what we're saying. Because the government already provided a kind of social security. Can you just imagine in Nigeria, we're not protect here, we're not in our country. When COVID time, Corona 2020, then all the people have to go abroad for Medicare. Now they couldn't build a single hospital after 5 years. That country is not a country.
They were hiding palliatives.
Yeah, they even have hiding palliative rights and everything. And then since then they haven't been able to build. Yeah.
Tony, back to Remy.
Okay, thank you. So that country they cannot because they cannot count anybody because they are too corrupt.
Okay.
That's why we say we should break the country into pieces quick.
What I want to establish with rational mind is simple. When you talk about education and when you guys give example, you give example of your local community or in your city. That means the people, the dwellers in your city, they partake actively in the education of their children and the well-being of the city. Now, this is city. And when you talk about Nigeria, do you want the federal government to want to be controlling this? Or when we do devolution of power and they control their own resources, then they can plan for their state or for their city. So that the problem we are having is that it's still the same. If you want to use the same system we are using now, it will still be the same thing, the same result. Until the moment that we say, okay, Zamfara, all the gold you have in your state, 50% of what you have belongs to you. Or maybe 60%. 30% belong to this, then that state cannot plan for their own citizen there. But if you are still thinking that it's the federal government should do everything, and then you also make an example of who do you call it? Jonathan build Al-Majari school for them. Where are all the Al-Majari school now? Where are the people? What are their governors doing? So the problem I'm trying to say is this. Even in the southern part of the country, more and more children are saying school is nothing. They don't want to go to school anymore because of internet world. What they see online, they think they can create it for themselves. They can blow over one night. So when I talk about the North, that
they are doing content.
Yes.
Our own.
Our own, wahala too much.
Be shaking bomb. Go to monitor, be shaking bomb.
But
The
so
videos,
one
they'll
thing,
be saying, oh, Jaye, all those boys are
so
just
one thing
destroying the
we're not,
system. But
for
now, boys,
Remy,
the video, all of them.
one thing we're not putting into consideration is that many Nigerian families cannot afford education for their kids. Is that free?
No, I'm not talking about many Nigerian. At least in Nigeria, if you send your kids to public primary school, which the standard is extremely low now, it is free. You are not paying dodo. You are not paying nothing for school fee. But I don't know whether
all public primary schools are free. Is that true?
Even secondary school, they are free.
They're free.
But
okay.
Maybe you have to buy your books now. But before in the Southwest, they used to give us free books and even free uniform. But now maybe they will buy their uniform and buy their books.
I don't know why they should not be going to attending school.
Free, but no teachers, Chioma. Free, but no teachers because they are hungry. Teachers are hungry. They don't pay their salary.
The problem is also the output, educational output that you are producing for the last 10, 15 years. Even the so-called teachers, and the standard is not good enough. They are not good teachers. So
is it true that they were on strike for 2 years?
You mean the university or who?
All the schools in Nigeria.
Well, no. They have been on strike for 2 years. We don't have that.
They were on strike for 18 months. It's 2 years.
Maybe university. What I'm trying to say here is
Which one is ASU strike again?
That's the universities. That's the university colleges.
For 6 in the last year in Buhari time. So what I'm trying to say here is this: if you want standard, if you want that good quality or that standard you want for your people, there must be total devolution of power and resource control. If you don't have that one, the status quo will remain and the quality and the standard will continue to dwindle because it's going to be share the money from Abuja. That is not the way. You can see that everywhere you go in Western world, cities develop according to their capacity. That is where you see the coastline of America, both east and west, they are highly developed. They are rich, and the southern part. And the Western plain are also rich because of agriculture. But when you go to Nigeria, everybody rely on the federal government. Who does that in this new 2025 we are? So that is the and so I don't know if somebody can just give me how can
let me say this. I think you've addressed some of the problems we have, but there are certain things you cannot solve if you have not solved the very first rudiment, the very basic one, the very one that is at the very root of the whole thing. Because it is from there you can build. You cannot build without that very one, and that is what I just said to you. If you cannot achieve some kind of what's it called? You cannot achieve this restructuring through the parliament by some presidential powers, which you have. You can effect it gradually that way. You can
if the guy will be there for
that is what he's trying to do now.
No, you cannot restructure presidential power.
What happened to
can I? Okay, you go on. I have a call coming here.
So what you are trying to do is that this guy only have minimum of 4 years. If he's lucky, maximum of 8 years. So he should put the right thing, put them into law so that no government will come in and then change it anyhow. That is why Buhari cannot just change when they sold all those NEPA to their friends among themselves. Because there is a law that guides it very well. So you cannot just come in and change it easily. I think what we should be doing, including the so-called activists and including the opposition, I think you want the same country. But it is only in Nigeria that oppositions are always happy when there is failure. They are not talking about this. You can help your country, and who knows, maybe everybody will know it's your idea and they can vote you in later. But if you are just everything is just about negativity about your country, you want every negativity to go to your country. You don't want, and then where you are living, you see the progress. Why is your country not?
I have a question for you, sir. Do you think that Nigeria can develop without when all the qualified people are jackpying? Like yourself now, like myself, all of us we are in abroad. We can't be expecting that place to work out fine.
I'm not a kind of man that will say all experts are japa. I don't believe in that. I believe in.
You never hear about 70,000 japa last year.
No matter what you say, there is still light. Like there's still light in the tunnel.
You got which kind of light be that? Darkness in the toilet, in the toilet, as I say toilet,
Tony. Let me finish first. There are still some Nigerians. There are still some.
Mute yourself.
There are still some Nigerians that are coming out from that system. That they are very good. Okay.
They usually talk. Say, I want to protect my country. I want to protect my country. Your country, they.
Don't worry, I'll put Tony on mute. Sorry.
So, Tony, the thing you should ask yourself is this: are you really in to help the country, or are you really in here just to continue to bastardize the country on negativity, or do you want to contribute your little quota to make the country a better country, or you just want to stay where you are living now and continue to bastardize Nigeria? You don't care anymore. So let us know your stand, because I do not see any reason why the reason why we are talking here today is because we want the country to be a better country. But if you are just thinking that everything in that country is no work, I don't believe in that. Because when you see, I always give example. When I go to Nigeria...
Wait, Remy, can I ask you a question? Yes. When we all talk about census here, how do you differentiate a Zamfara or a Sokotorian from a Niger? And how do you differentiate a Bauchian from a Chadian, and the person in Adamawa, not a Cameroon?
Yeah,
they all come. The borders there are fluid. They are seamless.
This way, the way you raise that question.
No, let me conclude by saying, when you ask somebody, "What's your name?" He says Sule Sokoto. What's your name? Adamu Adamawa.
No, but Baba.
How do you?
Baba,
let me answer his question, please.
Before you answer. Sorry, please, sorry. You see, when they say census, they are not counting only Nigerians, so they are counting people living in Nigeria. Doesn't have to. It can be from anywhere. Can be from Ghana. They will count those people living in that country as at a time. If you want to know the from different parts, then you do a national identity. You do a national identity to differentiate whoever is from one side. But what people don't understand is this. Even if you are from Borno and they do the restructuring and the economy of Borno is affecting you, move to the south now. Don't you move around? I'm currently in the northern part of Canada. That's the point.
You are going too far. You are going to convolute.
Okay. What I want to say to Baba,
we are talking of Nigerian tradition. Listen. A situation where you had a president who woke up one day and told us, extend this railway line to my father's village in Marada in another country, and we obliged. So you want to count the people of that village and say they are not Nigerians? People go from their village to go and school on the other side, which is maybe a Chadian country. And to them, they don't see it as anything. Okay. They see it as one country. But when we look at it geographically, it's a different country entirely. We don't have that luxury in the south. So they will always count themselves as surplus or bigger than the way. There is nothing we can do about that. Forget it.
So I will answer your question this way. You made mention that people from Chad, Niger, they bear similar name with people from Sokoto, Borno. The people in the north can also say people from Benin Republic, people from Ghana, from Togo, also bear the same name like Yoruba people. They can also flock in here and they can claim they are Nigerians too. Although maybe they don't have the population.
But do we have the culture of doing that?
We do, of course we don't have, but they can also make the same argument you are making. I'm just trying to put it.
No, you are wrong. I don't share border with Ghana. I don't share border with Togo.
If I'm from Sokoto,
what is the argument?
If I'm from Sokoto today and you made that argument against me that my people from Niger, Chad can come to Nigeria and claim Nigeria, I will say the same thing back to you that I know that people from Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana also come to your side and claim they are Nigerians too.
But we don't speak the same language with these people. Like they said they speak Hausa.
Who told you
Tony, hold on. Remy, please hold on. Patoski, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Baba. Okay, Patoski, can you explain?
No,
to
let
Madam
AI come in.
what-
AI was trying to interject.
No, but she wants to know the argument. So, Patoski, can you explain to Madam AI the argument here?
Madam AI, what we are looking at is the population thing. That the government currently wants to do census, but the confliction is this. Baba is thinking that okay, if they can bring foreigners into the country to count them. But we are saying that when you count, you are not only counting Nigeria, you are counting people living in a country at a time. If you want to start using that to determine who is from where, then it becomes a different thing. For example, if they come to Lagos, they'll count all my Igbo brothers there. It doesn't mean that they are from Lagos. You understand what I'm saying? So we are looking at people living in a particular place at the same time. If those Nigerians come to the north and stay there, that means they could be living there at a particular point in time. So if they also could be living there, which better plan for them?
Igbos are Lagosians, they are Nigerians, but Niger are not Sokoto.
Thank you.
Patosi, that is not the bane of argument. So the bane of argument of Baba. Sorry, AI. Listen to the bane of argument. The argument is this: that those Nigerians, they are Chadians and the rest, they will claim they are Nigerians, not Chadian living in Nigeria. That is the bane of the argument. That is why they have more population than the South at the end of the day. That is what Baba is trying to say. Thank you.
Okay. If you are in Nigeria and you claim to be from a state in Nigeria, a village in Nigeria, a town in Nigeria, a village in Nigeria, and a particular family in Nigeria, I don't know how that works. If that's what you people are thinking, I don't know how that works. A single person cannot just say, I am from Nigeria, and my name is so, and I am from so place. He's actually disenfranchising himself, because when the ships are down, they will know he's not from Nigeria. Being from Nigeria, being a citizen of a country is not just by saying it and somebody puts it down. If you people are talking about census, that's a different thing. Census is population of people living in a certain place. And when they ask you, yes, you live there, but you will still tell them where you come from. But if you decide to say you are a Nigerian by saying you are a Nigerian and calling the name of a town or a city or a village, or maybe probably claiming a name that sounds the name of a particular clan in that village, actually, that's not the way to be a citizen of a country. I don't know where you people got that one from. Because when to become a citizen, unless otherwise, you are telling me that these families come into Nigeria, settle in Nigeria, then go to take passport as Nigerians and register themselves as Nigerians, have a village, has a village name as a Nigerian. But let me say this, if you are doing that, it doesn't actually work. Because the day you want to be something in that village, no citizen of any country will want to be disenfranchised. All these things you people see down to say about Northerners, that they allowed Niger people come in, these are the same people that kicked against Atiku Abubakar. It took Obasanjo to turn them down. They kicked against Atiku Abubakar. They called him Cameroonian. And up to today, part of the problem Atiku Abubakar have is that the Northerners are not solidly behind him because they don't see him as their own. But you people sit down in this platform and say, Northerners allow Niger, Cameroon, blah, blah, come into their country, in their cities and become Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. You don't become a citizen of a country. In fact, it's even a crime for you to claim a citizen of a country that you are not. That's a crime of its own. Go and ask So I don't know where the argument is coming from. If you are talking about population, census, that's a total different thing.
But madam, they actually claim it too. They claim it.
How do they claim it?
They just tell them, you know why? Because we don't have systems and structure to trace them. Somebody comes and goes to the passport office. He goes to NIM and register his name. Register the name of the city where he lives. You understand? And claim it from maybe...
Can you give me an example?
No, I won't mention specific name. For example...
Because this thing you are saying is criminal. Listen, let me tell you.
People commit crime every day now.
Hold on.
That's not straight now.
Can I give you an example, AI?
Hold on.
You want an example? Let me give you before you carry on.
Let me clear something before you give me an example. Because as you see me, I'm not a person who makes assumptions. Let me clear myself before you give me an example. If you think Nigeria is porous, in the sense that somebody can just walk into the immigration center, claim one village, claim one town, pick a passport, unless that person just wants to be moving around Nigeria. But let me tell you this. The day the ships are down, they have to trace that person to the place he claimed to come from. That's a big crime. And let me tell you one thing. You cannot claim to come from down Sokoto family in Birium, in Plateau State or Bauchi State. And down Sokoto family in Plateau State knows you are not any of theirs. And they agree and say, yes, you are part of them. I don't know where the hell you people got that one from, but it doesn't work. It's not happening. But if you want to say or claim that Nigeria is so porous that people come into Nigeria and just walk into the immigration office and get passport.
Good night, Princess Chioma and everybody, because I don't want to listen to anybody fighting against the Southern Nigeria. Good night, everybody.
And then get a passport
it just happened in Nigeria now. Somebody whose ancestry is not very clear has become the president of Nigeria. Who? I'm not saying it's not a Nigerian, no. Who? But somebody we don't know his classmates in primary school, secondary school has become president.
Who is that person?
But I'm not saying he's not a Nigerian, but it is possible. It is possible for somebody to say, I'm from Kafancha, my name is Adamu Aliu. Or Kanu, I'm from Adamu Aliu. Say, my father died when I was young, my mother died when I was young. That's all.
And then he becomes a Nigerian.
Which primary school did you go? You don't get primary school. Which secondary school? You don't get university. Okay, I get. That's all.
You are listen. See, you are missing up. You are missing up a lot of things. You see, Mr. Man. When I want to discuss, I want to be very particular. I don't like being all over the place. If there is anything you want to discuss outside of census and citizenship, then we can discuss that and leave census and citizenship. But if we are discussing citizenship and census, and I will tell you here today that it is a crime for you to walk into a country and claim the citizen of that country. It is a big crime when you are not. If they get you, you will go in for that. So I don't know who is claiming what, but I wish them luck.
Madam Zita, a quick question for you. All the census they have done in Nigeria, why are people talking about it that it's not authentic? It has a lot of issues, both in the north and in the south. Why do people always accuse that even their goat, they will count it? The people they are bringing in might not necessarily be educated fellas. They might be just any peasants. Just count him as part of our country. It's okay. Nobody's going to say nothing.
But you think they are not more populous than the south? You think they are not more they are more populous than the south now? Even as that.
So
whatever the situation of this might, because of technology now,
actually, the first time in those days, when we did this immigration passport, in those days, the first time, I think one of the things is letter from your local government and from your king. Before the local government will give you that letter, you will get a letter from your traditional ruler to the local government. And the local government will give you the clearance that you will give to immigration. I don't know if that has changed.
Madam,
It's a long time my father did passport for us.
That's that time. When I was getting my first passport, nobody asked me for a many letter.
Even besides that, the people we are talking about don't need passport. All they want is just a number. There are people who go to school in Chad and return back in the afternoon to their Nigerian side of the country. It is seamless.
That doesn't make them a
It is seamless. To them, the other side, they are families. Let's understand the reality of what we are facing. To them, they are families. They've said it before, even when we had this quarrel with Niger. Say, they are our families. They are our brothers. They can't do without them. They told us before. So when we are counting,
that doesn't make them a Nigerian now. That
it doesn't, but they will not tell you. Listen to what they are saying. Look,
your friends, you've been
let me
them,
finish.
You've been romancing with them for a long time. You can't do without them. Does not make them Nigerians.
Baba,
Well, let me finish. They claim, that is what they claim, and it is registered doors. Last year, during police recruitment, for the first time in Lagos, the Lagosians were very much interested. They sat on the neck of the recruiters. And half of the people, one man showed the clips here, half of them were carrying local government endorsements, and they don't know jack about it. They were simply from the north. Babangidas, who has ruled us today, and all the rest, were even drafted into the army, Gadu, Nasco, and all the rest, Abacha, through the emir or traditional rulers. The claim is that they don't even know their parents. So we are talking about two different cultures.
Baba,
Two different cultures
you
here.
said
And
you know somebody who...
Sorry, Madam Hehai. In addition, Baba, those people from the northwest and the northeast of Nigeria, they see people from Chad, Niger, and the rest as more Nigerian than we from the south. They took them as more like they are the same. That is the problem we are having.
Okay.
So,
if
Madam
that is...
Hehai, you can think about that. You can say whatever. What's your opinion about that?
If that is your concern, let me say some things about countries that most people don't seem to understand. I repeat myself again. If that is you people's concern, let me say a few things about countries that most people don't understand. There will be a time in a country where people just migrate into that country and become their citizen. I repeat, in every country, there was a time when people just walk into that country and become their citizens. Just like going to claim maybe the village where they live to be part of, that's where they live, and blah, blah, blah. Go and check history. But at a certain point, the country will start putting on maybe they're having more number, more citizens. They start putting in place on certain things to regulate how many people that are actually supposed to get that citizenship. If that is what is your concern, check every country in the world, go them round. There was a time in that country when people just come in and are citizens of that country. Go and check. So there is nothing actually wrong if there is the rule put in place, you claim that you are when you are not, then that's a crime. But if those rules are not put in place, it's the time when people can walk in and settle and become a citizen, then there is nothing wrong in it. It's as simple as ABC. From Akwa Ibom, that are coming in. From the north, that are coming in. So, if from the Benin Republic that are coming in, if the regulations are not put in place, in the future, those people will be bona fide citizens of Nigeria. That's how it works. That village they are, they will claim it as their village, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. So that's why you shouldn't be breaking your head about it. Nobody should. But after so many years, this restriction become tighter and tighter and tighter. That's why I keep telling people, when they say it can never happen, I will laugh. You can't say never when it's not in your hands. You don't have control over it. The same people that have control to allow it to flood in will still have the control to stop it. So nobody should break his or her head about it. If they're flocking into Nigeria now because there are no strict conditions, that's fine.
No, you are not putting it into perspective. Most of our revenue allocation formula are based on population.
Mm-hmm.
And when we have fake population in certain areas, of course, they will have advantage.
Why do you call it fake?
Fake in the sense that fake population, when they bring in their brothers and so-called sisters across the border into and stay with them, and they let me finish. And they are counted and registered as Nigerian. There is no passport involved in this. They are not interested because on daily basis they cross the border seamlessly. And based on that fake population figure, incorporating their brothers and sisters across the borders in another country, they earn more money. That is at the heart of the matter. Simple.
That means you didn't listen to me. If that is the situation right now, so be it. If you think they're claiming more money, then populate your own. Because that's the situation now. If you people are presenting a situation that Nigeria, as it is Nigeria now, is now that people can walk in and claim citizenship, so be it. So you can populate your own area. There's nothing wrong in that. Because I said, there is always a time in any country where people come in and become citizens. That is human mobility. They come from everywhere. They keep walking in. But at a point, that country will make up policies, make up rules, make up laws, and put up whatever, cancel some of their constitutions that enable that to restrict it because they think they have had enough number. That's how country populate now.
So I should allow them to continue to cheat me until they are satisfied and regurgitating what they swallowed and tired of swallowing.
I don't know. I don't understand what you mean by you're tired. Nobody is cheating anybody.
Oh, what you are saying is you are condoning cheating.
I don't understand what you mean by cheating.
You said they should continue. I should accept the figure they present.
When you see, you cannot ascribe a negative, let's say, name to it, because those who are supposed to ascribe that negative name are not ascribing that negative name to it. I said, if the situation in Nigeria now is the time when people can come in, settle, and become Nigeria, just like that, so be it. Every country had that period in the lifespan of their country. There was a time people used to walk into that country and settle and become a citizen of that country. More especially if you are, it works so easy if you are from that race. Like those coming in are blacks.
You are talking of 100 years ago, or before they discover birth certificates.
You said what?
You are talking about hundreds of years ago in that climb you are referring to, when they've not discovered birth certificates.
No.
Even not even Baba, not even 100 years ago. As at 1980, 85, we're still using declaration of age to replace birth certificate. So I know a number of my classmates that don't even have birth certificate. They use declaration of age. Sure, there was a time I misplaced my birth certificate. I was using declaration of age before I found it again. So many people don't register the birth of their children now. In short, in my family, I'm the only one that has birth certificate. The rest, they don't have. They just registered, they record them in my family diary. So they will see, they use declaration of age. That's all.
As I said before, every country has a time like that. It's not 100 years ago. As at 1980, Nigerians walk into United States and become citizens. 1980. They walk into this United States people are today and they become citizens. And if you look at their immigration law, they will tell you some days, special discretions for those people. Because at the time in their country then, it was working. So there is nothing wrong in that. If you think that cheating, you populate your own side. After all, Yoruba land, you are Yoruba man. Yoruba is banded by, is it Porto Novo and other race? They populate them now. Let them come in. There is nothing wrong in that. So when the street, they become street again, start inputting some policies and some restrictions and some tight corners, you will see people start complaining. Even those Niger and those, what is it called, chat people, you will hear their voice. Because they no longer can come in, just as Nigerians are screaming in the United States now. So it is what it is. Those are how countries are made, how they gather their citizens. That's it. So I don't know why everybody is having problem with that. It shouldn't be a problem to anybody. Rather, it should be a problem to the government of the nation. If they don't like it, they restrict it. It's as simple as that. But I don't think Nigeria had enough to talk about restriction. More people should move into Nigeria. My problem is that it's the ragtag people that are coming in. If very intelligent and smart Africans are moving into Nigerians to be citizens, I would actually do like it. So that ideology in Nigeria might be messed up. As it is now, it's not messed up. We need that diversification in the way we look at our country. Nigerians need it. Is that all?
Hey, Baba, you and Zita are on two different planets on this issue.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm at a loss. Because when Almajiris are poured down into the south, and we are enjoying it, we are endangering ourselves because most of them are sleeper cells. They are sleeper cells, and I'm not comfortable with that. Because these people don't even hear anything. I have a gate man in my house that is from Niger. And he claims how Northerner.
Yes, Baba, let me tell you something. When you want to look at something in life, I always give people the advice my grandfather gave me. Remove love. Remove hate. What is he actually trying to let you do? Suppress your emotions. And then look around you. You'll be able to make a very sound judgment. I've said it here. That is how countries populate. The moment Nigeria is done now, they will put restrictions. You'll be shocked at the level of restrictions. To even get anything like your, what do they call, social security, you go do like this. You go suffer. They will get this. You must get representation. You must get this. Just like they
Madam
do
Zita, AI.
in most civilized countries. For now,
Madam
that
Zita,
have gotten enough population.
This population growth that you are talking about has an adverse effect on Nigeria, especially to the other regions. It's not a good population growth. Okay,
That
Baba
is
is trying
what
to
I'm
explain
saying
to
now.
you.
I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. I said, how I wish that the intelligent, smart, are coming in to grow the population. It will bring that diversification. It will be okay. But this one is the ones that are coming to send their cattle to the farm to eat the farm, fight war, join Boko Haram and stuff like that. Then we are talking about negative influence. I agree with you. But the action itself, that's what I disagree. There's nothing wrong with it.
There's many things wrong with that.
No.
And Baba,
coming in.
Hold on, please. Give me 1 second. And here we are talking about the sharing formula of the VAT. And one of the major components, Baba Ekale, is what? Population, right? To share it. Ekale. That's what we've talked about. And if you're going to come in with your cattle like you talked about and increase the population without adding value, but you're consuming from the resources that we all have to share. Maximize what we have already and already bring people in their millions into the country. So you need to understand the meaning of the word sovereignty is very important. If you don't have any sovereignty, any borders, you don't have the country. That is just at the core of having a nation, right? You must have boundaries, borders.
To that point,
do you know why I'm laughing?
They're not helping with the
do you know why I'm laughing?
Economic growth of the country.
Do you know why I'm laughing?
Rather, they are a burden and they're costing the country. For example,
so we must be able to pick and choose who we want in our country. We can say, okay, we want you, we don't want you. But if you just come in freely without anybody vetting you, then you don't have a country.
They're negative because they're causing troubles. Like, if they go enroll or whatever, get conscripted into the Boko Haram and all this terrorist group, and we have to spend money from the national budget to fight those wars. I mean, they're just a big negative to the country.
Prince Daddy, let's ask Madam Zita, why is she laughing?
Do you know why I'm laughing? You see, when I see people react this way to immigration, and when one of these Western countries are fighting immigrants, they get so angry. In fact, they hurt somebody for voicing ban in immigration in his or her country. But when they discuss their own country, they talk about the negativities.
No, you are wrong there.
Those people.
No Western nation, no Europe fights good immigration. There is good immigration, there is bad immigration. We are talking about bad immigration here.
Hold on. How would you determine whether they are good or bad if they don't come in?
Educational qualification.
Wait now.
Being accessed before they come in.
It's only when they come in, you know whether they are good or bad.
That is not true, Madazita. Madazita is trying to be funny tonight, man. She's trying to be funny this evening.
Okay, hold on.
What do you think Trump is doing at the Mexican border?
Hold on. A Shadian in his country, or let's say a Nigeri in Niger, how would you know whether he's good or bad, unless he come into Nigeria. Then you will find out what is he doing. He's a cattle, he's causing problem, he's doing this, he's doing that. So stopping immigration from afar is actually wrong. That's what you people are saying. You want the person
Zita,
to
wait
come in
there.
and you decide
Don't
whether
don't don't
it's a
swallow
good
this
immigration or
conversation.
a bad
Wait,
immigration.
let's interject. You are wrong in the sense, Remy, wait. You document yourself. We are talking of a situation where the border is seamless. The people on the Nigerian side don't see the people on the other side. They don't see the boundary. They don't see them as another country. We are dealing with a peculiar situation here.
No,
not the
we are
type you
not
are
dealing with a
describing,
peculiar
which is
situation.
structured.
That's where I disagree
This is
with
not
you.
structured.
No,
They
we
don't
are not
feel a
dealing
form.
with any peculiar situation. You are not. I disagree with you on
Madam
that.
Madam Zita, take this question along. In Europe, here in Finland and in Norway and Scandinavia, 70% of people that came in here, they came in through education. The asylum seekers here, they distribute them from Italy to all the other EU countries. So they have documents. But in the Nigerian context, I can just walk in from Nigeria or Cotonou. I just walk into Nigeria like that. Nobody's talking. There are so many rules that
These people are not understanding me.
No, we do understand you, but I see that you are painting.
No, it is you that doesn't understand what the panel is saying, rather.
The way you take it,
I said something before. I said, there is always a time in a country where people come in and become citizens of that country. Like walking in. Then there will no restrictions. They walk in, they settle in a place, that place is named something, and then like they settle in Oyo, and then they become Oyo citizens. And from there, being Oyo indigenes, they become a Nigerian. All over the world, every country on earth has a time like that. That's what I'm saying. Then there comes a time in that country when you can no longer do that. Any other person that come in will be vetted. They will ask you, who are you? What do you want to come to our country to do? When are you leaving? Are you staying? And blah, blah, blah. Then they have started their immigration process. It's tightening up. That's the bit you people are not understanding with me. And I will keep repeating it. There is always a time in any country on earth when people walk in and become a citizen of that country without being vetted. They settle somewhere and become a citizen, an indigenous of that place. From there, they become a citizen of that country.
Well, thank God we're not in the 17th century anymore. I mean,
no, it's not even in the 17th century. I gave an example here.
No, this is modern time.
No, it's not 17th century.
No,
I give an example.
Hold on now, hold on, please. When you say people come in, there was a period of time when that happened. But in today's world, with the security challenges, Canada, for instance, will tell you, we only want high skilled workers. That is their own criteria, because to them, that is what adds value to their own society. And they determine that that's what they want. What we're saying that we should be able to determine what we want in our country.
Okay,
that is the
to
whole
make
point.
the argument,
Not people just walking in and just doing whatever.
To make the argument
because you're here now. I'm sorry, I've lived in the forest for 25 years, so that makes me a Nigerian. No.
Okay, to make the discussion easier, I know you guys do like googling. You can pick any country of your choice and ask in what year did they start tightening their immigration law, start vetting people who come into their country. Every country has a time, including that Canada you mentioned. They had a time. They started tightening their immigration policies.
No, you tell us. You are the person talking about it. So you put a time frame to it.
No.
Was it 100 years ago? Was it
Which is
50 years
100
ago?
years
Was
now.
it 200 years ago? Because
Okay, I
what
gave
you
you
will fail to
example.
realize is that
I
we are
gave
talking
you
about the
example.
urgency of
Hold
now.
on. Hold on. I gave you example.
Oh, you
I
didn't
don't
give me an
forget what I
example.
said, though. I don't.
No, you didn't.
Not that type.
You didn't.
Listen carefully. I gave you example. Some countries start by cutting off some people coming from some certain areas. With that, they start with that one. From there, they start, before you know it, they make a general immigration policy. And I gave you an example here. I said in the 80s, before the 1980, Nigerians walk into United States and become their citizens. Didn't I say it on this platform this morning? I said that.
They don't walk in, they walk in with visa and apply.
No, they don't come in with visa.
They don't enter US with visa, Nigerians?
No, they don't. Yes.
What year was that? No, what year?
Before the 1980, go and check.
That's not true. That is not true. You cannot, it's only Britain you can enter, and all Commonwealth countries you can go and get your visa.
Again,
I said no.
The 1980s, when United States gave sanction to Nigeria under what is this month, all those their
you are mistaken. You are talking about Great Britain.
Repeat myself again.
You have to prove it. You said it, and I said that's not true. It's not the case.
All you need to do to enter United States is to book your flight ticket.
Zita, do you have some kind of link that we can reference for this? Because
you like Googling. Why don't you?
No, because you have to provide proof.
Look,
it's you that will have to provide proof, Zita, in this case, because I'm disproving that.
Listen.
You can't enter United States in the 80s without visa as a Nigerian.
I said before the 80s.
It's not possible.
I repeat myself again.
And I repeat myself too.
And
it's not possible.
You people like Googling. You can ask.
No, you can't say that. You said it and I disprove it. I won't help you in that situation.
Said you can ask.
You prove yourself because somebody is disputing you.
When do Nigerians start using visa to enter United States? It's a simple question.
You Google it and let's show us. I will not do it for you. So that's not true.
Listen, I've given you the answer. So you that is doubting me, prove me wrong. Go and find the wrong answer and bring to me.
I'm Googling it right away to prove my points.
Wow.
If you can copy the link to the private chat so I can share it with the viewers, that would be very beneficial.
Nigeria has required a visa to enter the United States since 1917. Did you hear that? It's from the Google AI overview. When the US government implemented its first widely restrictive immigration law, effectively requiring most foreign nationals to obtain a visa to enter the country. This was largely due to concerns around security during the World War.
So that was May 11, 1917. That's when that's
exactly.
Yeah.
No, see, Baba and BT, that question that Zita put forward was more secondary question, really. It's kind of an attempt to trap us in this conversation. But what we're really talking about here is documentation of legal and illegal immigration. It didn't matter. I mean, perhaps in UK, in Great Britain, maybe at one point in time, Nigerians were not required to have visa to come in. But the point here, though, visa or not, they are documented.
At least they know who you are when you come in. That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. They know who you are. If you have visa or not, it's totally irrelevant. We know who you are. It's well documented. And we know for sure back in the 1800s in the United States, everyone that came from Europe were documented from Ellis Island in New York. That's well documented. Even in the Bible, Apostle Paul became a Roman citizen. Okay, that too was documented. They had to go through a process. Though being a Jew, a Pharisee, it had to be documented or go through a process to become a Roman citizen. And that's why when it was abused or his rights were violated, he appealed to the authorities and they became afraid that they were punishing a Roman citizen. So the issue of citizenship or legal immigration has always been around, right around perhaps before Jesus Christ's time, actually. Actually, we know that because during Jesus Christ's time, they had to do census to determine the people in that region. Okay. So, yeah, when it comes to immigration, there are good immigration and there are bad immigration. What we experience in the North is a horrible immigration. It doesn't serve any purpose. And the notion that you have to allow people to come into your country to determine that their worthiness it's archaic. Nobody does that.
So no interview when you get him with that.
Yes.
Like, come on, man. Like, so what if you're not like go back when you're already here? I mean,
exactly. No.
And to also say, oh, because we have Yorubas from to go and bring your own people too. No, we don't do that. They live in their own country. If they want to come in from Benin Republic, they come in. They have their Benin Republic. They have to go to a border to come. Even though they are Yoruba people, they have to go to the border first with their legal documents.
Excuse me. The government of Nigeria, they're complaining.
That is not the point. We're talking about. I think you're missing the point.
Excuse me. You are not the one to put restriction on immigration. Right. It's the government of the country we put restriction on immigration. And I repeat myself again.
Oh, dear.
There is always a time in a country where people walk in and become a citizen of that country. Believe it or not, I don't care. Until that country will start putting tight immigration policy. They do it like a shovel. They will put this one, it work for some time. No, it's not working well. They shovel it. That's what is called human mobility. That's why when people say, so immigration law cannot pass, it's too late, I laugh. Because that reshuffling will continue till the end of time. There'll be a time in a country that we put a beautiful immigration law, strict immigration law. Sometimes they lapse it, sometimes they make it strong. But before then, there was a time in that country when people walk in and become a citizen.
Doesn't change the fact that the sovereignty of that country was not respected, regardless of that.
See, what is happening in the northern part of Nigeria?
That time you're talking about was when God created Adam and Eve. Right after that,
no problem.
No, the point is that
maybe Nigeria is in the time of God created Adam and Eve. So, but if they have passed, let me finish. If they have passed that stage, they should put tighter immigration laws in Nigeria. It's as simple as ABC.
But the point I'm making here is, if they come in and it's not stopped, okay, you can make that argument. But they are still violating the borders of Nigeria. That's the point I'm making.
Let me tell you something again. Now that you have used the word violate, let me tell you something. Immigrants most times do violate. It's not only those ones coming from the north. In fact, violation is actually the problem of immigration. Because people come into your country that don't believe and respect your values. That's it. That is the major problem of immigration. So if you talk about violation, it's not only in Nigeria. That's the problem of immigration. You are bringing in somebody probably does not like your guts, don't like your values, don't like the way you do things, actually probably do hate you for who you are. But because of immigration, you find that person right inside your country. And you welcome him, give him a job, give him food, make him become what he wants to become. But you will never know that he's there to violate. So that's the problem of immigration. That shouldn't be the reason why you should stop immigration.
So on a broader note, immigration, now if Mike was here, Mike is a supporter of immigration. He thinks unfettered immigration is good, which we've always argued that is not. Immigration essentially has maybe three main components, right? You have the government part of it, and people that use immigration for politics. You have the business side of it. Now, business people don't want to take advantage of maybe cheap labor or depress the wages or provide poor working conditions for foreign workers because they can do that as opposed to their own citizens. And we have the socioeconomic part of it. The socioeconomic and the political part of it that's what we're dealing with in Nigeria. Okay. Because we don't really we don't take advantage of immigration to that degree, whereby we seek quality immigration. In fact, we have reverse immigration. People leave our country to go to other qualified people. They jackpot go to the other places.
Okay, to you are not taking advantage of it. Did you ask the Northerners if they are taking advantage of it?
They are not. Where's the evidence?
It's quite obvious they're not taking
advantage of it. Where's the productivity? I mean,
okay,
yes,
let me give you an example.
They have terrorism. They have overpopulation.
Something? When you want to speak about a demography, anthropology of some people, on ethnic group, it is good. Maybe 60% of them. Because when you don't know the anthropology of some group of people, you seem to just talk about them by assumption, which is not good. Now, probably you people don't understand who a Hausa man is and a Fulani man is.
Manazita, you're getting complicated.
Can I finish?
That's too
Let
technical.
me finish.
We're not going there.
I'm trying to. You say you don't make proper use of your immigration, that are not beneficial. Then I ask a simple question. Did the Northerners tell you they're not beneficial to them?
Okay, why don't you tell us how they benefit in?
That's what I'm coming now. I'm coming to that. If you know a Fulani man, you will know that a Fulani man will never be a cattle rearer. That's what most people in the South don't know. Same with a Hausa man. You see all those people that carry those cattle and rear them for those big men, it's those Niger people. That's their job. Go and verify. So they're making appropriate use of them. It's you that are not seeing it. All those farming, all those harvesting, all those bagging, they do it. Those multi-million naira farmers in the north, you think it's their children and the Northerners, Hausans and the Fulanis that do the farming. It's those people.
And so what is the net benefit to the country? Negative or zero?
Okay. I don't know what you mean by net benefit.
This also along. What does the majority of the Hausa do then?
I don't know what you mean by net benefit.
Well, because you're talking about some people taking advantage of the foreigners.
Talking about people picking free farmers that they will only give food and they make a lot of profit from their produce. You call it, it's not a net benefit to the country. Somebody you're telling me. Huh? Looks like they're tired for this kind of argument.
I mean, I don't think I understood what you said. Yes, it's okay. They have this people come from the Niger or whatever to come do that cattle rearing. Okay, and are they paying taxes? I mean, to what benefit? So they rear the cows and goats or whatever, and they sell to the Nigerians. And I mean, what is the benefit? I don't see no benefit in it apart from they making money, and I can guarantee they're not paying no damn taxes on the money they make. They barely pay taxes anyways. So and come they come to the country, they take over the land, they go destroy farms, they use roads, healthcare facilities, and all these other things. They externalize all the cost of actually being responsible for their own business to the public, and you tell them it's good for the country. It's terrible. It's horrible.
So, Aro Gidiba, good evening, sir. Would you like to come into the conversation? Mr. Aro Gidiba. Okay, Remy.
Chi, may I break news? Trump has pardoned the January 6 rioters, all of them 1,500.
Wow.
Chairman, no, I can't speak right now.
That's a great news, Baba. Thanks for breaking that news. We've been waiting for it.
So
I was expecting a call from
I was actually listening to the, me, and I listened to the executive order, picking the ones that will favor me.
Which one? Hey. It's very interesting.
Say I know they do bad belly. I thank God we would have, should have, would have, would have, is gone. So now that the guy is dishing out the executive order, I benefited.
But why is he doing that, Madam Zita? I think where the Republican control the both houses.
Mm-hmm. Because they've been in jail for 4 years.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
And some of them.
Okay, hold on. They have detained them for 4 years without sentencing them or what?
Many of them have been in jail without.
What are you not condemning Nigerian for there? Sometimes you guys are funny.
No. Well, because Remy, listen. This is when you have the Democrats in power, they behave like the Nigerian government. But Republicans, we obey the law.
See, I don't believe that. Okay, so
I'm telling you, you have to believe it. I'm telling you, you have to believe it.
You will soon see your own school will start soon. Before you know it, in the next 2 years, we go hear another story. So what I'm just trying to say is that.
So when Democrats they behave like Nigerian politics,
it's true now. Mama sister, you know now.
They are the same thing. So what I'm just trying to say is that don't bash Nigeria anymore. Please, you this American, stop bashing Nigeria. It's the same thing. 4 years. Even in Nigeria, the Iraq patrol was detained for more than less than a month. They are shouting. Just go and sit down in America and don't stop all these.
So,
can I say something?
That's actually a very good news, Baba.
Can I say something?
One second.
Don't put me on the spot, Chi. Don't put me on the spot. I just break the news.
Yes, and you did right. That's a very good news because Trump proved that he's very loyal and trustworthy.
No, he's a man of his word, actually.
Exactly. Okay. And that's what rational mind doesn't know. Rational mind just talks.
Yes,
Trump has pardoned everybody, and even
the Proud
members.
Boys.
So they committed crime.
See, you know why he did that? You know what? Before, a few days ago, or maybe last week, Trump was contemplating that. Okay, they're gonna look closely, and those that perhaps committed some egregious crimes would not be pardoned. Maybe they can, just give them a break on a sentencing. But guess what? Biden, that criminal, did today. Guess what Biden did?
He pardoned everybody preemptively.
Imagine that.
he will
So if you're
call
talking about
Shokuma
corruption,
and said, if peradventure Shokuma has committed a crime, I pardon him.
Remy, did he hear that? Did he hear what she said?
I heard that. I know what is going on. What I'm just trying,
Okay.
trying all of you guys, listen carefully. You
Even
guys,
Dr. Fachi.
Baba, if they didn't do anything, why did they need to be pardoned? I don't get it.
Daddy, you cannot be coming here and be telling us that one person pardons some criminal, the other two also pardon criminal. You are the one that always talk democracy is good. The so-called democracy.
Remy, no, you don't understand. You're talking like an alien. You don't know what is going on.
What I just want to tell you is that stop bashing Nigeria. Americans are even worse. That is what I'm trying to say.
But he just told you that when Democrats are
yes, you have to make that distinction.
Is it not Trump that you're saying that? It's not me or it's Trump that. What I'm just trying to say is that when you bash Nigeria next time, I will remember all of you this. Okay?
No, Remy, you have to make a distinction. No, don't do that. No, you have to make a distinction.
Should cover your hand. You should cover your face in shame.
No, I'm not going to do that. Now we are in
power. Of course,
power.
you not do that because it's your man doing it now. And when in next 4 years, the other person.
Which one is his man now? They're telling you that somebody pardoned somebody preemptively. Like Fauci must have committed some crime, so I pardon him. And you are saying, which one is worse?
What I'm just trying to say is that continue to pardon one another. Soon, Trump will also pardon himself. That is normal.
Madam Zita.
Oh, no, hold on. I mean, guys, I need some help right here. Why should Fauci be pardoned? For what? What crime did he commit?
For killing 3 million people on Earth.
But they're not finding guilty now. See, that's the problem.
They were lying and
when you put a Kennedy in charge of health, what do you expect?
The man is a criminal. He's supposed to go to jail.
So all along, when we be calling Fauci a criminal, so I guess we were right? So
wait. Yeah,
and all federal workers must return to work. No more work at home.
Baba.
You didn't say that he put a executive order on birthright citizenship.
I want to say something. AI now, Madam AI, I beg. May I talk to that? I beg. Madam AI, I beg. Don't join this Trump daddy in his. You know, Trump daddy is an hypocrite. I have no worries saying it. I have absolutely no problem saying it. I find him to be a zealot and an hypocrite.
You're welcome, Aro. You're welcome. Good evening.
Well, thank you very much. How are you?
That's mega for you.
I have congratulated you earlier on the swearing in of your Lord and Savior, Donald J. Trump, which is not a problem. You know, I actually don't have a problem with it. Okay, but I have a problem with hypocrisy, because you come over here and you pontificate about the values of Christ and the good news of salvation. But I mean, even just suggesting that it is ideal or even morally correct, irrespective of if the Democrats do it. The Democrats, you've already condemned them, and some of us have already said yes. They do engage in some despicable behavior, but that's what they are known for. Okay, that's how they have aligned themselves. But to call yourself people of that believe in righteousness and morality, and to suggest that unregulated pardoning of every, police officers, a police officer died in that, another one committed suicide. I think it's just I think it's rather despicable of you to
Can I ask you a question?
Madam Zita, don't support. I beg in the name of God, because I like you. Don't support Prince Daddy. Don't propagate Prince Daddy.
No, calm down.
That is the bigger MAGA.
Calm down.
AI is the bigger
MAGA.
Hold on now. It's just pretending.
Hold on.
They're the same. Okay?
Hold on. I want to ask you a question. Which of the pardon that is annoying you, if I may understand?
Okay, so it's already publicly discussed in some of the court cases. We know that some individuals actually did bring firearms. We know that
No. Please hold on. calm down. I asked a simple question. There are two pardons going on.
Yes.
Trump
both of them are
pardoned.
all of them are improper. All of them are improper. There's not a single one that's improper.
Hold on. It is, listen, you cannot say that a constitutional right that is being given to somebody is improper.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about the legality of it. I'm speaking about the morality of it. That's why I'm addressing Prince Daddy as an hypocrite. I didn't say he was a criminal.
Calm down. Let me finish. You cannot say it is not right. It's their constitutional right that was given to them. But then you can look at the morale of the constitutional right. If you look at the two of them talking about morale now, this man pardoned all the people that demonstrated on January 6th. In that January 6th, only one person died. And that one person was being shot by a black, according to Americans that used to identify people with their color, by a black police officer. And
no, a police officer died as well. A police officer died.
No, the family has declared that he didn't die because of the riot. Please.
Yes, you see,
No. A police officer died during the riot.
The only person that died was actually Babbitt.
Okay.
Actually, yes, she deserved to be shot. She was shot dead. She did fall.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's finish this now. Let's not agitate ourselves. Please.
Was she just a lovely girl? Was she a lovely girl just trying to, gain entry? She just wanted to have a look inside the
officer that died. The family has come out several times. That's why the mainstream media are no longer talking about that shenanigan. They said their brother did not die from that riot. That one is settled. The only person that died.
So what killed him? He just happened to collapse. He just happened to have collapsed and died during the riot.
Hold on. Okay, let me go by your agitation. It's only two people that died in that riot, right? The girl that was shot, fatally shot, unarmed, and the police officer. Those are the two people that died in that January 6th, right?
Okay. She was being a fool and she was shot.
Hold on now. We've settled the January 6th.
Arogideba, please.
And then there were 1,600 that was arrested, and they've been in detention for 4 years now. Judge them, kwanu go court, carry them go court. Jail them, kwanu, jail them. They are there. Okay, now on the other hand, the son, the brother, all the dirty business they did, he pardoned them. I don't have any problem with that. We are still talking about moral. Then a man who conjured a poison that killed 3 million people on earth. 3 million people. Up to today, people are still asking questions. What happened? There came a time.
Can you elaborate on that, please? I don't get it.
What?
The 3 million people, the guy pie or whatever. I didn't get what you're
saying. It's Dr. Fashi now. Which one is
you talking about COVID-19?
Yes.
So are you trying to say that he's the one that is the architect?
Okay, why is he getting a pardon?
No. I just want
a simple
clarity.
question now.
Are you trying to say he's the one that brings out COVID-19?
It's a simple. Can we do simple common sense? He's not the person that killed it. He was in charge. People like what's this man's name? Senator has been accusing him of that game of function.
So what
sometimes he will accept. Hold on now. Sometimes
before you go ahead, you must answer.
They brought out his email. Hold on. They brought out his emails. He did not kill them all. So why is he getting a pardon? He's just a mere civil servant. Can anybody explain why Dr. Fachi should be pardoned?
Okay, I think I want to clarify something because you mentioned about 3 million people, and that 3 million people that buy, not only in America, it's all over the world.
Of course, now.
So are you saying? No. I just want a clarity. Are you saying that COVID-19 emanated from America? Simple as ABC.
Hey, okay, so You've not been following the.
No,
It did not come
for
from America,
clarity.
but it comes from what America is sponsoring in Wuhan, the game of function, which the man is the one that is in charge of that game of function. He is the one that introduced that game of function, that they're doing that experiment in Wuhan virus. And from his own department, they asked, hold on.
You know, Madam Zeta, if I was not in China at that time, I would have believed in your maybe conspiracy or whatever people are putting on there. I was there, okay? And I know how that thing happened. That thing did not happen from America at all. It happened.
I didn't say it happened from America.
No,
what are you saying now?
You are trying to say the laboratory belonged to America.
No. Okay. Do you know how the CDC function?
Yeah,
World Health Organization.
I cannot tell you 100%. I know.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So I am telling you now. That policy is what they call a game of function. So they try to make out something and see how strong that thing is. It's their job now. You know, when somebody have a job, they'll try to do something to boost their job. He was the one in charge of that game of function. And they sponsored that Wuhan, where that thing is being done. And they said the thing escaped from
Do you know why I'm laughing?
Okay, let me chime in. So,
sorry, Prince Daddy. You never live in China. Do you think their government are so stupid like that? Okay,
which government now?
You don't know nothing. You don't know jack. You think that America will sponsor a laboratory or sponsor somebody or
no, you are not understanding the whole thing. Why are you saying
I am
know jack?
Understanding what you are trying to say.
Hold on, calm down. Do you know what is called game of function?
You don't need to be, that is semantic to me. What you are trying to say in a simple language that your Dr. Fauci sponsors some Chinese researchers or whatever you call them.
No. It is not like a singled out sponsored research. No, it is not a single out sponsored research.
I just want you to tell me how.
Okay, hold on now. I'm trying to explain it to you for you to understand. You have already said, I know no jack. I accept in good faith. You know, anybody can abuse me. But you want to get me?
I am not abusing you. I'm just trying to see your conspiracy.
No hard feelings, please. I don't care. I don't give a damn. You can call me anything you want to call me.
No, Madam Zita, before you go ahead.
Forget it. No hard feelings. Let me continue.
No, I'm not that kind of person that abuse somebody.
Can I say something? You said I know no jack. So, hold on. I have no hard feelings.
I said you don't know nothing about Chinese.
No, I have no hard feelings. Can you get that? No hard feelings. I don't care. I don't give a heck what you think about me. I don't care. But let me finish what I'm saying. A game of function is not a single-handed experiment. It's a policy. It's something they do generally. They always try to see how powerful a bacteria or a virus will be. It's not a single-handed, like if Dr. Fashion went to China and said, laboratory people. No. There was nothing like that. Game of function is a system. What they do is not a single-handed something that they were doing, but in the process of that, their game of function, this virus escaped. So that was what happened. That's what people believe that happened. That nobody has been able to say the truth. They have been pushing. Even World Health Organization has been telling them, tell us what. Most people believe he escaped from the laboratory from game of function. That's what most people believe. Although they claim that he started from their market, but people believe that it's that game of function. And that game of function is being sponsored by CDC. That is spearhead of that game of function, of which Fauci was the head. And he is a
which
pusher
he denied
a
doing
manipulator of game of function. He strongly believes in that game of function.
Okay,
so
that is your own story. Okay,
that's the official story. There's
that is the story you propagate over there. Okay,
wait. Okay, that's a story.
Give me chance. Okay. That is the story to nail
Remy, you talking from Afghanistan. How do you know?
I don't give you that.
Hold on. Sorry. Remy, can I finish now? When I finish,
you have not finished. Okay, go ahead.
It's a story. Okay, that's a story. Okay. That is a story. We are talking about pardon. Now, this man was the head of CDC. He did nothing. He committed no crime. He did not do anything. Can somebody explain why all of a sudden a president will wake up and pardon a civil servant?
I don't know. I can't.
And the one that is retired because he retired.
I don't know.
So, Remy, can you explain that to me? Because we are talking about pardon. Forget about whatever happened. Those are lies.
Okay. I will tell you.
Those are lies. I
will tell you. I will answer the question this way. They pardon him, right? Can you tell me categorically, is there any indictment from the court of law in America that indict this Fauci? Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, that is why I'm surprised. Hold on.
So can you tell us exactly the reason why they pardon him? For what?
Okay, hold on. Calm down.
Oh.
In 2020, when that madness happened, Trump lost the election, and this man came in. And since then, they've been calling him up and down, which don't get heard, because his man is at the helm of affairs. Now, I am as surprised as you are. A man who has not been indicted, who has not been charged, how come he's getting a pardon? Remy, please, can you explain that to me?
I will explain to you. That means that politics are playing your country. Eye-wire politics is going on that neither you or I know anything about, and we don't know exactly what's going on. Because that's why I asked those questions. If you can tell me that this is number one crime committed,
I am asking you.
And then look,
it's a simple question. I am as surprised as you are.
Let me finish. Sorry, Madam Zita. Let me finish. The same way you are rejoicing or probably saying why this guy was pardoned, the same way your Trump also pardoned 1,000 people you just mentioned.
No. How many it's a different thing.
No. Listen.
Okay, Remy, let me chime in.
Remy, you are not understanding the situation. Can you understand the situation first before you make your argument?
10 seconds, you finish. The same.
Can you understand? Please, let me explain the situation.
Madam Zita, hold on. Let me.
Can I explain the situation for you?
No, Madam Zita, let Remy say something.
Let him understand the situation first, so he can explain.
Listen to my own position.
Let Remy respond.
Let me respond. My position is this: a person was pardoned without him taken to court, no indictment. Then there's another 100 people detained for 4 years, not taken to court, no indictment, and they were also pardoned.
They were charged and they were indicted.
So, but what? And then they were charged, they were indicted, but the other guy was not charged nor indicted, and he was pardoned. And this same 100 people you said they were indicted, and they were never taken to court for 4 years.
Why do some of them went to court? Where did you get that one from?
Some of them are in jail already. Some of them have been convicted.
Some of them are even in jail already. So where did you get that one from?
Yeah, they are convicts, felons.
Oh, okay.
They are convicted felons.
So, okay, in a nutshell, you tell a bit of a story, but I say conspiracy here. Because what I knew in China was that before this outbreak of this virus...
Please don't shift it. Please don't shift it. I asked a simple question. I gave you a situation. Pardon. hold on. Pardon are actually meant for people who committed something. The president will have the opportunity when he's coming into the office and when he's leaving to pardon them. Even those in prison, they can pardon, like he pardoned people who even committed murder. That's what he said. But the whole of America are having issues now, are getting angry on the preemptive pardon. That one is what we are telling. Preemptive pardon. He knows that it's only them that know that that person has committed a crime. That if that person is charged, that person might probably be convicted. So he wake up, preempt this, and pardon the person. So the question I'm asking you, Remy, can you tell me if Dr. Fauci is clean as you claim, why is he getting a pardon?
So that is why I've already answered your question. I said there is eye-wire politics being played.
Which one is politics now?
You are very
Remy,
vast, madam. You know what is going on.
Remy, do you know that the U.S. have what we call classified information?
Did they okay, soon you will know the truth. No matter what happens, I see you have a new president, right?
Yes.
You can declassify.
So it's something that Biden knows. So continue with that.
So what I am trying to tell you is that none of them, left and right, both of them are not doing the right thing. And that is not a good example for the rest of the world to emulate. So when you guys come here and you are preaching your dad and do America or something like that, so turn that about it also. Both of them, from both left and right, they did the wrong thing. And you should not come here and be because your guy is the one, the president now, and then you just talk anyhow you like. To me, it's unfair. Okay, for the people that are listening all over the world, I think we must be able to tell ourselves the truth that both the decisions are not good. Because if you talk about democracy in America,
no, it's not the same thing. See, a law is a law. See, you're allowed to pardon people. It's American law. Even they pardon murderers, which is
so if that is the case, then
hold
you
on.
should not
Nobody. They only committed from a death sentence to life imprisonment. No one releases murderers.
Let me land. So the question Madam Sister is asking you, why is Fauci being pardoned? What was his crime? Nobody's convicted him of any crime or accused him of any crime. So in other words, now that he's been pardoned, I'm not even sure exactly what he was pardoned for. I think Fauci can actually go out there right now and commit murder and still be a free man, as far as I'm concerned. Why not? He was pardoned.
Why would he? No.
See,
you and I know it doesn't work that way. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Remy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Remy?
I actually don't know.
Remy, pardon.
Yes, madam, I'm listening.
Pardon means he will not go to jail.
Yes, I know.
But
for any and every crime? For any and every crime?
You see that your Fauci, we go expose him. He might not go to jail though because he has been pardoned. But he will face that judgment.
My bone of concern here is this. Why was he pardoned without no indictment? We don't know.
He will face that judgment. He must explain what happened. Then according to you people and CNN, over 3 million people died. He will explain it.
That's no problem.
He might not go to jail, but he will explain it.
That is proper. And if he needs to go to jail, he should go to jail.
No, he has been pardoned, so he won't go to
jail. Well, no. See, the problem I have.
But we will know the truth.
Madam Zita,
face that judgment. Mark my word.
Madam Zita, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, I don't think anybody should be pardoning individuals recklessly. I just think it's just immoral for individuals because this is a party that is known for the years to be very strong on indiscipline and crime. And crime is crime. Wrong is wrong. Trump has several prayers, including your pastor Kumuyi traveling to America to pray for him. What kind of silly prayer is that? These people are not going to gain the kingdom of heaven. They are going straight to hell. They have a jig with Satan right now.
No, see, you're anti-God.
No, don't tell me I'm anti-God. You are anti-God. advocating for rampant
When he
criminality.
says that judgment, he might not go to jail, but
You know,
see the truth of that shenanigan, the world we know. You can't sweep
absolutely.
the death of over 3 million people under the carpet. You
absolutely.
can't.
We all suffer for it, you know.
I know there are what they call classified information. Joe Biden knows the truth. That's why he pardoned him. But that doesn't mean he will not answer questions for that. He will.
Yeah. He will be invited.
He will.
Is pardon or not, he'll be invited and he'll tell the truth.
Listen, no matter how liberal you guys want to be on this planet Earth, you see the death of 3 million human beings can never be swept under the carpet. Mark my word. He will face that judgment. Yeah, agreed. He has been pardoned. He won't go to jail, but the world needs to know the truth.
I totally agree with you on that. You know, the world does need to know the truth. We all suffer from it. I suffer from it as well. But for me, I don't like hypocrisy. I detest this. We can't treat, you know. For me, it has nothing to do with Fauci. Okay, I don't care about Fauci. Fauci can go to jail for all I care. Okay, and all these co-conspirators and everyone that's committed crime, be they legal. Okay, but I cannot.
Do you know that even what is his name? Shifting shift got pardon too.
I think some military Millie as well. I think McMillie
was a lie.
Yeah, I think McMillie as well get a preemptive pardon as well.
Yeah, he got a preemptive pardon.
So I don't know what it is that's going on between all of them that's causing them to do such an argument, but I don't think it's appropriate for Trump to have pardoned because some of the individuals he's pardoned.
You shouldn't be no.
Madam Zita, I'm not speaking about legality of it, okay? I'm not speaking about the legality of it. I'm not talking about the legality of it.
I'm talking about
I'm speaking about the morality of it. No, it's not morality. See, Madam Zita, Prince Daddy is a Bible thumping Christian, okay? I'm a Christian. I believe in Christ, okay? But sin is sin. And it says the wages of sin is what? Death. So there's no reason for anybody should be out over here pretending. Prince Daddy knows what he's advocating. He knows what he's advocating. But he's doing it because he thinks he's in a war with liberals. Well, good luck to him, okay? All right? Because criminals are not just liberals, okay? Criminals are criminals, okay? Irrespective of, you know, of whatever political affiliations they claim, okay? Which is all nonsense. People just wear this toga of I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative to cover their crimes and to cover their immorality and their hypocrisy. So that's where I stand. I'm just coming here to really bash him for his hypocrisy, nothing else.
No, I think you're mistaken. There's no hypocrisy here, not at all. It's you that you're failing to understand how corrupt these liberals are. The liberal politicians in America.
I don't care about how corrupt liberals are, Prince Daddy. Don't you get it?
Huh?
I don't care about the corrupt liberals. I don't care about them. They will die in hell. Fair. God. Okay, I'm talking about you. You and your Bible thumping, you know, morally upright,
No, I think
conservatives.
you are talking about somebody else. I don't Bible thump. I don't. There's no morality here. I mean, just like Christ said, He didn't come for the righteous people like yourself. It came for me, the sinner.
I'm not claiming to be righteous. You're the one.
Well, you sound like you're a very righteous person, but nonetheless, the point here is that look, we know Biden is corrupt from A to Z, you know, and Biden's a criminal. We know the laptop from hell, his son, the criminal son, and his brothers, you know, the siphon robbed America. We know that it's well documented, and that's why he you know, preemptively, you know, for pardon what you call it, the son, Hunter, and 11 years in the 11 years back from his crime, supposedly. See, the whole thing is you know, this is no, and I can agree with Remy, exposing America's corruption, exposing America's you know, injustices. That's exactly what is going on. See,
yes, and where does it stop? Who's right? There's no right. There's no right over here. There's nothing right about what any of the parties have done. all the parties have done wrong, and you need to say it and say it very clearly.
No,
It
they're
is
not
wrong.
done
It
wrong.
is
No, no,
wrong.
no, no, no.
What
See,
is wrong is
the law
wrong.
is
What is
you're
morally is
allowed to pardon. Listen, if Biden pardon people that have been convicted and they're in jail or they're awaiting sentencing, that is
It
fine.
shouldn't have done. It shldn't have done that either.
No, no,
Where do you stop? Where do you draw the line?
no,
Okay, where do you
morally
draw
to
the
you,
line?
morally may be
Where do
wrong,
you
but
draw the
it's
line?
not against the law.
Okay,
Where
but
you
where
draw
do
the
where?
line, where you draw the line on people like Fauci, never been convicted of anything. People like Adam Schiff, never been convicted of anything, and they've been pardoned. Pardoned for what? This is the hypocrisy you should be talking about, not the other way around. This is the hypocrisy you should be talking about.
You're all hypocrites. I'm not excusing anyone. I'm not omitting any hypocrites. They are all hypocrites. You are all. It's a country of great grand
Listen,
hypocrites.
when you talk like that, see, we all know there's no perfect country in the world. I mean, you and Nike, we can go on the rampage to list Americans, America's.
But do you know what America is? It's a big shining light on that big hill of hypocrisy. That's what it is. Okay. There's other countries down that along the hill. But you guys are right at the top. A big shining light of hypocrisy.
There's no perfect country in this world. No, I mean, even Americans will tell you themselves they are not perfect. We all strive every day to be a good people, a good nation. There's no perfect people around the world. Maybe Remy, maybe in Finland they are, but in America we are not. So when people pretend that where they come from or where they live is the perfect place, it's always funny.
Prince Daddy is all well and good. All right. On the day of salvation, everybody would have his time to have an explanation with his maker. Okay, everyone's gonna have a chance to talk to his maker and yeah. We will all have our, you're not gonna speak for me on Judgment Day. Okay, you're gonna speak your piece. I'm gonna speak my piece. Okay, so that's where I stand.
Mr. Adewale, are you there?
Always there.
Awesome. I would like to hear your opinion on this.
No, we don't hear his opinion. He's embarrassed. Adwell is embarrassed right now because his man Biden, the criminal. Adwell has been quiet lately, and there's a reason why. He himself is ashamed now. He's embarrassed. Actually, he knows what is going on. It's criminal.
Why should I?
He has nothing to say.
Why should I be ashamed?
Well, it should be. If you're not, I'm ashamed for you.
No, I'm not ashamed. But it's a dark day in America today. Is it yesterday?
Melodramatic.
I'll call it what it is. I think well, I've seen enough in my lifetime that this is not new. But I don't know what you want me to speak on, Shirma, but I heard you guys going back on.
We can start with how dark is it today?
It is dark because the fact that this nitwit invoked the name of two people actually that shouldn't have been invoked in vain. Number one, he tried to bring in God into him being installed or sworn
because you have a monopoly on God
as the president. And secondly, for somebody who stood for equity, justice, and for civil rights of every individual, regardless of color, regardless of religion, regardless of whatever makes them different. He invoked Martin Luther King Jr., what he stood for. And in contrast of who he is as a person, I respect the office of which he has been sworn into today, but him as individual, I do not respect him.
Yeah, because
but nonetheless, I will extend that same respect that I have for the office that is occupying now towards him being the president of the United States. And I pray and I hope that he succeeded and change the narrative. But I doubt it because his speech today Ideally, every inauguration speech is always about uplifting the country. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Maybe because the inauguration was, brought inside the Capitol. Maybe that was the reason why it was so dark. It was more like State of the Union address, when it was kept talking about, oh, we are going to do this, we are going to pardon the rioter January 6th rioters, we are going to do, in contrast. And I think I overheard you guys talking about Biden pardoning his own family members. And I want you guys to understand something, that this is not a usual time. This is what we are going through right now is unusual. And here we have a president-elect who was categorical when he was being interviewed and say that his second coming is about what does he even call it? Vengeance. That every individual that have a hand in his travail is going to be prosecuted legally, and the Department of Justice is going to be weaponized. And who did he brought forward? Someone who had admitted publicly that he is going to have an enemy list, and who are spoken to be what you can call what do you call them now? And nevertheless, the person that is pushing forward, I don't know if he's going to pass the Senate. I don't think so, but let's watch. However, I was just reading the news tonight that the 51 former intelligence officers that debunk all his Hunter Biden's laptop finding, he revoked their security license. These are the.
We're letting you talk. Allow me to come out. You said
It's to see my time. Wait, you see, when you were saying all this, I didn't interject. I did not interject you. But
because you're spreading lies. That's
why.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
He has not said a single word this evening.
Okay, I know. Go ahead.
And I've been listening. I've been listening to everybody. So
even if he's lying, let's let him lie.
You see, this is where I'm different. I like to listen to people, and I pick the one that I don't even have to correct people. Okay, this is an educative platform, so I will leave it for the listener to decipher which one is right for them, which one is wrong, and I think we can both decide which one is right or which one is wrong. Depends on the kind of background we all came from. Now, why would somebody, if not because he was full of vengeance, meanness, and petty, who decided to revoke a security license of the former security intelligence officers simply because they didn't do your bidding? Now, Biden decided to extend pardon to every single one that have stood for what United States is supposed to stand for. That means justice, holding people accountable, including the members of the opposite party. He extended it to them. Now, it's a known fact. This is a sitting president. Is not, as at the time, he wasn't a former president. This is a known fact that Trump, let me call him President Trump now, had determined that every single person connected to Biden will be prosecuted. Now, what is pardon on its own? And it was a preempt pardon, which means it covers everything that they did officially during the term of Biden. Okay. And the reason being is this: every single thing, because when the Department of Justice is coming at you, they will get you. And here is a person. There's an individual at a point when he was being interrogated and investigated. He was invited several times for a deposition. He chose not to do that. He objected to it. His own personal lawyer objected to it because they knew that he would commit a felony. That means lying by omission or by commission. So he knew what the implication of that means. And that is if the Department of Justice is actually coming at you. But here's when you are making a speech during your inauguration, campaign is passed behind you. I expect him as somebody to step up. And he called himself a unifier, but most of what is said actually doesn't have anything that reflects unification. The division was so much glaring in his speech that you can barely tell if he's making a, a State of the Union speech or this is a rally speech. Now, my consolation is this: it's just 4 years. This fascism, or whatever we can call it, is going to end in 4 years. Now, he's starting with the executive orders. Executive order is just his own personal executive presidential affirmatives in which you want to pursue it, and it can be challenged. So that is the beauty of a country that that is still stuck with the rule of law. It can be challenged in the court. However, I expect him, however, to stand for what America is. That means no discrimination. And I looked at the list of faces of every single one that is going to be in his cabinet. And I look at it and I shake my head. America is changing. It's changing in a way. I mean, it made a very, I won't call it stupid because that would be too condescending for the office that is occupying, that is going to change the name from Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. How ridiculous would that sound? And you are making a proclamation on that. On that. Man, maybe this man needs to go back to geography school, or his advisor needs to educate him more of what it means. Now, I saw something today that kind of makes me sorrowful. For the very first time, we have the harem of the technological CEOs lying behind him. What does that mean is that those so-called oligarch, by what is this guy's name? We call them oligarch because every of their footprint you can find in his campaign, they are the fences behind him. They are the one backing him. They are the one pumping money into it. Now, the Republican Party, they are going to be at the receiving end of the shenanigans of this man's time. When the 4 years is over with and is wrapping up, the Republican Party will be left in carcass. They will try to find their own identity. They will not be able to find it because at that time,
thank you for the preaching. Are you done?
the time of the president on everything that they represent in which he transferred to the Republican Party because he has hijacked it, and those people have no voice because money now speak, money talk in that party. By the time the 4 years is over with, which is very, very soon, by the time you open your eyes and close it, Trump will be 82 by then. That will be the exact age that Biden left office. We will see, and that's my consolation. However, I pray that he succeed. But for those, my fellow Nigerians that are in the United States with no papers or planning to go home, maybe based on parole, please do not go. Do not step your foot outside of this country because you never can tell what is up to. He has already declared state of emergency on the southern border, as if the northern border doesn't really matter because it bothered the white people, the Canadians. Now, the southern one.
What happened to Diwali's mic? Is it just me or?
I mistakenly mute myself. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, we like.
So let me wrap it up. Let me wrap it up because I don't like to make the long speech. Now, this may be like a preaching to people, or people will. Oh well, it's just look. It's my president. There's nothing I can do about it. It's going to be in office, but I hope you guys can look inward and see. You don't necessarily have to buy into the democratic principle. What this man stands for today. He made a proclamation and he declared by executive orders that every single one involved in January 6 has been that facing legal jeopardy has been part of. What that means is that a given license for people to commit crime, whether now or in the future. But I will hope that America will know better. Now, if we do well, economists do well in his time, that would be a great plus for him. But I'm hoping, as my president now, that he would do better. But as far as I'm concerned, and the inauguration is, you cannot cheat nature. And God, in His infinite mercy, know what is going to happen today and make that inauguration to be held indoor, because He wanted to reduce him to a very small portion, just to let him know how he is. That is just a small, tiny object on this piece of earth. That you can create border, but that doesn't mean that people will be demarcated, because people are still going to flow like a river from one place to another. He himself was never born in America, but his forefathers found their way to America and established it. And today he claimed to be the son of the soil. His own lineage, including his current wife, wasn't born in America, was born in another country. However, they found their way to America. But I hope, even though he declared emergency at the border, I hope that he will have a bipartisan bill that will address the immigration to the United States, in which people will not be hurt the way they are hurting right now. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Well, thank you for the rant. So a prayer offered with unforgiving heart is a stench to God. So you need to forgive first before you start making your prayer. And to all your submission, literally, it's all based on lies. And I wish Aro was here, him talking about someone being a hypocrite. Adewale, is the representation of hypocrisy at the highest level, quite frankly. You see, there's one thing to try to educate the audience, and another thing to give them lies. Now you started your making your point about that, Trump took away the security clearance for 51 officers or people that had a security clearance, because they debunk the laptop. Debunk. In fact, all the liberal media now, they've acknowledged that the laptop from hell, that is Hunter Biden's laptop, was real, and the fake letter that those 51 criminals signed on was all based on lies. But there you come, twisting things around as usual, not providing the real facts. Talking about Trump pardoning people. Your man Biden preemptively pardoned Fauci, Adam Schiff, and some other people that have not been committed convicted of any crime. But that doesn't bother you. You're more concerned about what Trump does. And we all know quite clearly that even the J6 people were wrongfully convicted. We know that many of them did not go through the normal legal process. Many of them were just thrown into jail from the onset. They spent months and years in jail before they were heard in the courts. And in fact, we know on record that many actually committed suicide because they were threatened by the DOJ for various reasons. I mean, this is the criminality, and this is what Biden administration has done to this country. Essentially destroyed this country with their their legal persecution of Trump and many other conservatives like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, for no reason, because we're simply Trump supporters. Those kind of things don't bother you. They don't bother you. But Trump, he actually won. He has a mandate from the people. It won both the electoral college and the popular votes by millions. So you're not the one to come now to try to lecture him, telling us that he only has 4 years. Yeah, we all know he has 4 years, but yeah, he has 4 years to do a lot of work to undo all the crazy damages that Biden did, like open borders with 20 million people crossing illegally into the country, like ruin the economy, starting war in Ukraine. All these things Trump has to correct. But instead of you to acknowledge that now we have a real leadership in the White House to actually bring America back to its rightful place and make America great again, you're not concerned about that. You went ad hominem attacking Trump, his personality, that he's not good enough to be the president. But I guess you are better off than the rest of the Americans that sees him fit to be the president. You have to check yourself, Adewale, you and your liberal friends. You guys are so egotistical in your ways and the way you approach matters. You ruin the country. Even when in 2008, right when we had the economic debacle, America's economy did not suffer this dire, straight economic turmoil that we have right now. We didn't. We only had like slight inflation during that time, even though the country, a lot of people lost their jobs and Wall Street was in chaos. America was still, for the most part, intact. But this time around, we are experiencing the highest inflation in like 50 years as a country. For what reason? For bad policies. Bad policies by Biden. We have people dying in Ukraine for war that should not have been started in the first place. And you guys kept funding the war. For what? To kill Ukrainian children and women? For whose benefit? You don't want to talk about your own crimes, what you guys have done to ruin the country. You're more concerned about Trump, what he's going to do. Yeah, it's come to do the right thing, to fix the country. Rather, Adewale, you should be humble, okay? And I appreciate what you're seeing right now. I'm not the one to call Trump a savior, but literally he's come to save this country. If Kamala had won, your favorite candidate, if she has won, even though she spent almost $2 billion and she got nothing, she could not even win one swing state. If she had won, this country would be unrecognizable. I tell you that. It would be over for America. But we thank God that Trump won. And what he has brought is common sense leadership. Nothing too complicated, nothing phenomenal. Just something common sense leadership to put things right. Stop the war. Fix the economy. Drill. So we have less or cheap energy in the country that we actually have plenty of. We have plenty of energy. We don't need to buy energy from Canada or any other country. We are self-sufficient. And we had that before Biden came in. But with his executive orders, he canceled most of this drilling going on across the country. And that's why we have so much of a high price of gas. And people want to blame it on the war between Russia and Ukraine for the high gas prices. It's not true. America is well insulated from high gas prices. We are, because we have plenty that's sufficient for this country and to export to other countries. In fact, we are capable of supplying Germany and the rest of Europe with the energy. We can. We had great things going for this country. We had the cheapest gas prices. The stock market was great 4 years ago. There were plenty of jobs, the lowest unemployment. I mean, Black people, African Americans, Hispanics, Asian American, we're all doing great in this country. We're well off. But then came Biden and his bad policies and ruined everything. But it's easy to blame that on COVID. But even when Trump was there right at the beginning of COVID, we have things managed. But Biden came in there and just, with his, with Kamala and his criminal gang, ruined everything. Now we gotta start from.
Are you rounding up so that I can have an interjection?
We can start. Sure, couple seconds. Now we can start from from scratch now to trying to fix things that you guys have taken 4 years to destroy for no reason. And just like Trump saying, it's all about common sense, nothing too complicated.
Can we ask Diwali a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you ask me a question, I just want to read one. I want to read a breaking news to you guys. So, part of the executive order signed by President Donald J. Trump today happens to be the ending of birthright citizenship, of which was granted under the 14th Amendment.
He cannot do that.
But he did. He did.
No, Diwali.
I'm reading the breaking news from ABC News right now, which says also nullify or cancel every birthright citizenship to every child born or naturalized in the United States, regardless of where their parents were born.
Diwali.
Hold on. If you, who in his right senses would think that executive order is going to supersede what is codified in the Constitution? By the way, for the first time in the history, we have a confirmed felon in the White House.
Well, the
rapist.
Wow, that's a very strong word.
It's not a strong word. It's a confirmed. He was found guilty, but the only jeopardy
for the platform,
only penalty was because it's civil, not because statute of limitation.
Diwali for the platform. That's what I'm saying.
It's not for the. Look, I have never been more assertive when it comes to me having my submission straightforward. On this platform, I don't say things that I cannot defend anywhere.
No, Diwali, listen. The YouTube will flag that word. Is my point.
Why would YouTube flag? After all, they support free speech, right?
You can't continue.
The Google CEO was at his inauguration. They support free speech, so everybody can say what they feel like now.
You can't continue yourself. You rather
for the sake of
this
is here's the thing. For the sake of this is not my own platform, it belongs to somebody else. Okay, I won't repeat that, but that is the truth and the fact.
Can I ask a couple of questions because you two are going at it? So let me just ask so you can go back to good. So you mentioned that you hope that Trump will push for a bipartisan bill with the Democrats for immigration reform. And the question is, how are we supposed to work with people that believe in open borders? Number two, you also talked about people did not support liberal policies. I will say to you that Kamala never presented anything that was progressive enough. They abandoned the working class. So have you seen any move from the Democratic Party to regain the trust of the middle class and the working class people of this country? Or do you think that they are still in denial?
First and foremost, he has no choice if he wants to succeed as a president. Thank God filibuster wasn't removed. Okay, well, they didn't get rid of filibuster. But thank God he's still in the House. So he has no choice. At the point, the former President Obama's hands were tied to a point that he has to kowtow to all these Republican on the other side, begging them. Now, for the upton time, Democrat had put up a bipartisan bill forward before, supported by the Republican, both in the House and in the Senate. But guess what? They wanted the credits to go to the Republican. Now, those one, because the lobbies now came behind and said, look, do not support this bill, we have to kill it. Even the principal officers in the Senate already give their word that they are going to. And what is it? There's no open border. We should educate ourselves on this. Forget about the politicization of this or sensitization of this thing. There's no open border. Hold on. by Geneva Convention.
BT, did you hear that? What he just said? There's no open border. Did you hear
Hold
that?
on. I didn't say a word when you were making your own analysis or rebuttal. No, I didn't. I let you. This is what you call it now. I don't have to repeat everything you said. Now, like I said earlier, our listeners know what is right or what is wrong. Now, the point is this: by a Geneva Convention, I want to believe now it's Geneva Convention. Every single individual that come knocking at your door seeking for refuge, you have to listen to them. You don't have to admit them, but you have to provide succor for them. And I'll tell you this for those who do not understand or know the history. Donald Trump's forefathers came knocking at the door of America, came from Germany, then went back to Germany. Hold on, please, don't stop my flow, okay? And that was how he became American citizen. His father was a peasant; he wasn't a rich man, but his own father actually put his best foot forward, and he was successful in New York, and he was sued because he was discriminating. But that's a story for another day. Now, his own forefather, his own great grandfather, came from Germany. Okay, went back at a point they didn't want to let him back into Germany, but he came to United States, and they let him in. What is even the motto at the foot of the statue in New York? I forgot how it's been written now. Now, when a refugee or somebody come knocking at your door, whether you admit it or not, or anybody, American is the beacon of hope. Anybody across the globe always trying to find their way. And this is not the first time. Even the influence of the Italian when they were being persecuted by Stalin, every single one of these persecuted, the Jewish as well, they found their way to the United States. Up to today, they stay happening. Now, you can make a choice as a country not to admit or to admit. And the border, when people coming in to be admitted as a refugee, okay, you go through a process. Now, America, if you administrative checks usually take longer. How do you establish somebody's identity of who they claim they are? Now, first and foremost, you have to establish something by admitting them while you continue with the parole process, because they have to report to every immigration offices to continue with their program. Nevertheless, some people do escape. I'm super sure that it happens even in the Europe as well. Now, when you have such number of people coming to the border, and the process was slowed down because there were a lot of influence of these people coming in. Now, what do we see? The politician politicizes and makes it a big deal. It's not that you throw the border open and say, you know what, everybody comes in. And I'll tell you, for those who do not even know how this border of a thing works, the southern border, part of the southern border, if you are going from New Mexico, is kind of porous. Remember, Texas was part of Mexico before it was brought over. Okay, it was a country on its own before the American decided to put it over. Now, the border, because some of these people are already living just like you have it in the northern border. For those who have not been in the northern border, there are some places that is just a road that demarcate Canada and United States. Okay, but in the southern border, everybody always trying to come in to the United States. Now, when people coming in, they have to go through the administrative process. Now, it was slowed down at the border. That was why you have those number of people waiting and keep waiting for days and nights. And every time you see the camera being shot at them, they are coming in, they let them in. So once they come in, they put them in the bus. And guess what the governor does? He ship them to New York or ship them to California or ship them to where the Democrat is predominant, just to make a political score. A cheap one. Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Now, what I mean by a good bipartisan bill, that both of the parties can say, you know what, we did this. Even Trump himself can be given a little credit in it. There's nothing wrong. That is what United States Constitution says, that under the rule of law, that both the executive and the legislature can also come to an agreement and form a bipartisan bill that will address, number one, what is just the executive that is signed today, this evening, cannot stand, because the Constitution guarantees that every child born on this land is a freeborn, thereby makes him the citizen of this land. So for individual to say, you know what, yeah, I can admit, however, I can also say this child cannot be a child, not be a citizen of this country. It's not going to stand. That executive cannot stay for too long. Now, when you want a stronger imprint in something, I expect him as a leader, okay, to at least, if that's what you want to start with, foremost, there will be disagreement. It's all about compromising on certain areas. Now, both parties, I don't know why they can revive the old one that was put together. Maybe add one or two things into it, and then throw it back to the floor. They have the majority now. They have the majority. So both of them. Hey, baby. I'm coming. And both of the Trump can do that, but he chose to go along, thinking that his followers will think, oh, he has put a solution to this. No, that is just a band-aid, and it's not, because it's not going to last for long. If the next person comes in, it can as well undo it and say, everything back to normal. That's what I mean by he could as well done it based on bipartisan instead of just issuing executive order. Thank you.
Yeah, another round of ranting. BT, what was the question regarding the immigration?
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, BT, are you there? There you go. Well, yeah, I hope you come back. Yeah, Adewale's ranting. I was waiting for him to come back. I don't know if Beats is there. Adewale is just, he listens to CNN and MSNBC, and he doesn't have his own mind in analyzing the situation. He just repeats the same fake news analysis from CNN and this other liberal outlet. So in regards to the immigration law that the Democrats were trying to pass, I mean, just think about it. Why would you pass an immigration law whereby it's okay to have a quota for illegal immigrants to come into your country? No country does that. The reason why Trump rejected that bill was because, or he didn't support it. He couldn't reject it anyway. He didn't support that bill, and he tried to persuade other Republicans not to, was because the Democrats, as part of that shenanigans, made a provision in that immigration bill to make sure that at least is it 5 or 50,000 illegal immigrants should be allowed to come in monthly, illegally, but put under the law, the bill to pass. See, it doesn't even make sense. A country that allows, knowingly allows illegal immigrants to come into their country is no country. There is no country, because if you can justify illegal immigrants coming in, I'm not sure what recourse you will have eventually in the future. It doesn't even make any sense. It's like trying to pass a law against criminality, stealing, but you deliberately allow certain kind of items to be stolen because for whatever reason it suits your need. See, the Democrats, they are used to this, senseless way of passing laws or trying to appeal to their constituents. That's what they've always done, and it doesn't make any sense. Just like we heard today, officially it has become United States recognition that only two genders are allowed in this country, male and a female. Okay, and that's simple common sense law. Unlike the Democrats that have 18 or 100 genders that they appeal to, they always go to the extreme in everything that they do. Always an extreme, and that's why I would call Adewale an extremist, actually, because there's no single law or position that the Democrats or the liberals have that it does not support. Everything goes. Everything goes. Even when they commit crimes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, for example, Dr. Fauci. This man has been preemptively pardoned. For what? We asked the question, for what? I thought all along is said it did the right thing. It was, I mean, it lied about the gain of function that he knew not, that United States did not fund it. But now, they have receipts on him. They have receipts on him, and that's why Biden had to preemptively pardon him. See, the Democrats, it's quite clear they're not good for this country. They're not good for this country. They're always virtue signaling in everything they do. They virtue signal. That's what they care about. They don't really care about the American people. And Trump's policy is going to be straightforward. It's all about the American people. It has nothing to do with your gender or your political affiliation. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat or independent. His policies are going to benefit everyone. Because if the gas prices start coming down and the price of food and goods start coming down, everybody's going to benefit from it. Everyone's going to benefit from it, not just Republicans. But the Democrats, when they want to craft that laws, they always want to isolate other constituents in order to appease certain constituents. That's what they do. So Adewale now, it's just an for all we know, if you didn't know any better, I think you would think it works for CNN or MSNBC. You would think that. That's what we think, because it doesn't have any reservation. It just raw. It just repeats everything that they say out there, without really thinking about it, and that's really dangerous for those that point fingers at Trump or Trump supporters. They'd rather at the fanatics that listen to their side, and they don't refute anything. They everything goes. They just jump on the bandwagon and spread the lies and the news. Look at Adewale talking about open borders, trying to lecture us about what do you call it? Is it illegal immigration, or is it? I wasn't sure what he was talking about. See, even if you come in here as a refugee or any other status into a country, you have to be documented. You have to go through the right process. Even many times, people that come here as refugees, they transition from their country to other countries, apply for asylum, and it doesn't happen automatically. It usually takes much longer. But when it happens, they're well documented and they travel because they have their documentation. But simply having the borders open and letting people troop through the borders, and you think it's okay, doesn't make any sense. No country does that. No country does that. And even if people cross borders, they always have what you call, I guess, a holding place for those people, so they can get all the right documentation and right biometrics on those people, even if they're going to allow them to be part of the society for the meantime, and they'll be tracked. But these people cross the borders, they bust them, or they just mingle with the rest of the population, and you can't track these people. You don't even know who they are. And we know for sure, it's on the record, that many of these people are criminals, being released from their own country's prisons. They come to this country and they commit crimes such as murder, killing of policemen, innocent citizens. I mean, this are real criminal, even into gangs.
Well, Prince Daddy, you don't have a problem with criminals.
I'm sorry?
You don't have a problem with criminals. That we know.
I'm not sure what compels you to say that, but I think I know where you're going. I know you don't have to tell me where you're going. See, in this country we have laws. See, I know people like you will not want to agree, but if someone is found not guilty, or even if you're found guilty, you're allowed to go through the process, and if you're exonerated, we should respect that. Okay, so the 91 counts against Trump never stood, because it was all concocted garbage. The real criminal was Biden and his son in the White House. I bet you didn't know they found cocaine in the White House. Did you know that? I bet you didn't know.
They're all criminals. I don't care. You see, the problem with you is you think I care much about the liberals. I don't care. They're all criminals. Okay, you and them are criminals. You know the thing. You know the difference between the liberals and the conservatives like you. Okay, all right. The liberals, they just want to want to engage in all forms of bestial behavior. Okay, but the conservatives, they engage in those bestial behaviors. All right, but they're also corrupt. And they're also hypocrites. That's the only difference, okay? But you guys are just birds of the same feather flocking together. There's people like me that just like to be decent and in the middle, that believe in morality, okay? And that's where I stand.
Thank you, Arogaba. Thank you for your submission. And Prince Daddy, Trump Daddy, if I may say, thank you for your very long submission. And Mr. Adewale, thank you for your, submission. It was very nice and well put together. Does anyone else have anything to add? Does anyone else have anything to add? Okay. Well,
No, I think it's been a fun night. I've been on the show all night, really listening in, and really I was forced to really come and comment. You know, I felt so passionate about what I don't usually speak in such a manner, but there's things that really get me riled up. And one of those things is just I don't like when individuals apply standards, different standards. Okay, all right. We decide what the standard is in the society. Okay, what the moral standard is, what the ethical standards is, and that I think everybody should stand on that, irrespective of who's being punished. Okay, of whoever is on the stake. Okay, let's just put them on the stake and leave them there to rot. Okay, irrespective of whether they're your friends or your family or whatever, any affiliations you have with them, political or otherwise. So that's what it is. But it's been a very good show, really. A lot of different things have been discussed. I do salute you, Chioma. You really, you took charge. Once one man departed, one man was here for quite an unusual period, actually. He stayed longer than he usually would. But
yeah, he did.
yeah, but you done well. To be frank, you are Iron Lady, So fair play to you.
Thank you so much, sir. You're wonderful. Thank you, Arogediba. Thank you. So I haven't heard any input from Babati about Trump, being swear in. Babati, do you have anything you want to add? Okay, he's probably. Oh, he's here. Good.
No, that's me. He probably stepped away.
Okay, Trump Daddy again.
Yeah. No, if you have to wrap up, that's fine. Adewale said I was going to take a break and come back, but Adewale is just it's just another version of Biden's son, Hunter. It's just it's a shame the way he sees things. At least we conservatives we can acknowledge our wrongdoings, which is not much anyways. But the other side is full of criminality. They are criminals. But our role will fail to see the difference. It's always you want to lump us all together in the same category, which is not true. It's not true. Again, as I've said, there's no country in this world that's perfect. I don't think you're gonna find any American that would tell you, "Oh yeah, America is a perfect country." You don't have to be perfect to be proud of your country. It's just unfortunate in Nigeria, many people are not. Okay, and those that are, we tend to criticize them as being blind followers. But the reason why many countries progress or they stay together is because the people are proud of their country, no matter what they have. But we don't have that mentality. We're not structured that way. We're not. But what the liberals like I really want to do is still the Americanness that we all have as one. We come in here, nobody's perfect. We just buy into the system. But trying to carve a place for a certain group of people like the LGBTQ, I really would never talk about that. No, you won't talk about how they want to castrate our children, and give them hormones. We're not going to talk about that. All their terrible policies. He doesn't want to talk about that. All we want to talk about things to attack Trump. Trump is just a human being. I tell you, I wrote 8 years ago. My bro, before he changed to become a kind of a Trump supporter, he was making fun of Trump also, like when he was competing with the rest of the Republicans. And I asked him a simple question. I'm like, look, why do you think Trump is any different from the rest of the people on the stage? Because from day one, I never regarded Trump as anything being special than just a human being like the rest of the other candidates. But it's unique in the sense that he actually would do what he plans to do or what he says he would do, unlike these other lying politicians. And that was the main difference. Trump is just another guy. But people like yourself and Adewale are just too enamored with him, But the guy is just a free spirited guy, does his own thing, says whatever he wants to say. He's not a lying politician that tells you one thing and does the other. And by the way, you want to put him in the category as other politicians. He's not. So far, from day one, what he said he would do is doing it already. Less than 24 hours. He said he was going to pardon the J6 people, and he's done it. He has done it. He said he was going to build the wall. He's working on it. Remain in Mexico. He already passed the executive order. We're going to take over Panama Canal. We're working on it. Greenland, we're going to buy it. This is, you people are not used to somebody saying what they would do, and they actually embark on the journey to do that.
Can I ask you a question, please, Daddy? Can I ask you a question? Okay? Can I ask you a question? All right. Trump has pardoned 1,000 individuals. Okay. Right. And I believe you've spoken about this. You believe that January 6th was a noble act. You believe all the people that went there were decent people and they were doing the right thing. That's fine. He's pardoned a bunch of individuals, some of them convicted already. Okay. And convicted on the, after proper investigations have been conducted by professionals. Okay. Professionals of all different political persuasions. What if one of those individuals who has not been pardoned, who should otherwise be in jail, and because they've been pardoned, they're now emboldened? What if they actually hurt one of your family members? Perhaps they actually killed one of your kids. How would you feel then?
No, this is just you want to take the extreme to make an analogy. It doesn't cohere. This is not the way.
No. But Trump Daddy, it has been fact.
It's not facts.
Felons, a lot of felons, okay, that get paroled rather easily without being reformed, feel emboldened to commit even more heinous crimes. We've seen it. We've seen several people that are out on day parole who go on and commit heinous crimes. Okay, we've seen it in this same America and everywhere around the world.
These J6 people are not criminal offenders.
They didn't go there to have a picnic, Prince Daddy. Okay, they weren't there for a picnic. Okay, they went there, okay, to exert some form of violence.
No, that's not true.
They were rioting in a violent manner. Okay, and one of them got shot.
The old violence that occurred on that day was really
Prince Daddy, you are gonna go to church on Sunday. You're gonna ask God to forgive you. Okay. I know you are lying. You know you are lying. Why are we doing this game? All right. Why are we playing this game?
I'm not sure he's lying, because those guys didn't intentionally go there with knives or anything with the intent to riot. You get my point?
That doesn't cohere.
They're exercising their free speech.
Really?
Test, yes, but
I could exercise my free speech as well. When I have a dispute with one of my neighbors, if I bring a baseball bat to him and I hit him over the head, that's my free speech. Is that what you're Because some of them did. Some of them. I'm not saying all of them went there. I mean, a lot of them went there. They were misguided. They were enraged. They were emotional. That's fine. But are you saying that all of them are you saying that nobody committed a crime there?
But listen to this, Arrow. No matter what crime they had committed, okay, allow me. No matter what crime, some of them, a handful of them may have committed. Okay, no matter what the crime would have been, 4 years is not a justification for their imprisonment. It doesn't work that way. They've not committed any crime that's beyond 6 months or 3 months, Arrow. Okay, and they were not
aggravated assault. Aggravated assault. You know how many police officers and law enforcement officers that suffered, all forms of injuries.
You cannot produce that video. It's a lie.
Daddy, I have a question. So even the ones that murdered the police officers, they were also pardoned?
No, sorry, Chama, there's no murder. There was no single police officer that was murdered. It's a lie. It's a big fat lie.
And no police officer was assaulted in the process of them stopping the rioters from gaining entry?
Hey, what do you expect in a riot? What do you expect in a
rioters who assault should be arrested and charged,
no.
irrespective of who they are rioting for.
See, I wrote no. See, whenever you have a large crowd, even at a concert, people get stampede and they die at a concert. Do they go there to riot? No, they don't go there to riot.
A stampede might not necessarily. Please, Daddy, you're far too intelligent for what you're doing. Okay, we know what happened. Individuals that were enraged, that were emotionally charged, intentionally went there. Okay, knowing fully well that they don't have access, try to gain access using force and violence.
No,
okay,
it's a lie.
In the process. Wait, please, Daddy. Okay, we all witnessed this. Okay, so don't try and spin this. All right, now. In the process, many people were hurt. In the process, many police officers actually did suffer all forms of injuries. Okay, we actually saw someone use bear mace. Okay, against the police officers there. We saw individuals grab a shield from an officer of the law and actually attempt to use it on him. All right, in a threatening manner. So you cannot claim.
No,
all right. Daddy, there's nothing wrong in just saying something that is wrong.
No, because it's not using difficult. You're using the extreme as the norm. 99.9%.
What happened that day was extreme.
99.9% of the people that were there at the Capitol were.
Oh yeah, they were good folks. Yeah, I mean, your Lord and Savior already said they are good folks. When those guys taking tiki torches, what we tiki torches chanting right-wing rhetoric.
99.9% of the people at the Capitol were fine people. They were very fine people.
No, we're not talking about the Capitol alone. We're not talking about the tiki torch, all right? We're talking about the tiki torch wielding people who went straight, walking through a neighborhood, chanting right-wing slogans, Nazi slogans. And you know what Jonah J. Trump, the Lord and Savior, called them? Fine people.
Well, they were fine people on both. No, they were fine people on both sides. That's what they said. They were fine people on both sides.
People.
And by the way,
fine people. I didn't know fine people actually, go around terrorizing people. Okay.
No. See, please stop spinning the liberal narrative. That is not true at all. We all know that it's not true. Again, assume
Daddy, do I need to correct you again? I'm not a liberal. Okay.
Well, I'm
a liberal. I think I hear some characterization.
Stop spinning that narrative. You may not be a liberal, but you're spinning
it's not a liberal narrative. It's something I saw my eyes. I made a conclusion. I didn't need anyone to tell me what it is. I saw it.
Even where you are, those soccer hooligans, they do worse things. But the point here is that
am I praising them? Am I praising them? You never see me praise a soccer hooligan.
But you never condemn them. But the point here is that
look. Who told you I condemn them? What makes you think I never? I actually did the other day, less than 2 days ago. We were talking about Chelsea Football Club, and I actually called. I don't know who was a Chelsea fan, and I just said Chelsea are just a bunch of hooligans. I did do that less than 2 days ago.
Okay, well that's a deviation from the norm. But here's the point. The J6, some people they get overly excited. And that's what happened. But let me tell you, it's now well documented, and that's why the select committee that was supposed to investigate the J6, that's why they have deleted over 20,000 hours of video, because those videos were meant to disprove everything they've claimed that the J6 people did. This is the criminality of it. That's I'm telling you, that even some people get overly excited and perhaps did things they were not supposed to do. But we have documentation and record that the FBI was part of the J6. They instigated it. They fomented the violence. That's the FBI. Okay,
Please, Daddy, I believe in justice, and I believe in reprimand. And when people do what they are not meant to do, they should be reprimanded. And they should be reprimanded in the heaviest manner for whatever crime they've committed, so that others don't think they can get away with it. Now, what has happened with this pardon is this: individuals will think it is appropriate.
It is decent. It's not true. They've served their time. It's 4 years ago. What kind of? I mean, 4 years ago, what kind of crime have they
It
committed?
doesn't matter if it's 20 years. If someone committed a crime 20 years ago, they still. Bill Cosby committed this crime several decades ago. He thought he got away with it, but he didn't.
I bet you want to put them on death row. I bet you want to do that. You think they're deserving of death row?
I don't want to put them on.
You think they should be on death row because they protested, right? that is not the way it goes. That's not the way it goes, Arrow. If you come back, that's not the way it goes. They've served their time, okay, and they've overly served their time. That crime, that so-called crime, was no more than 3 months, 6 months at most, max. Because of the criminality of the J6 committee and the prosecutors across the country, they've been able to unfairly, punish these people. And the time is up. The jig is up. They've served their time, and they are done. And Trump did the right thing to let them go. Now they are a free people. You have to deal with it. It is what it is, and that's the fairest thing to do.
Well, Prince Daddy, he's back to challenge you again. So
Sorry about that. I got disconnected.
Oh, sorry, no problem.
Please, Daddy, I don't want to put them on death row. I just want a proper reprimand, and I don't want people to think that because their man got in, that they can get away with it, that they can get a pardon, that they can get a pass, a hall pass. No, all right. You do something that's wrong, you will get reprimanded.
But I just explained to you that they served 4 years. You don't think 4 years is enough for rioting? You don't think it's enough?
Some of them went beyond rioting, Mr. Prince Daddy. Okay, and we both of us know that some individuals went beyond rioting. Some individuals did vandalize.
Okay, even vandalism.
Some individuals did vandalize. Some individuals did trespass.
Okay,
I do believe that criminal trespass is a serious matter in the United States. I do believe that is true. Yes.
And how long is the jail term? How long should they be sentenced for?
Whatever the law says. And I do believe the individuals that were convicted according to law.
These people have overly served their time. In fact, they should be compensated for being mistreated. I'm telling you, and they will be compensated.
All of them without exception should be compensated for being mistreated.
Why not?
All of them without exception. Everybody.
Why not?
They're all 100%. All of them are good, fine people.
They were wrongfully convicted, so they should be compensated. As far as I'm concerned,
wrongfully convicted individuals that committed vandalism and assaults.
Well, see, but if I ask you a question right now,
how low are you willing to go? How low are you willing to go? Because
I ask you a question right now, I can guarantee you're gonna sound so lost. In the sense that, did you know that about a couple of years ago, a group of liberal thugs, friends of Adewale, they went to the Capitol. They went to the Capitol and they actually breached the Capitol and entered the Capitol. And they roamed around, and guess what happened to those people?
Where is
Adewale? I hope they're in jail.
Of course not. They're not in jail. Nothing happened to them.
They should be in jail.
See, this is the point. This is the injustices I'm talking about.
They should be in jail together with your friends that went to the Capitol. They all should be in jail. Why do you think that? Do you think I have some exception? Do you think I have I look at people and say, they line up with conservatives and liberals?
You have a liberal bent. I can tell your voice. You have a
yeah, of course. You must think I have a liberal bent because I'm not supporting you.
Where is Dewale though?
Criminals should be in jail.
Where is Dewale?
Everybody.
Arrow, where is Dewale?
He said I was coming back.
Oh, he's not coming back.
Maybe he'll be back. I don't know.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, but he's said this. I don't think it was. I think he's very upset about the whole Trump thing, which I'm not. I'm indifferent to Trump.
BT, did you hear Adewale's submission?
No, the first part of it was very. I've never seen him that way before. I think he was really angry, with Trump's victory. But
he's a sore loser. He lost, and he rather attack Trump rather than be focused on what is actually going on that America is about to be great again, that things are getting on the right track, that his leader is Biden and his criminal son and family, they're out of the White House, and we can have some semblance and sanity back in the country. That's what is going on, and Adewale is just full of it. It's full of it. It was mad that they shut down the immigration bill. I'm not sure what kind of immigration bill would allow illegal immigrants to be part of a law. It doesn't even make sense.
That is why I asked him about the open border policy of the liberals. Like, how can you come up with a bipartisan policy when the other side wants open borders? That would not work, really.
I know. Yeah. It defies logic. I didn't say that, but it goes around making this point. And see, sometimes when people talk like Adewale, you have to correct them. I said earlier, but it didn't give me a rebuttal. It said Trump withdrew the security clearance of the 51 officers that signed a letter that onto Biden's laptop. The laptop from hell was fake news, was the Russian disinformation. But it's a lie. It was from the onset. The laptop, the content in the laptop was well documented, okay, by New York Post and Miranda Devine, that great journalist. It was well documented, but these people deliberately lied. They lied about it. And guess what? A couple of years later, about a year and a half ago, even CNN, MSNBC, they came out and confirmed that the laptop is real, that every single content in the laptop was true. But this military people, these people with clearance, this military officers with clearance, they knew deliberately and they lied about it. Leading the charge is, of course, Brennan. Brennan is a criminal. See, if Brennan doesn't go to jail eventually, I would be disappointed. And I'm glad that Trump pulled that security clearance, and now the DOJ under Pam Bundy should start looking into them to make sure they put these people in jail because they are criminals.
So wait. Prince Daddy, I thought you had some leniency for felons and criminals. So is your leniency selective, evidently?
Well, no, if they serve their time, like the J6 people, they have served their time. They have served their time.
Some of them have not had a chance to serve their time. That's the problem.
Some of them have not. No, they've all served. They've overly served their time. They've done more than two. They've by 400% or more.
Like I said, I'm going to ask you this question: how low are you willing to go? What can a man do for him? For you to conclude that the man deserves justice, because justice is not just for the victim. Justice is also for the criminal, the individual that has committed the crime.
Well, yeah.
What must a man do? Because like your Lord and Savior said, it could really shoot a man in the middle of Broadway, and nobody would care. Wow, the conservatives wouldn't care. They'd get away with it.
It was just, how do you put it? It was just a figure of speech. It was simply trying to say to the extent in which
that he can get away with anything.
No.
Conservatives were going to back him up.
No, that's a wrong interpretation.
But can I ask Prince Daddy though, because this Trump's declaration of citizenship, that it's not going to fly, right? Because it's against the Constitution. So even though there's no way you can use executive order to change.
Well, maybe it's just a moratorium.
No, even that will be destroyed in court within 5 minutes, and he knows that.
Let them go to court. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
He will lose. Is my point. He's going to lose that within 5 minutes. That.
That is fine.
Unless we change the actual constitution, which everybody had. It's very hard to go through the.
No, but Baba, that law in itself, I've not really read it. I don't know the detail on how you define who becomes.
No. Okay, hold on.
It's not as simple as it may sound.
Hold on now. This is what is banking on. If you remember, the original 14th Amendment was for the slaves to get citizenship. So if they want to test that in the court of law, they have a chance, because remember, they have they have the control of the Supreme Court, so they can actually go and say, well, this law actually says it's not for everyone just a slave. If that is they want to go to that route, then yes. But this declaration of that, oh, from now on, that's not going to fly. So you still have to go to the court to test that. Does he have a chance? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, see, there's no doubt, and I think you agree that the law is being abused. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if they can prove that the law is being abused, and just like you said, if it truly from the onset the law was supposed to protect the slaves that were released, that were freed, then they can go test the law in the courts.
And they control the court. They control Supreme Court now. That's what I'm saying. If you get Supreme Court, that's there.
But let's not pretend that the law is not being abused. It's absolutely been abused.
I remember my time in Mexico. You can be pregnant from Mexico within 6 months pregnancy and walk into America, have a baby, and it's amendment. That's ridiculous, man.
But apart from the citizenship, of course, it becomes a financial burden on the counties or the cities, and it costs a lot of money, and they have to provide for the child from zero or whatever to whenever. It's a real cost, but it's not really a problem until recently. Actually, that's when it became a problem with this open border that it's anybody can walk through the border, and that's when it became a real problem. It was never a problem before.
Prince Daddy, can I ask you a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I've actually it's been on my mind for a while. So Mark Getz, okay? I mean, it was very close. It could have been your what do you guys call it? Your what is the equivalent of your Minister of Justice? Well, what do you call it?
Who's the person?
Mark Getz.
Mark Gates.
Yes.
Yeah, AG, Attorney General. Yeah.
It could have been your Attorney General.
Yes.
A pedophile. What do you think of that?
When I say you have a liberal bent, that's what I'm talking about. How can you accuse a man of being a pedophile when he has not been convicted?
Even his colleagues in the House, all right, released a report that made it very, very clear that he had an sexual interaction with a girl before she was legally, and afterwards. And that he paid her. No. Prince Daddy, we can read, okay? We're not illiterate over here, okay? We can read. It's public, it's a public document. All right. It has been established without doubt that in fact he did pay her for sex before she was legal, and he actually then found out that she wasn't and still met up with her afterwards. So are you saying it's appropriate? Is that some it gets a moral pass as well?
No, it
gets a moral pass because it's a conservative.
Like it moral pass, but I wish you have the same passion in going after the liberals for that criminality as you do the conservatives.
What makes has there been a time that I've actually excused some this? I don't know what is. I guess the liberals are the Bidens and the Harris and the likes. But
yes.
Is there a time you've ever heard me? Is there a time you've ever heard me say that
but on the issue of Matt Gaetz, is actually a fine man in the sense that he's a wealthy man that comes from a very rich family.
There's nothing fine about it. He's a pedophile.
No, you can't call him a pedophile. I can call him a pedophile.
He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. We know he's a pedophile. You know he's a pedophile. You won't let him near your daughter. So why you claiming he's not a pedophile?
No, because we know that the people that made up the story, that person has been, is actually in jail. Actually, they were trying to shake down.
That's his body. That's his body.
No, it's not his body. It's not. They were trying to shake down Matt Gaetz and his family. You got to keep in mind, Matt Gaetz, is admitted. He was a rich kid growing up. He liked to party.
How low are you willing to go, Prince Daddy? For real? How low are you willing to go?
I'm going low. Who's going low here? I'm simply telling you what you don't know. because you keep making up all these stories that are not true.
Really? And the committee as well, made up of a bipartisan committee that did the investigation. They are
was the same one of those same committees that came up with the Russian collusion, and they tried to impeach Trump for colluding with the Russians.
Was it bipartisan? Yes or no? Was it bipartisan?
See, Gates has enemies on both sides. Okay.
Oh, you really have an excuse for every single thing, don't you?
No, I'm telling you.
I really think I need to join one of these. But I need to rejoin because I have engaged in political activity. But I really need to get involved in the Tories or one of these IPA right wing entities. Well, as long as they don't discriminate against me and assault me, I need to join them because it seems like you can get away with everything and anything once you accept it. It's the fault.
Well, that is not true. In fact, we are more.
Well, by your statements tonight, seems to be the case.
Oh, not at all.
I mean, if someone wants friends that will be loyal to the end, no matter how diabolical one might be, one needs to be with the conservatives.
Oh, not at all. You see, it's always nice.
That's the only place where you can be an hypocrite, you can be a criminal, you can be a pedophile, and you know what? You will just be fine in the end. Because you know what? You're just a good old boy.
No, that's a wrong misconception, actually. See, it's always nice to have a full story. You can't draw a conclusion on a matter that is
I do read and I do try and decipher.
Oh, are you telling me that everything you read is you believe everything you read is actually telling me?
I think I read broadly. It's actually I've actually been willing to ask you this question for a while. I really want to see where you stand. But I'm not surprised. I'm rather very disappointed. I'm very, very. It's really not difficult. It's very difficult to say a man is done wrong.
No. The truth should not disappoint you. I know you mean well. You just don't know the full, the whole story. And I'm trying to tell you the whole story. That's what it is.
This Prince Daddy, do you use the service of prostitutes as well?
Okay.
Your fine Christian self.
It's 9 hours, so I'm going to be shutting down. You guys will continue this conversation. I've sent the link for those of you who want to listen in. You can come in about 5 minutes. I'm going to exit, but thank you all for watching. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you to the panelists, those that were here from the beginning until now. Thank you for having such a strong argument on both sides. I really enjoyed listening to you all. So I hope to see you tomorrow. And for those of you in Houston, park your cars in the garage because it is snowing and it is beautiful outside. I just went outside and maybe that's why Adewale, he left. It's probably snowing. He had to bring his car inside the garage. Anyway, guys in Houston, enjoy the weather. It's so beautiful outside right now, 2 a.m. Gorgeous snow we're having. Stay warm. Have a good morning, guys. Have a good night and a wonderful day. See you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, Choma. Bye.
Thank you, Prince Daddy.
Thank you very much, Choma. Thank you.
And Arogedewa. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe. All right.
Thank you so much.